Okay, so well, damn, how do I start this stream? Um, I guess a good way to start would be to say for anybody watching this in the future, or people tuning in now, maybe who are wondering what the hell happened, because right now it is 5:30 p.m. I'm just starting the stream. I think this may actually be the latest I've ever started my stream, but I have a reason this time. Uh, I have been watching the Race to World First for like the last I don't know, like 5 6 hours. Ever since Echo got like a 1% pull, I tuned in. I'm like, okay, they're gonna kill any moment now. And it has been like a nail biter race. Back and forth, like super low pulls. And I just kept saying, all right, I'm gonna start my stream the moment they get a kill. And it's just been insanely close, but they haven't killed either one. And I mean, honestly, this is without a doubt the best Race to World First I've ever watched. Like, this is crazy. So I have this open in a different tab, and as this goes on, I'm gonna be like keeping an eye on it, just because I absolutely do not want to miss a kill here, like at all. So, yeah, let me just make sure I have, because I want to be able to read chat and watch the Race to World First while I do this. How do you watch it live? There's if you go to Raider.io, they have a pretty good recap of the Race to World First stuff. Hello Peach Milk. Hello Nick Outjilt, Ecuador in the house. Nice. Uh, yeah, it's wild how close this is, and I don't know. I'm gonna try to start this stream. Luckily, I've done all of my prep, so one of the nice things about watching this is I've been getting a lot of stuff done while I've been watching the Race to World First and getting prepped. And I was kind of already prepped for this run for quite a while, and it was just one of those like last finishing touches type things. So it shouldn't take me too long to like get everything set up, because if anyone remembers, so I did. Hello Hassan Ramano. Hello Drizzy YouTube. Thanks for these videos. Was about to ask where to watch the Race to World First as well. Yeah. Generally speaking, it's just on the streams of like whatever the guilds are, which right now is Echo and Liquid are neck and neck. But yeah, generally, like right now, I have their two streams open, and I'm tabbing back and forth between them, keeping track, and it's been a fucking nail biter. Really, really, really close. Um, but yeah, so a few like little updates. So as far as the rogue run goes, which we will be doing here, you may remember that I did go ahead and get like almost everything set up last time. I'm going to do the exact same stuff. I'm not going to be like gemming this stuff, because that's what I did for Assassination, just using basically exactly the same stuff I used for the Assassin run, because I'm able to copy it over, right? And I have pretty much all that prepped. I'm going to double check in a moment just to make sure that I'm not missing anything, but it should just be all the Assassination stuff ready to go, or subtlety stuff ready to go, because they all use the same things effectively. Like if I double check for, what was I looking at for, or subtlety rogue, yeah, like technically speaking, you could argue that maybe like what do I have for rings and stuff? Honestly, I think it's pretty similar, because I think stat prio wise, they are fairly close in terms of like what sub and assass prioritize. I think like sub is more verse mastery focused, so maybe I could have prioritized that a little bit, but I think I did in most cases. In generally any case where I could get mastery, I have it here on this gear, so really not too much of a concern. You can only do so much when it comes to heirlooms. I even have, yeah, a belt of the savant, so really can't get much more like mastery stacking than that. But yeah, so I'm going to be doing that for sub rogue, all the same stuff that I use for the assassin run. And this is on the PTR. So something that I didn't really mention when I posted that I was going to be doing this run, because it wasn't kind of initially in the plan, right? When I planned to do this run, for context, this was meant to be done 2 weeks ago. So that's where, bit of backstory for people who haven't been following along, on my Discord, or I actually did some streams on Twitch. Basically, I had planned to stream or record this run, the first week of patch 10.2, along with a few other streams that I had planned. Oh, let me see. Liquid just wiped again in P3. Unfortunate. So my computer kind of completely crapped out of me. So I've been having issues with my computer for a while, or I had been having issues with my computer. I had talked about that on stream before. It got to the point where it was just impossible to deal with. So my 10.2 launch day stream, I had 3 blue screens in the middle of the stream. And I even tried to stream on Twitch later, and it blue screened again. So my computer was just not working at all. And that was already problematic, because I had random blue screens. That was the worst it had ever been. I'd never had 3 in one night, within the span of 2 hours. That was extremely bad. But when blue screens are happening, every now and then, and if it, fucks up, a pull or something, that sucks, but I can live with it. But if I blue screen in the middle of a stream, that stream is fucked completely. So effectively, I just could not stream. And I got a new computer, because can't really do my job, right, if I can't actually stream and my computer is just crashing constantly. So I finally bit the bullet. I got a new computer. I wasn't able to stream really the last 2 weeks. But it did arrive. I did a few test streams over the last week on Twitch, which I've been using for stuff like that, random little things. It's a good way to, test stuff out, do, smaller streams that I don't think I would normally want to do on YouTube. And one of the other nice things is I tested it. I am no longer getting the memory leak in Dragonflight, to my knowledge whatsoever. I have not encountered it yet on this new computer. I think it is just not an issue for me now, because obviously we knew before it was only an issue for certain people. It was certain people's computers were getting that issue. Mine was constantly. A lot of other people said they never encountered it. Well, on this new computer, I'm not encountering it, so that's great. Honestly, that is actually a time save for any 60 to 70 runs I do, which I will probably at least do 1 to 2 or so. But yeah, so that worked out well. Now I can finally do the stream, but this is on the PTR. And here's the thing about doing this test run on the PTR. Because it's on the PTR, I can dragon ride in the old world. And that has a lot of interesting implications for low-level speedrunning and just the route and stuff in general. Now, as far as I can tell, the way that this has been implemented is they've said 80% speed, which is honestly fine. It's still significantly faster than regular flying, in case that wasn't completely obvious. But it is also only unlocked when you get flying at level 30. So there was a bit of discussion in my Discord when this was initially announced to be happening of what level is it going to unlock and how that may change up the routes. One thing I can say is that any sort of questing is just automatically made faster by this existing. So the only thing that we can say for sure is that from level 30 on, and this was kind of already the case with regular flying, but even more so the case now, questing is significantly more efficient than dungeons, because this is something that, of course, only benefits you in the open world. But Lochmodan, Hillsbrad, Silver Pine Forest and stuff, these were already good zones even before this was a thing, right? Now they're just even better. They're even faster with dragon riding compared to how they were with regular flying. One amusing thing is this is actually a Druid nerf, kind of. They said they might give dynamic flying to Druid flight form. As it currently stands, that is not the case. So what that means is right now Druid flight form is really not that useful. So Yeah, I guess that means, technically speaking, right now, for 10 to 60 speedruns, maybe Monk is better? Because Druid Flight Form is one of the big reasons that it was fast, but it's kind of one of those things where we need to wait and see on how that pans out. Anyways, there's a few other, like, interesting implications of this, which, of course, we'll talk about throughout the run, in terms of, like, how I'm going to adjust the routing. The TLDR is that you never want to be doing anything after level 30 that you can't benefit from dragon riding with, basically dungeons. I'm not going to be doing dungeons in this run, just because it's on the PTR, right? But if this was a live server run, I would want to make sure I do all my dungeons as early as possible. But let me take a moment just to read chat, because I missed a handful of messages. You finished your first 10 to 60 run with my guide, and you were level 43 when I hit 60. You were at like 3 hours, 26 minutes, and you were at 6 hours. Hey, no problem. It takes time to learn the route, but I've seen a few people getting really impressive times following my route once they've made like a few different characters and practiced it. So that's definitely still a good time. And, if you keep practicing, keep doing more runs, follow along your world record, Horde run, and finish Gorgon Inspires. Nice, nice. Yeah, Gorgon Inspires are both very good to do after the fact. Even if I don't normally do them in a lot of my like world record runs, I'm getting a lot of experience from dungeons, so I'm able to cut out a lot of the stuff at the end, which saves a bit of time. Hello, Kuan. Good to see you. Hello, Avadris. Your motherboard and hard drive gave out 3 days ago, and you got a new PC on Black Friday. Nice. You had that hard drive for 15 or so years, and the motherboard for only 3. Yeah, it's definitely, after a while, like, I try to keep my, like, technology, I guess, going for as long as I possibly can. So it basically took 3 blue screens in the span of 2 hours for me to say, maybe this computer needs to be replaced. I suffered through all of Dragonflight with a shitty computer that was constantly getting memory leaks, as anyone who frequently watches my runs knows, and I did not replace it at all. Admittedly, I also was not really in a great, like, financial position to replace my computer at the start of Dragonflight. That has gotten a little bit better, so I at least feel comfortable enough replacing my computer now, to where I'm not going to be, like, worried about my money, which is good, nice, I guess, but, you know. Ah, also have to get water and coffee. Yeah. Give Druids Dragon Flying. You don't play Druid, but you like how the class plays. Oh, they are going to give it Dragon Flying. They have said almost, I think they confirmed it like 100%. They definitely said 100% they want to give Druids Dragon Flying. Like, that is something they want. I don't know if they said it is happening, we just don't know when, or they're not sure if they can. I think they said it's definitely happening. Am I going to use Anniversary Buff? Yeah. Like, this is not meant to be like a super serious world record attempt run. We're just doing sub rogue. It's just, a testing run, like a lot of these. And Echo just had a P2 wipe. I'm just gonna use Anniversary Buff because, why not? It's a rogue run anyway. It's not like it's gonna be super duper fast. I'll take whatever advantage I can get. It's not really gonna meaningfully change the route though. If anything, I shave off a little bit. In fact, honestly, it'll probably be comparable to a regular live server run because I'll be using Anniversary Buff, but I won't be able to do dungeons because this is going to be entirely on the PTR. So any gain that I get from using Anniversary Buff is pretty much going to be counteracted by the fact that I can't do dungeons, so I'm going to be losing a lot of XP there. But not really a big deal. As you enjoy leveling, or at least the speedrunning aspect, you have each class at max level. Max level, no. Level 60, yes. I have almost every class at max level. I've leveled up every class to 60. I don't think I finished getting my Warlock or Rogue up to 70. I think it's just those two. That's just because, like, I don't really play DPS. Actually, my Mage also is not level 70. Now, I have had max level rogues or mages in the past, so still the only class that I have never gotten up to max level, like when it was current, is Warlock. My Warlock is now 60, which is relatively speaking higher than it has been, because of course we did all the Warlock testing runs. Previously, I just hadn't played a Warlock, really. I made some low-level ones. But whereas I have gotten a Mage to max level before, I believe in Legion, and probably like 1 or 2 other times. Oh yeah, I also got my Mage up to max level again during BFA. And in Legion also, I got my Rogue up to max level at the time. But yeah, I do not have Warlock ever at max level. Just, I don't really play it, right? Just one of those things where if I'm not really going to play something, I don't bother. So I have a lot of max level characters, I guess, to be clear. But to give you an idea, I have like 5 druids at max level. I have like 4 monks at max level, 4 death knights, 2 warriors, and 2 demon hunters. I think that's... Oh yeah, I also have, well, a few paladins as well. And then, like, I have 1 hunter, 1 evoker, I think. Basically, a bunch of random ones. But anything that can be a tank, I have, like, 2 to 5 of it at max level. So, yeah, it's just kind of one of those things where if it isn't something that I'm actually going to play at max level, I just don't really care about getting it there, unless it was something that I used for a speedrun. But most of the speedruns I've done have been on a tank class like Monk or Druid, which is why I have like a disproportionate number of those. Or I used it for testing once, like I did a test run on my Hunter Evoker and other stuff. So, that's the reason why. Yours just wouldn't boot up the morning it conked out? Ah, yeah. I mean, that's definitely a good sign that you should get a new computer, for sure. Question, you were planning on coming back to WoW. You're wondering if you had advice for getting fully updated heirlooms. I mean, there's really not much advice that I can give. It's just a gold sink, right? I can give advice on, like, which heirlooms to prioritize, which the general rule of thumb is ones that you can use on any character. So, get the trinkets first if you can. Obviously, the WoD ones are no longer obtainable. But Unstable Elemental Confluence should be like your first upgrade, especially because you only need to upgrade it once to get it up to max. There's like Swift Hand of Justice, if you don't have the WoD trinkets, is like a good universal one. Let me just check to see. I have the Race to World First streams open in the background. I'm just switching between them. So if it does get close to a kill, I can watch. Because I'm still very excited about watching this. So I would say this should be your top priority, then Minari Training Amulet. It takes a bit of time to get. The rings, obviously, because you can use them on everybody, though they, of course, also take time to get, these two. And then, like, your cloak. Those are the ones you should prioritize first. After that, you know, just whatever you think you're going to use. If you plan on leveling a lot of leather characters, then get the leather stuff. But really, in terms of how to get all of them upgraded, it's just a gold sink. It's really all there is to it. Like, I remember we had an interesting discussion on my Discord at one point about like what the most efficient way to upgrade your heirlooms was in terms of like gold versus time walking badges. And I don't know, it's not really something that I'm personally interested in, because like you could make an argument that, you know, people's value is different from person to person. I think the universal agreement is that the early upgrades, the ones that are really cheap, you should all buy with golds, because like the relative cost from like gold versus time warped badges or any other currency is much lower for gold on like the first 2 upgrades or something. And then the general consensus is that for the final few upgrades, where it's like 5k gold a piece, those are generally more efficient in terms of time for most people to use like special currencies like time warp badges on. And if you are trying to farm time warp badges, the best way to do that would be to have a lot of alts, and then to use those alts to do like the like 500 quest at the start of every event, and just do that on a bunch of characters, you know, most bang for your buck. But I really, like I said, it's just a gold sink or a time sink in terms of farming. There's not really a trick to getting all of them upgraded. It's just kind of how it goes. What am I going to play for Season of Discovery? Well, if you look in the pinned comment, I actually have a poll. that is letting people decide what I'm playing first. Now, I will be completely honest, I feel comfortable saying this now because the polls is kind of working in my favor. I personally am most excited for Warlock tank. And I put up the poll, and with zero influence, zero bias, Warlock tank is currently winning. So I guess I feel comfortable saying that I'm happy that the thing that I was most excited for is currently winning the poll. Seems like everybody else is most excited for it too, which is great. That means that, the thing that I'm really looking forward to playing, that I've done the most research into, is also what everybody else is really excited for. Kind of not surprised, considering it was the one that Blizzard made a big deal out of. But honestly, I'm really excited for all of the new tank specs. I'm a bit less excited for Feral Druid and Prot Pally, just because the changes that they're making to Feral Druid and Prot Pally are more so like, we're giving them the things that made them viable in TBC and Wrath, they're going to have now in Vanilla, which is good, right? It's still going to be fun, because I like playing Prot Pally and Wrath. I think it's fun. I liked playing Feral Druid in TBC. They're both fun tanks to play in classic content, and now I get to do that for, like, Vanilla era, that's good. Like, I have no issues with that, but it's like, on one hand, I have already done that, right? Wait, did Liquid just wiped? Damn, another P3 wipe. I think that's just kind of how it goes. Like, right before I started the stream, Liquid had their 1% wipe, Echo really closing in, and I think that, we're going to see a bunch of early P3 wipes or before now, just because people are kind of shaking off that. That's how it always goes. You get a 1% wipe, and then it's hard to get back there. But yeah, so while I am excited for playing like Prot Pally, I will probably level up every single tank, even Warrior, on Season of Discovery, just because level cap is 25. That's literally a day. I can absolutely do that, in 1 or 2 streams per character. I will have more than enough free time going into Christmas, right? Like, I still need to do a bunch of stuff for retail rating, but a lot of the videos I had planned, I've kind of finished. There's a few more that I still need to do for 10.2. But right now, it's like, the only things that I need to do once I finish my main 10.2 stuff is I have a few miscellaneous videos, like the Warcraft Rumble review, which I'd still like to finish. I have a bunch of leveling stuff that I need to finish, but, like, the timetable on that is a little bit, like, flexible. Honestly, I might push a bit of the leveling stuff back, because with the riding changes, like with dragon riding being available for leveling content, that's kind of a big deal. So that is like 10.2.5 is basically the leveling patch, right? They're giving dragon riding to leveling. A lot of people are going to want to try that out. So whereas before I'm like, oh, I should get the leveling stuff out ASAP. Well, now I still need to do a decent bit of additional testing on how this is going to impact the route. So the leveling stuff can, it could take a backseat for a little bit. Of course, we're still doing this run right here, so I'll still sprinkle it in, but I don't feel quite as pressured to get it all done ASAP. And I can focus more on Season of Discovery. Well, so it's not level 25 max. It's, the way Season of Discovery is working is it's, level cap is 25, and then they'll be raising it, right? So it's still all the same stuff that you would normally do at 25, but they're adding, like, the new stuff. So if you haven't heard about Season of Discovery, go look into it. It's awesome. There's a new raid. They turned Black Fathom Deeps into, like, a completely revamped raid. Ashen Vale is, like, an open world PvP zone a la, like, Ashran or something like that we've come to expect from a lot of those other ones. Really cool. I'm really excited for it. But yeah, I should be able to get all 6 tanks leveled up. The poll is more so, what am I going to be playing on launch day? Like, what is my focus? And those 3 new tanks are the ones that I'm the most excited for, because learning a new tank spec and figuring out how that plays, that's going to be fun. Warlock tank especially looks crazy, because it's the first time we've ever had a true cloth tank, which is really cool. I'm very, very excited for that. And that's why I was kind of really interested in seeing how it would play. And especially because Warlock is... it has the potential to be, like, the first time a ranged tank has ever really been a thing, because it has a lot of ranged spells. And I've been saying that retail should have, like, a true ranged tank for a while. It has, like, ranged hybrid tanks. Like, Prop Halley and Brewmaster Monk have a lot of ranged abilities, and that makes them really good at kiting, because they can kind of like keep mobs at a distance, and like I can keg smash Breath of Fire and like hit mobs at the edge of my spinning crane kick, all while kiting them backwards. Same with like Prop Halleys, just jumping back and kiting with like Avenger's Shield, Bears with Moonfire stuff. But having like actual ranged abilities on a tank is really, really cool. How can you Dragon Ride here? I'm on the PTR, 10.2.5. You can Dragon Ride in the old zones, which is going to make the leveling speedrun very interesting when we get to level 30. But yeah, so I'm personally very excited for Warlock. I honestly think people are sleeping on Rogue Tank. I've seen a lot of people saying, like, Rogue Tank doesn't look very good. And I'm like, what are you smoking? Like, everybody's super excited about Warlock Tank and stuff like that. The only reason I'm not really excited about Rogue Tank right now is because a lot of the stuff that makes it good, you don't get right now. So I think Rogue Tank will still be fine at low levels. It still gets a lot of useful tools. But when the level cap gets raised to 40, I genuinely think Rogue may be one of the strongest tanks for that phase. Because they get Blade Flurry, which is nuts for, like, AoE threat, right? Rogue also gets Evasion. Yeah, so we're talking about Season of Discovery, which is coming out later this week for Classic WoW. And, like, Rogue Tank has so many tools that just, like, should not exist on a tank. Evasion as a tank defensive is crazy strong. Like, they gave Vengeance Demon Hunters Blur for a very brief period of time during the Dragonflight beta, and they took it away because it was too powerful. And Blur is like a fraction as good as Evasion is, especially in Classic, where so much damage is just from auto attacks and not even like actual boss damage abilities. Having Evasion as a major defensive is crazy. Also, you can literally just taunt swap by vanishing, and then your co-tank just picks up threat. There's so many like crazy utility things that rogues have as a tank that we just haven't seen. And there's a lot of like weird talents that rogues have had that still exist, right? Because they're not actually changing the existing talents. And I don't really think a lot of people are thinking about them just because they were never really good, because, you know, rogue normally is just a damage dealer, right? But when you look into the context of, like, if a rogue is actively taking damage and tanking a boss, suddenly a lot of these, like, niche rogue talents that are built around, like, parry and dodge and stuff are suddenly, like, really, really strong mitigation tools, and not just, like, generic DPS survivability stuff. So I think rogue will actually be really fucking good. The only thing that makes it weak at low levels in this like first bracket of Season of Discovery is we do not have any major way to hold threat as a rogue tank. So until Blade Flurry comes online, rogues have that one key weakness of not... Liquid wiped again, unfortunate. That was actually pretty close. But yeah, they have no real great way to get AoE threat, so I think they might be good raid tanks. Like, on single target, they're more than good enough, I think. So, like, for Black Fathom Deeps, they'll be fine. But for, like, dungeon tanking, they might struggle a little bit. But at level 40, when you get Blade Flurry, insane. Is an evasion susceptible to diminishing returns? Yeah, but it's, like, still kind of good. It's still a very powerful defensive tool, for sure. Like, obviously, yes, at a certain point, I think, like, there are, like, mobs will, like, your dodge gets capped. I don't know exactly how that works. It's still a shit ton of avoidance that you get, though. Really, really strong. Okay, let me read some more stuff in WoW, or in chat, because I got a long tangent about Season of Discovery. Other than personal preference, is there a race that has an advantage in speedrunning? Oh yeah, absolutely. Race is one of the biggest impacts on speedrunning, usually, in terms of, like, your decision-making. Obviously, class matters, too. Dark Iron Dwarves, their Mole Machine saves a lot of time. On Horde, Volpera is the best race by far. The only thing about Horde is Druid is... I guess this applies to Alliance, too. Druid currently is the fastest class for leveling, specifically Guardian Druid, as you can see with my world record runs. The problem with that is that the two fastest races for each faction, Dark Iron Dwarf for Alliance and Volpera for Horde, they cannot be Druids. So it creates this interesting situation of like, while technically speaking, you know, druids have a lot of advantages, they're also kind of losing out on not being able to pick the best races. So, like, let's say if Volpera could be druids, then the best race class combo by far for speed leveling would be Volpera Druid. They cannot, though. So then you have to make a choice of, like, okay, which is faster? Volpera Monk, which is the second fastest class, or Druid for something else, which at that point it doesn't really matter. Either High Mountain or Zandalari are pretty comparable. I would say High Mountain, at that point, it's like personal preference. They both have nice stuff. For Alliance, it's really straightforward. There's only one allied race that can be a Druid, so you play Koltiran if there's any stuff like that, which my current 10-70 record is Koltiran Druid, right? But yeah, that it does definitely have an impact. That's like if we're min-maxing, you know, speedrunning stuff, though. For your own personal leveling, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Just pick what you want. This is like a 5-minute time save, which a 5-minute time save for a speedrun, pretty big. For casual leveling, who gives a shit? That's like, go make a copy. It doesn't matter. Especially considering a lot of it is travel time, which you can, if you want to, throw yourself on a flight path and then walk away for a bit. But when do I start the speedrun? When I feel like it, really. Usually I start every stream off by just, you know, talking to chat, and we'll be doing a bit of setup in a little bit. I've done pretty much all the setup ahead of time, so there's really not a lot to do there. I've also done all the research into, like, what talents I want to run, so I don't need to figure that out. I did that while I was watching the Race the World first. So there's no work to do there. Oh, hold up. I actually just tabbed over to Echo's stream. I thought they were on a break. Echo is on a 23% pull right now. Oh, that's spicy. If this doesn't wipe, I'm gonna actually watch this. That is another reason why I haven't started yet. Yeah, it's all good. Ryan, you don't need to worry. I've been trying to watch the Race the World first, and I figured, you know, since it took a while for them, you know, there've been wipes over and over. I wanted to at least get this started, because I have to start the stream at some point. And I usually spend like 30 to 45 minutes anyway. This is a good chance to do that. Hey Zach, good to see you. You hope the boss does some Dark Souls shit and heals to fill for another fight. Oh, that would be crazy. You weren't interested in Season Discovery, then you saw the Mop Warlock tank form? Yeah, it looks really cool. Hello Bear Patrick, good to see you. First time catching a stream, awesome. Thoughts on Windwalker Monk for Mythic Plus? Windwalker is generally good for any AoE stuff, which, you know, Mythic Plus is usually AoE. Well, this is close. Okay, hold on. I want to watch this Echo pull. Okay, Echo is at 11% on Farok. They have 1 dead, 2 dead. Oh, seed exploded. Man, this fight is crazy. I cannot wait to do Farok. Like, so I've been pretty vocal about the fact that I think Tindril, the second to last boss, looks like a terrible fight. I do not understand how people think Tindril is good. That fight looks fucking awful. Everything about it is terribly designed. Farok, on the other hand, this fight looks sick. This is a very, 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 very cool boss fight. The only thing I worry about is it's very restrictive in terms of comp and, like, racial choices and stuff. It's rough. I personally don't mind that too much. I'm already preparing my Blood DK. Because, like, right now, unless the fight changes significantly, Blood DK is literally mandatory for Farok. Which, that never feels great. There have been fights like that in the past, but, you know, it's not awesome. Well, whatever. It is what it is. If somebody's playing Blood DK, it's me, so I need to get that ready. Which also means I'm gonna need to get my Legendary Axe, and hopefully I don't get shafted on that whenever, you know, the drops are available. And that's also one of the reasons I'm eagerly watching these kills or these pulls to see if they get a kill, because presumably when they kill the boss, the axe is going to drop, and we're going to learn about how the acquisition works, and I need to figure out what bullshit I need to deal with to get the stupid axe. So, yeah. Okay, anyway, Liquid has a good pull, but I won't, like, tab over and actively watch until then. Until, like, they're really, really close. My dad said, Mighty Harldan will be ordering a boar burger from the local tavern. Thank you. You feel like Blizz didn't do a very good job announcing it, even inside the Battle.net app? Yeah, that's true. I do think that they kind of are assuming that it's spreading a lot by word of mouth in BlizzCon, because they did a lot of announcements for it at BlizzCon. But I don't think they realize that a lot of people don't really watch BlizzCon. Or like casual players, right? Like serious people like us, we watch BlizzCon, right? Like if you're in the stream, you probably watched BlizzCon or were aware of it in the announcements. But like more so the people who don't really engage with like WoW content frequently probably weren't even aware that this was a thing that was happening. And it is a pretty major change, so I do think they should like advertise it. But maybe they're going to do that more when it actually launches. You're a level 43 Orc Rogue. Is that bad? That's fine. I don't see why that would be bad. I don't know what part about that you're asking if it's bad. No part about that's bad. Rogue's fine. You know, Orc is a fine race. How many speedrun tunes have you done? God, I don't even know. Way too many. Way too many. The other thing is, like, a lot of the speedrun characters that you see, I don't even actually have anymore. So, like, I assume when people say saw your world record, you're talking about the most recent one for 10 to 70, which is the one that's been getting, like, the most views. That's been the most popular one, because it's, I would say, my most impressive run recently. I've done, like, a bunch of records since Shadowlands, but that's, like, the current one. That's, like up to date, right? That character, I actually finished it on the PTR, so I still have that Druid. But I believe that Druid's actually on live servers only level 60. I leveled it up as like part of a different test that I did. But the character that I used for that run itself, since it was finished on the PTR, I actually didn't get to keep the leveling that I did for that. So that happens with a lot of those runs, the speedrun stuff. I do it on like a test server because I'm trying to test some upcoming stuff, and in the end, then I don't have that character long term. But I've done a bunch on live servers, so I still have a crap ton. Hard to say for sure. But yeah, crits. I honestly, I'm not a Windwalker Monk player. I know enough about Windwalker to know that right now they're not in a generally good spot, but like I'm the wrong person to ask for like detailed thoughts, especially like what are my thoughts on the Windwalker Monk set? I don't know. I don't play Windwalker right now. I haven't played Windwalker at an endgame level in quite a while. I know a Windwalker, they're in my guild, and they're doing quite well. I think my response would be generally like same thing for most specs is like, unless your spec is literal dumpster tier, which Windwalker is not. It's admittedly not in a great spot, but it's not dumpster tier. Then it's just kind of up to like what you make of it, right? If you're really good at Windwalker, play Windwalker. Up to you. Okay, hold on. Let me watch this. Liquid's on a 17% pull. They have everybody alive. I do think they use battle reses. But Liquid's been getting a lot of really close pulls. Initially, like, start of today, I thought Echo had it. Because Echo had that 1% pull that everybody was freaking out about. And then they were doing really well. And then, like, over the past 2 hours, Liquid has just been slamming these really close pulls back to back. They had... 12% wipe, and the seed explodes. This is fucking stressful, man. God damn. This is actually just nerve-wracking to watch. This endless back and forth between Liquid and Echo for like the past 6 hours. I want one of them to kill it so like I can stop watching and worrying about like what the fuck is happening here. Oh my god. Hold on, let me read chat a little bit. Favorite class to play overall? It's a tough one. I would probably say Monk. There's a lot of classes that are very close. I do think that if we're talking like which, like of all the 3 specs combined, which one do I like the most? Probably Monk. I've played Mistweaver a little bit. I enjoy Windwalker. I haven't played it at like a super competitive level recently, but I did play it in a Mythic Raid environment for a few years. And I mean, I played it a lot for speedruns. It's a fun spec. I currently main Brewmaster, right? For Amir Jasil, and I did for the end of Aberrus and stuff. So I would say overall, yeah, probably Monk, but there's a lot of classes that I enjoy. But it's more so like I enjoy 1 to 2 specs of those classes. Whereas Monk, I would say I at least to some degree enjoy all 3 specs. We appreciate the catching up with chat at the start. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. What time am I aiming for? I honestly nothing, right? There is no specific time that I have in mind. This is not meant to be like a timed. I am timing it just so we can get like a measure, but the goal here is not to get a fast time. The goal here is to test Subtlety Rogue. Because Subtlety Rogue, I guess for anybody who missed the context on this, over the past, like, it's been like almost 6 months now. Actually, I think it has been almost exactly 6 months. More like 5 or something. I don't know. Over the past like 5 or so months, I've been live streaming a shit ton of these leveling runs where they're like testing runs where I let people, like my viewers, right, vote for a spec. So I was putting up like 5 different specs. You guys vote for the one you want to see. And I slammed a ton of those runs back to back to back to back to back for months on end to test every single spec in the game. Subtlety Rogue is the final spec. This is the last spec that I have not yet tested for leveling. When I am done with this, at some point, I don't exactly know when. The initial plan was like, oh, I'm going to do this 2 weeks ago, and then I'll have the leveling tier list done, like probably right around now. And of course, because of my computer issues, that kind of got pushed back. So at some point, probably in December, I'll make the leveling tier list. I'm not sure exactly when. We'll see. But when I am done with this sub-rogue run, I will have fully tested all leveling specs in equal conditions compared to each other, and I'll be able to rate them side by side on which ones are good, which ones are bad, etc. I will say, having done all of these runs, like, aside from sub, but I've already looked into sub, Dragonflight has worked wonders in terms of making all of these specs feel very comparable. Because in Shadowlands, there were a lot of specs that just straight up would have gone into like D tier or C tier or stuff like that, you know, relative to the ones that are in like A or S. There are almost no specs that I think I will put into like a D tier. I will probably at least put it there just as a frame of reference and maybe put like 1 spec in there. But really no spec deserves to be there anymore outside of like a healing spec. Because like even the rogues, which were pretty bad before, have gotten significant changes throughout Dragonflight, and the new way the talents work give you way more flexibility when it comes to like how you choose to level up. So Dragonflight talent changes as a whole have raised every spec's power level, in many cases to be equivalent. So what you'll probably see is that in my tier list, the vast majority of specs will fall into like A or B tier, because that is like either pretty good and can do things relatively quickly, or good but lacks like a few things that make it fall behind. And it'll be a bit of a lopsided tier list, but I'm not going to be like rating everything on a curve per se. I'm going to be kind of making the tiers based on how slow or fast they are relative to like the best spec in the game. So like S tier, I've already said this multiple times, the only 2 specs that will go in S tier, this has been decided a long time ago, is Guardian Druid and Windwalker Monk, because they are definitively the 2 fastest specs in the game for leveling. That's not even a debate, and they're roughly comparable right now. Face reveal at 1 million subs, I'll do a face reveal at some point. It's not really like meant to be a secret. Face reveal is whenever I feel like it. I have not put a sub goal on that. It's just one, like I've said, one day I'll just start using a camera for streams. But yeah, not really. It's kind of just honestly whenever I decide to do that though. Because if I put like a sub goal on it, then like I'll feel pressured. Like, oh, if I reach there, it's really just whenever I'm ready to start, you know, putting my face on there, I'll do it. Until then, just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. But yeah, so basically, Guardian Druid and Windwalker Monk are S tier, and the tier list will kind of be decided on relative to those 2 best specs, how fast is everything else. So if every other spec in the entire game was only slightly slower than Guardian Druid and Windwalker Monk, then everything would go into A tier. Now, it isn't like that. How long till start? I don't know, whenever I feel like it. Probably 15, 20 minutes, let's say. 15, 20 minutes, give or take, if that gives you a good estimate. But like realistically, it's not exactly that clear cut. Every spec isn't just slightly slower than Windwalker or Guardian. But if a spec, if like there are 10 different specs that are roughly comparable in speed, that are just slightly slower than the fastest, then they will all go into A tier. And then same deal. So if I only end up putting like 5 specs into C tier and 1 spec into D tier, it's fine by me. I'm more so going to make the tier list based on like, you know, this is how efficient they are for leveling. And I think the more interesting thing is how they all compare with each other. So like, do I put Death Knight ahead of Hunter or something like that? Because I will be trying to at least split hairs and be like, and arrange the order within the tiers to be like, this is faster than this, even if they are both B tier, that kind of thing. You thought Liquid would have finished by now? Dude, I thought so too. I still have this open in my other monitor. It's been a fucking nail-biter race. They've had a lot of really close pulls. It's any man's game at this moment. So we'll see. Let's 20 points off 2K. I don't know what that was in reference to, Shellstorm. Oh, is that like PvP rating? Drizzy said, exactly, if you're aware, or even the in-betweeners and those coming back. Yeah, I would imagine that their advertisement is going to start a lot harder once the season actually comes out, though. We'll see. In terms of time, you played 2005 to 2017 and played 2 months during WoD, now back for 10.1.5. Awesome. Ryan said, did you know on YouTube tried your leveling... I'm not sure what that means, Ryan. YouTube tried your leveling guide. Like, YouTube's recommending my leveling guide? I'm not sure what that means, sorry. What do you think of leveling through the Kulturas zones 10 to 60? It's not very good. It's not bad, but BFA zones are extremely linear, I guess is probably a good way to put it. And they tend to not be super efficient. It's hard to say. Like, linear stuff is fine if there's, like, quest hubs. Like, the way that Cataclysm zones work is it's a linear progression through multiple hubs where, like, look at, Hillsbrad, for instance. You get to, like, the gate, you start that quest, you get sent to the mines, and there's, like, 5 or 6 quests to do in that area. You knock them all out, you move to, like, the Plague Fields, you knock out, like, 5 or 6 quests, like, in one sitting there. You move to South Shore, you get a ton of quests in South Shore. You move to Terran Mill, you get a crap load of quests in Terran Mill, and you do that. So it's a progression, but like you're getting batches of quests that you can complete all at once. BFA, and really this is the case for most modern WoW expansions, like I think it kind of started in Legion. Legion is actually a bit faster though, because Legion had a little bit of a looser approach, and it also has a lot of bonus objectives in Legion, which is pretty good. Makes that stuff quite fast. But BFA not so much. They started relying a bit more on world quests to like fill that void, and world quests are unfortunately random and also terrible in terms of their experience. So generally speaking, BFA stuff is not that great. It's not the worst thing though. Like, is it going to be faster than Wrath and TBC? Probably, but it's not really like that great. Let the man talk to his people. Yeah, I mean, I understand people want to watch the run, but, you know, I'm just, like, trying to get everything set up and, you know, knock all this stuff out of the way. It had a lot of stuff to talk about, right? One little bonus thing. So, a few people tuned into, like, my testing streams on Twitch when I was, like, testing out my new computer. And if you were there, you might remember that I had a DIY like wrist cushion thing, because the way my new computer is like laid out, there's a lot of space between the keyboard. So where I would normally rest my hand is like now my wrist hits like the plastic. So it was screwing my wrist, like absolutely destroyed my wrist. So I got like an old t-shirt and I got some electrical tape. And I just taped up my t-shirt into like a little cushion and then taped it to my keyboard and like made my own wrist cushion. And it actually worked quite well. I used that for 3 days or so. But I got a like memory foam wrist cushion thing off Amazon, and I'm using that now, and it is very, very nice. Also, god damn, Echo is really close to a kill, but I'm sitting in a 30-second ad. God, they really picked a terrible time for this ad. Holy hell. A YouTuber tried it. I mean, a bunch of YouTubers have tried it. Obviously, it's a fairly popular leveling guide. I guess out of curiosity, which YouTuber did you watch try it? Because I mean, I've seen a bunch that have used my leveling guide before. You're watching both of y'all. You figured they'd had it a week ago? No. This has definitely been a bit of a tough race as far as like Tindril and stuff goes. There's been a lot of stuff to get done. Oh my god, how did that not hit the seed? All right, okay, hold on. I want to watch this. This is close. Brock at 10.5% for Echo. They have, how many seeds do they have left? They have 1 seed left, I think. Yeah, this is the Apocalypse Roar. Okay, their final seed done. So now they have 8% to finish. This is literally just don't fuck up. They have the damage for this. Everybody's alive. They don't fuck up. This is a kill. Oh my god. 4%? No, 5%? Oh, man. 2.5%. Oh, this has to be it. If they don't explode right now, 1.5%. This is the new record. Sub 1%. Tank's dead. 0.3%. Oh my god, they got it. Oh my god. Well, that's it? It's over? Holy shit. That was... I wish I got to watch the entire rest of the P3, because... Damn. I guess Liquid just found out. Unfortunate. That wow. Yeah, that was like an insane race. Wow. I feel bad for Liquid because like I mean Echo, like I'm gonna be honest, I think they played better overall. But the last like 2 hours, Liquid got a bunch of insane pulls. I don't know. I feel like they just, this is something where I was actually talking to some of my guildies about this. They're like Liquid's comms at the end of their fight. I don't understand how they function like that. It's just pure chaos. And, you need to keep comms clear. And, according to what my guildie said, like, apparently they've gone on interviews before and said, like, it works for them. Oh, wait, it dropped. Okay, hold up. They're showing the loot. Firaloth the Dream Render. What is this? Okay, so the legendary is available. Hold on, let's see. Damn. Okay, so how does this work, the Firaloth thing? I muted my my output for a second because I don't want like the other stream thing to play, but I was listening to for a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna be completely honest. I was rooting for Echo towards the end. Mick Doubles, I don't know who that is. Oh yeah, I think somebody linked that video to me of like somebody tried your like that thing. Yeah, like I said, a bunch of people have tried my leveling guide. Obviously, at this point, it has 900,000 views. But I think I know the video you're referring to. I think somebody linked that in my Discord at one point. But yeah, that's cool. Damn. That's crazy. You're watching the esports Twitch stream and they keep cutting to the people. Yeah, I want to see the legendary thing. Yeah, man, I mean, like, I understand that they want to, like, show the casters and stuff, but I want to see what fucking happens. What's the deal with the legendary? How does it work? Oh, God. How am I supposed to do this run? At the very least, the race is over now. I can at least do the run now and read about the legendary later, but I at least want to see, like, generally how it works. Right? Like, it's kind of important. Wow. Legendary didn't have an icon? Yeah, well, I'm not sure how. I was assume that the question mark is because they want to prevent, like, it's some sort of data mining prevention thing, I would imagine. But yeah, I'm curious to see how that goes. Though, keep in mind that it's probably different than how we're going to acquire it, because remember that when Liquid got the Cracked Titan Gem, it was a guaranteed drop and they were able to hand it out, whereas Cracked Titan Gem for everybody else, for Evokers, was personal loot. So I would imagine that this is just a temporary thing specifically for the Race to World First. Now, since Race to World First is over, they might do class tuning. Yeah, I mean, they almost certainly will. I don't know if they'll do it this weekly reset, but very good chance that, yeah, we'll finally see class tuning. Something that, yeah, actually kind of unfortunate. Apparently, with the Evoker Legendary, according to the way that they worded it, the drops were based on if you get the kill and like, or whenever it gets killed on the next weekly reset for your region, it'll start dropping for people. Now, I'm happy that Echo got the kill, but assuming that the DK Legendary works exactly the same as that, what that could end up meaning is that if Liquid gives up now, NA may not actually be able to get their Legendary next week, which would be bad for me, because I need to start getting my DK up, and I need as many chances that stupid axe as I can get. It would be bad for a lot of us, but I don't know what Liquid's doing. Oh, they're doing pulls, so Liquid's still going. Good for them. I'm glad. Yeah, I was a little bit worried they'd give up given the whole Sepulchre situation, but it seems they're still giving this a shot. And yeah, they played really well. Those last 2 hours, like initially I'm like, oh, Echo has this in the bag. They could have killed easily at any point. Okay, so apparently it's confirmed that it's only for warriors, paladins, and death knights, so rip survival hunters. You tried so hard, but retail is just unplayable for you? Yeah, to each their own. Yeah, not for everybody. What else did I miss as for chat? And I should obviously say, you know, I said 15 minutes. Give me a little bit. I was not expecting them to kill literally right as I was about to start the run. At this point, I'm like, who knows when it's going to happen. On your 67 portion and now, you're getting griefed by the same 3 people, the starting zone and Dragonflight. Yeah, if that happens, you just got to turn off war mode. It sucks, but is what it is. Blitzel said, just want to say you're a brand new WoW player, and I've legit inspired you to play this game. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I hope you end up enjoying WoW. And Nilex, in case you're still here, you definitely have time to take a fast shower, yes. But yeah, that was crazy race for Echo. So are they showing... Are they going to show the Legendary? That's kind of a little bit lame. Oh, hold on. There's apparently a stream for the person... Okay, they gave it to Mears, I guess. and Mears is doing it? Ah, yeah, okay, so it seems like it is kind of similar to the Evoker thing. Okay, he's showing it. Wield the might of the blazing something. I can't read that. Enveloped in shadow flame. Hold on, can I? It's crit haste, which is actually not bad stats. It doesn't have the effect description. It just has some flavor text, which I assume there is going to be something. Yeah, so crit haste, honestly, not bad stats. And, oh, interesting. So it's saying visit the Azerothian archives. Oh, so according to somebody in my guild, Blizzard is literally editing this stuff in real time. Like, updating the item and the NPCs. So just to make sure. Okay, yep, same deal. You need to make 3 different crafting things. I believe Wowhead predicted this, right? Where they said it's most likely going to be these professions that can use it. Interesting. Let's see. You want some love to Ellie Shaman, hopefully? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of tuning that needs to happen. Hunters need to get nerfed, rogues need to get nerfed. Demon Hunters need to be nerfed slightly, not as much as Hunters and Rogues. And a lot of specs need to be buffed. There's a handful of specs that are lagging behind at the moment. Mirror's got the legendary, the Blood DK tank. He's streaming it now. I have his stream open. I'll throw it in chat for you guys. There we go. Mirrors TV. There you go. So he's doing the unlock quest at the moment. It looks like it's basically just the Evoker legendary quest. Not really surprising. They did say this is pretty much how it would work. So you get the thing that starts the quest, and then it's just go talk to 3 different people. I would imagine that when he turns these things in, he's gonna get like the teach a person of this profession how to craft whatever item. I should also note, I hope they never, ever, 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 ever do this legendary system again. This sucks ass. I really do not like this whole craft your legendary thing. It's not interesting. It's technically not the worst legendary system they've ever done if we're counting Shadowlands legendaries, which I mean, they weren't even really legendary. Shadowlands legendaries were like embellishments, right? But this is, I don't know, it's pretty bad. I guess like Warglaves of Azeroth and stuff is worse in a sense, but I don't really like this. If it was something where it was like guaranteed after you complete a quest line and you had to craft it, fine. But the idea that you have to get a random drop and then invest like a shit ton of gold into something that is objectively best in slot for anybody that can use it is just not really fun. So obviously Evokers now are replacing their legendary, which a lot of Evoker players I know are actually kind of pissed off about that. Because imagine being told that you need to spend like thousands of golds to upgrade your legendary and get that stuff, and then now it's just, oh, replace it with like a generic purple item at higher level. That kind of sucks. Thankfully, I do know for a fact that the devs have heard that feedback. I don't know if they're actually going to act on it. I just know for a fact that a developer has heard that feedback from some Evokers I know and has said, that's a good point. I'll bring that up. So what route do I have in mind? We're doing the standard route. The only thing that'll change is I'll have dragon riding for level 30 plus, which should make things a little bit interesting. Interesting. Radiant Flecks of Ash. Oh. This is interesting. Here comes the Wowhead articles. Oh, wait, so it's not crafted stuff? Huh. So, one of them requires you to do super bloom activities. That's interesting. I didn't get a good look at what the Radiant Ash thing dropped from. Echo number 1? Yeah. Oh, we're talking about that right now. That and the Legendary. Yeah, I was watching that as it happened. This is on the PTR, yes. Sir Lashkanov said, caught my stream, watched a lot of my vids. You're the real MVP to leveling content. Awesome. Glad to hear you think so. Taking him forever to craft it? Yeah, it'll... We'll see how long it takes to finish that stuff. It's horrid, but the idea was interesting. Yeah, I mean, it looks like, based on these quests, it may not actually be a crafted thing. And maybe it's actually, like, you just need to do world activities, and you get all the items. In which case, that's actually much better. Random mobs in the Emerald Dream. Huh. Okay. I like that a lot more. Yeah, I can also unmute my audio output now that I'm not actively watching this. So what is this? Yeah, okay, so powerful foes in the Emerald Dream. I'm guessing that's rare mobs? Or could that be elites? Huh. Yeah, so I saw the Super Bloom one and the random mobs in the Emerald Dream, or powerful foes in the Emerald Dream. I did not see Radiant Flecks of Ash. That one I still don't know what it's supposed to drop from. Interesting. Yeah, I will like this a lot better if it is not the, like, spend a shit ton of gold. Though who knows, maybe that's like part 2 of the crafting thing. I don't know if he showed it. I'm not going to also sit here and wait forever to see if he does show it. At a certain point, we're just going to have to go on with the stream. But, you know, is what it is, obviously. Literally, world first kill just happened. I kind of want to see how this all plays out, right? How's Liquid doing? Liquid is in P2. Huh. Let's see. Okay, Mirrors is back on. I'm gonna have to also, pretty much the moment I finish this leveling run, which hopefully it doesn't take too long, because I do have a lot of work that I need to get done on both videos and, like, in-game stuff. I'm not gonna lie, I have been spending way too much time procrastinating over the past few days playing Shogun 2 Fall of the Samurai, which is a game that I've been playing, like, for years, and it just felt like playing it again, so I just reinstalled it after I got my new computer, and then I just, like, started playing a bunch of campaigns. It's a really fun game. But it's a type of game that you can just lose days in. It's really long and involved, so I've been spending a lot of time doing that, and honestly, considering how many videos I put out, like, over the past month or so, I think I deserve, like, a 1-week break, especially while I had to replace my computer anyways. Alright, yeah, I think at this point it looks like they're just kind of figuring out the legendary stuff. There's not really much interesting stuff to watch at this point. I'll probably just close the stream, and later on I'll probably just check out, like, a summary on how the thing worked out and see for myself. Though, like I said, I really do hope Liquid manages to get this kill, because if they don't, and Blizzard doesn't, like, change their description for this, we may end up in a situation where North America isn't able to get their legendary until, like, an entire weekly reset after, which would really, really suck. So, really hoping Liquid manages to sneak this one in. Also, let me drop my... I had my my chat on a second monitor, so I'm just moving this around real quick. Yeah, I'm doing this run of the PTR. This is what's different than live servers. This is the main difference. Which is going to... It's actually a pretty significant difference, right? In terms of, like, sub-rogue stuff, nothing is different. It's exactly the same, like, class design. But as far as the run is concerned, this is going to make a big impact on, like, speed and general, like, you know, what we do. Yeah, pretty fucking cool. I'm curious to see how that's going to pan out. Mirror's view count skyrocketing? Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes when you're the one getting legendary, right? Let me, I'll keep his, stream open in the background just in case there's, like, some interesting revelation that I can see. I guess I am curious, like, how many super blooms you need to do. Like, if it's only 1 or 2 super blooms to get the, or I imagine it's more than 1 or 2, but if it's, like, you just need to get items from the super blooms, you don't actually need to complete a bunch of them, could be interesting. We'll see. How's Liquid doing? Oh, Liquid's in P3. They could kill. Well, let me just see what comments I missed. Do I have any more new player guides planned? What do you mean by that, Blitzels? Because, I mean, I try to aim all of my guides at, like, new or, like, intermediate players. So, I guess, something that would, like, help for me, right, is because I always try to make guides for that. What kind of guide would you want? Like, what are you struggling to understand as a new player that you think you could use a guide for? Because that would help me figure out, like, oh, maybe that's something that I could cover. Or maybe I already have a guide for it. And I can just direct you towards that. Am I still raiding 2 Sharp? Yes, of course I remember you, 2 Sharp. I am still raiding. I'm not leading a guild anymore, so I'm no longer running my own raid team, 2 Sharp. But I am tanking for a guild. I don't know what your experience is recently, because it's like, I'm not like in a world first guild, but I know, like, well, I mean, I remember the last time I played with you was, I believe, BFA, right? So I don't know what your experience since then has been, but yeah. Let's see. I knew you were a Total War player. I remember seeing one of your characters called Miao Ying. Yeah. I've uploaded like 1 or 2 Warhammer Total War videos, like, every now and then. Damn, Liquid wiped. But yeah, no, I love Total War. I've been playing Total War since, like, the historical titles. Like, my first ever Total War game was, for better or for worse, Empire Total War. Way back when I was fairly young. And I've tried Rome. I've never played Medieval 2 just because, like, I didn't start until after Medieval 2 was out, and I just never got around to it. It was kind of an older game. I might try it for fun at some point. I did try Rome, and I could never really get into, like, the old Total Wars. Like, I always liked the gunpowder eras, so I played a crap ton of Empire Total War. I played Napoleon a decent bit, and I really like Shogun 2. I would say, overall, my favorite historical one is definitely Shogun 2. I like even the base game of it. Like, even though it's a more, like, older historical, like, setting where there's, like, not really guns and stuff, I, generally speaking, like the gameplay of that. But I definitely prefer Fall of the Samurai. Like, the gunpowder eras and stuff, like, the way the strategy for that works, I find to fit, like, my personal playstyle a lot better. I just really, really enjoy that. Like, having gun lines and cannons and stuff. And especially in Fall of the Samurai, you get, like, naval bombardments and stuff. It's crazy. I love it. But Warhammer is, like, that dialed up to 11. So while I did play a lot of the historical titles, Warhammer definitely, when I started playing that, is what really gripped me, because that, of course, you know, in case it wasn't obvious based on the fact that I said I like the gunpowder historical Total Wars, Skaven is my favorite race for Total War Warhammer. By far. Icket Claw is my favorite faction leader, and it's not even close. Thank you. What is... Ah, clever. Thank you. Two Serp said, haven't played much at all. You're trying to get back into raiding and Mythic? Yeah. I mean, it generally, like, especially when you're, like, getting back in, it takes time and stuff. You did a 24. Actually, that's quite good. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like, hey, if you have some recent experience, I'm not gonna, like, never say never. You're welcome to apply. But I will say, generally speaking, they are pretty picky, because, they have every right to be. But I'm glad to hear that you're back in the game too, Sharp. Either way, I'm glad to hear that. Let me see. He needs 50 rares. Oh, it's 50 rare kills? Sheesh. That's a lot. How many super blooms is it then? Because if it's 50 rares... Wait, oh! He has to disenchant 20 epic items. Kill... What's the number of rares for the legendary? That's a fucking lot. Wait, what? You have to kill 50 rares, disenchant 20 epic items, and... I guess in 15 minutes we'll find out what the Super Bloom thing is. That's a lot, though. Now, is it only rares? Or does it apply to any elite characters? Because all it said is a powerful foe in the Emerald Dream. That could technically mean elites as well. And there are a handful of those. A content creator cares about his audience when he spends an hour chatting with all of us? Yeah, I mean, I have spent a lot of time before starting streams in the past. Also, I'm eating French fries. My dad just brought me food. I guess they ordered something. Do I love Volpera? Yeah, I like Volpera. I have nothing against them. No. Too Sharp. I said I'm not in a World First guild, to be clear. We're still, like, high up there. We take our, like, ratings seriously, but not, like, World First. Like, no overtime, none of that stuff. Just 3 days. Stick to our schedule, etc. You're very eloquent and rarely use filler words in your guides and walkthroughs. I'm glad to hear you think so. That is very much something that I strive to do. Something that I do that a lot of other people don't is I script every single one of my videos, pretty much. Every single one of my guides. If it's like a kill video or something, I'm just going to put footage there. But if it's a guide, every single word of that is scripted. I write it out, I review it, I shorten it. I'm like, okay, how can I condense this information as much as possible? And, like, can I rewrite sections to make it clearer, use less words, etc.? My favorite expression is, I forget who said this. I think it's like there's debate in history, like, who said this phrase. But there's a popular historical phrase of, if I had more time, I would have wrote a shorter letter. And I love that phrase. It's exactly what I try to do with a lot of my videos. I spend a shit ton of time trying to basically condense the information as much as possible in a way that is still very easy to understand. And that takes time. It's actually harder in many cases to make a shorter video. So that's generally what I go for. So I'm glad to hear that you think that. It's insane how much better the special effects and stuff was in Fall of the Samurai compared to Warhammer. Yeah, especially because Warhammer came out after. Fall of the Samurai, the special effects look fantastic. The guns and stuff, and, like, when a gun line fires off, like, the smoke is, like, drifting across the battlefield, like, where the guns were fired. It looks super realistic for something that came out, like, when did Fall of the Samurai come out? Fall of the Samurai release date. It's like 2012. Over 10 years ago. And it has insane graphics for something that came out in 2012. Holds up to this day. Horde or Alliance for speedruns? I've done both. They're roughly comparable. And yeah, so Too Sharp, I will say, well, 3500 IO, that is very good. Don't get me wrong. Generally speaking, IO alone is not enough to get you into a Mythic Guild. Because, like, it's all well and good to be good at doing dungeons, but it is a very different. I would say a very different. It is definitely a different skill set to a degree between raiding and doing dungeons, right? Just because you're able to do like High Mythic Plus doesn't necessarily mean you'd be cut out in a raid environment. And there's like, obviously, I know you a little bit, but admittedly, we haven't raided in years, right? But well, I do know that like you fit in with like the team I had at the time, right? There's a lot of factors when it comes to rating. A lot of stuff is also like personality things. So guilds won't automatically be like, oh yeah, this guy is a high IO, let's get him in. Usually, I mean, that's why a lot of guilds like higher up have interviews, not just because they want to get like a gauge of your performance, but a lot of times like personality as well. Would you be a good fit, right? Because in a Mythic Plus dungeon, you're in the key for 30 minutes tops usually. Like, if it goes really bad, it can be like an hour or something, but usually if you're pushing high keys and things are clearly going bad, the group just disbands. In a raiding environment, you're locked in there with people for like hundreds of pulls. So there is a big concern on like, is this person the type of person who can actually like play well over hundreds of pulls and not like have really bad off nights where they're just tunneling and ignoring mechanics and stuff and holding back prog? Are they the type of person who will get tilted and frustrated and stuff like that? So while, like I said, 3,500 IO, very good. I don't know if that is necessarily enough to just immediately get a raid spot. But I mean, hey, it helps, right? Definitely a good thing to put in your raiding resume. You have little to no access other than pugging game logs. Yeah, no, I feel that. I mean, the reality is it's same thing as always, like in any game. You just gotta find out like a guild at the starting thing that is willing to take a chance on you, and then get some experience in, get some logs, and then stuff like that, right? Like, I've been raiding every single tier for God knows how long, since Legion. And when I apply to a guild, right, I have that entire history of raiding consistently at like a high mythic level for years and years and years and years. So like, I have that track record. I've come back on tiers like late in the middle of it, and just, I have 4 years of experience where, even if I don't have a ton of experience in this current tier, I can say, look, I've killed like all these bosses over the years. I've raided in like a lot of higher guilds, and it gives people who are like recruiting more assurance, right, that this is like a good pick for them, Also, Liquid is back in P3. They're doing pretty good there. There's still non-pug casual guilds confined in East or West Coast if you want to play earlier or later. Yeah, oh, for sure. Let me scroll up a little bit because I did miss a handful of messages there. At a certain point soon, I will start this run. It's just, honestly, right now, while I'm still waiting for, the whole Race to World First stuff to settle down, and there's, like, a lot of messages now. I think, what I think happened here is a bunch of people started talking right after the Race to World First ended, so I think a lot of people were like me, and they were, like, hooked on the Race to World First streams, watching every second of it, and then they bounced over to my stream the moment it was done. But I want to make sure I respond to all this stuff. And also, this is, like, not going to be a super long run, so I'm not in any big rush to start it, even if I did start the stream a bit late. No one really told me or hinted at dungeons, so you did the 60 to 70 content without doing dungeons in Dragonflight. That's fine, honestly. I would say leveling your first time, you shouldn't have to do dungeons at all. That's not a concern at all. You don't know how gear works and upgrading it. That's a good point. I had a video planned for, like, generally speaking, how gear upgrades work, and it was one of those things where, like, I put out a video, like, about a week ago on, it was like 2 weeks ago at this point, on how to get 450 tier sets from Aberrus. And, oh wait, ooh, Liquid's actually, hold on, let me watch this. They're close to a kill. POV is dead. Brock's at 4%. Dryny's about to go down. Oh no, the stream is buffering. Wait. 3%. They have 3 dead. Seed exploded. Damn. That was really close. Almost had it. Yeah, so I made a video on how to get 450 tier sets. Initially, that was going to be like I found out about the 450 tier set thing while doing research for a like larger video on exactly that topic, like explaining how the upgrade system works. I do have I'll link it in chat for you if I can find it real quick. I do have an older video when it was first introduced, upgrade system. Here we go. The best used WoW's item upgrade system. It's now unlisted, but that should work for you. I threw it in chat there. So that is like the that was made back in 10.1 when the upgrade system did first come out. Oh, you did watch that. Okay, cool. Yeah, and admittedly, there's only so much I can do to explain the terminology because like that's one of those things where it is difficult to strike that balance. I don't PvP content. I don't do PvP content at all, sorry. Not really something I'm interested in. Yeah, because the thing about that is, generally speaking, a lot of like basic terminology, like 90% of the player base is familiar with. So it's like, if I sit down and explain in a video, this is what this like basic terminology thing means, a lot of people will be like, yeah, I already get it, and like fast forward through it. And it like I try to basically strike a balance on presenting the information in like an easy to understand way that applies to the vast majority of people. And I figure if there's like a smaller thing that somebody doesn't understand, like I'm always very active in like comments and stuff. If somebody leaves a comment, 99% of the time I read it. There's rare times where YouTube doesn't show it to me, which is the only time I won't respond to a comment if like I literally can't see it. But if I get notified that somebody left a comment and asked the question, I respond to like almost everything. So I figure worst case scenario, if there's like a new player who really doesn't understand this basic thing, they can ask, I can answer, we're good. But it is always good to know when somebody's like, this thing did not make sense to me, and I'm like, okay, maybe that is something I can explain next time. And let me see, what else did I miss from your messages? You don't know how raid lockouts might work. You come from Lost Ark, Black Desert. It's a bit different for you. You've also played Final Fantasy XIV. So interesting you should say that about how would a new player get into raiding, what would your gear progression look like, and how do you know you're at endgame? So, a lot of good questions there. I actually have... This is something where I've made, like, catch-up videos on gearing. Like, how to get gear to get you into a place where you're, like, safely in the endgame. Technically speaking, the endgame starts when you hit level 70. Whenever you hit max level for the current expansion, which right now is level 70. If you get to 70, you are, technically speaking, in the endgame. Though there are, of course, varying degrees to that, right? Like, are you doing Mythic Plus? Are you doing raiding? Are you doing normal, heroic, or Mythic raids? Like, different people have different definitions of what is truly the end game content. A lot of people will say, like, super blooms are end game content because it requires level 70 to do. A lot of other people will say, well, super blooms are casual open world content. It's not truly end game, quote unquote, content. It's a bit subjective. That's why I said, technically speaking, you hit level 70, you're in the end game. Now, as for how to get into raiding, like what your general progression of like, you know, upgrading your character will look like, I want to make a video series on that. So I'm glad that you said that. It's one of those things where it's a hard thing to cover because how to get into raiding is very different for everybody. Because the easiest way on how to get into raiding is find a guild that you like, join that guild, and raid with them. And that is an extremely simplistic way to describe how to get into raiding that, like, a lot of people just can't do, especially people with, like, social anxiety or people who just really aren't comfortable with the game enough to, like, join a guild and, you know, actually progress with them. So it's one of those things where, like, well, I can say, objectively speaking, that is the best way to get into raiding. It's a bit difficult, so a guide on how to get into raiding wouldn't just be like, this is how you do XYZ. Like, I've made gearing guides, catch-up guides, because it is a very simple thing to say, this is how you get the best gear, right? Like, I have a video right now, which is a little bit out of date because it was made back in patch 10.1.5. and I am planning on updating this, but it's how to get caught up in Dragonflight. Has 100k views at this point, and I made a similar one at the start of Dragonflight, and I will be making another one at some point soon-ish, whenever I get around to it. It's like something that I want to do, but I like to make sure those videos are really well detailed. Like this was a 19-minute completely scripted, detailed video, and I even made like little addendums to it, like with the Dream Surge thing. So that stuff is... It's a complicated process getting all that information together, like what is the most optimal way to gear. Once I have that information, I can make a very detailed step-by-step guide. Do this if you want to get the best catch-up gear. But taking that catch-up gear and bridging the gap into joining a raiding guild is a process that will look very different to a lot of different people. So that is the type of thing where I would love to make a video series on that, but it's a complicated subject. So it's going to be something that is like, I do maybe in the downtime. And we're going to have a lot of time now. Like, this is the last patch of the expansion. A lot of the other upcoming patches aren't going to be super content heavy. And we're going to have, like, a faded season. So I have, like, basically an entire year of flush time before, like, you know, beta testing for War Within comes out, where I can make, like, miscellaneous videos like that. And I think that is definitely a great contender. But in case you think of anything else that you would, like, you know, be curious about, obviously I have a Discord. I try to be active in there. There's a lot of other really helpful people in there who have been answering questions. Like, that is a solution, but also I'd love to hear any things that you think I would love a guide for this, because I'm always looking for new topics that I can cover to help people out. That applies to anybody else watching. If you have, like, an idea on this is something I think may be helpful, would love to hear it. Yeah, you can understand the complexity. Yeah, it would be... Because I would want to make sure I covered, like, all the different paths that you could take to get into raiding, to make sure it, like, appeals to a wider audience and is, like, more useful than just join a guild, lol, that kind of thing. I don't have, like, a video idea channel, per se. I read my Discord actively, right? So, posted it literally any channel, and I will read it, right? Oh, wait. It's... Someone in my guild just posted the tooltip for the legendary. Unleash the Rage of Faerlina to charge towards your target. Oh, it's a charge effect. And swing repeatedly, dealing 570k Shadow Flame damage over 3 seconds to all who would stand in your way. Oh! 2-minute cooldown? Okay. So it's a 2-minute cooldown charge that does big AoE damage. Well, first off, Death Knight stonks right there. And, like, mobility on a Death Knight? Oh. Okay. Also, on equip, your attacks apply a Mark of Faerlina, dealing 31k shadow damage over 15 seconds. Upon activation, Faerlina draws in the flames from all marks to increase its damage by 10%. So... Okay, so your auto attacks have a chance to... Or, wait, is it... It says applies, doesn't say chance to apply. Is this guaranteed? That's insane. This thing looks busted as hell, if this is actually what it is, which this looks legit. So your attacks apply a dot to people, which lasts 15 seconds, and then when you use the activatable charge that does AoE damage, every single mark that you have gets consumed, it sounds like, to increase the damage of the on-use effect by 10%. So if you can, like, quickly apply the dot to multiple targets, you can get, like, a 50% thing. Assuming it stacks. It doesn't actually say on here that it stacks or not. That sounds crazy. Oh. That is way cooler than I thought it would be. Damn. Oh, wait. Wowhead has an article. Does this have more information? Oh, yeah. No, Wowhead literally datamined it. Okay, yeah, so it's confirmed. Holy fuck. That's so cool. The fact that it has mobility tied to it as somebody who's going to be playing Blood DK. God, that is spicy. Alright, that's a cool legendary. I'm happy with that. Yeah. I will say, I'm not going to be reading the Discord much while I'm streaming, just because obviously I want to focus on this, but Generally, if I'm not streaming, I'm always checking the Discord. Sometimes, like, I will read everything posted in the Discord no matter what. If I don't respond, it's either because, like, I have nothing to say. If somebody asks a question and nobody else answers it, I will respond, right? But if there's just general discussion that I have nothing to contribute to, I won't chime in. Or if somebody asks a question that, like, another person answers in, like, the exact way that I would, I will usually just, like, put a thumbs up emoji, basically saying, I read this, yep, this is correct, like, I agree with it, kind of thing. Can you use that in PvP? Ooh. I mean, I don't know, but it sounds busted. DK is getting an additional gap closer on a 2-minute cooldown? Ooh. God damn. I am fucking excited. That looks nuts. So, any Ret Paladin, Arms Warrior, Fury Warrior, nobody's dooming Blood DK. It's really good. But any of the other ones, if you're dooming that, maybe change your mind, because that looks broken. Anyways, let me try to quickly read through the rest of chat that I missed. I should also note, I kind of skimmed over this, Blitzels, but as for raid lockouts, that's something that I probably wouldn't make a video on just because it's like a kind of topic that there are like descriptions of it if you Google it. Raid lockouts are a little bit confusing. Basically, most raid lockouts are flexible, as in, like, you know, you join, if you kill a boss, you just can't get loot from that boss until the weekly reset. The weekly reset is on Tuesday, so it's here for NA. It is Wednesday for Europe. I don't know the exact times for Europe. It's like 10 a.m. on Tuesday for NA. I think it's like, I don't know, it's like 11 p.m. for me in North America when the weekly reset is for Europe, just because I have like some European friends, and I know that they're always talking about the weekly reset when it's like 11 p.m. for me on a Tuesday. So that's like the European time. And then, like, whenever the weekly reset rolls around, all of your raid boss kills, you can get loot from them again. Like heroic, normal, all that stuff is flexible. So if you join a group and you only kill like 2 out of 9 bosses, you can join a group for the other 7 bosses and do that. A Mythic is the only lockout that's a little bit confusing. It is ID based, so you get like your own set instance, and you cannot like raid with one group and then like join a different group another time. You are locked to the same instance that you joined until the next weekly reset. So it's a little bit complicated, but like if you look up how does the Mythic lockout work for World of Warcraft, I'm sure there's going to be like a bunch of descriptions on like how that works somewhere. 1 second. Just trying to... I do want to make sure I eat my food at some point before it gets completely cold. So I'll probably do that really quick after I finish catching up on chat before I start the stream. I can do that while I mail everything over. What else? Should you focus on getting drafts with the 19% buff active as a new player, or just run with the 19% and be happy? I mean, it stacks, right? So I think it really just depends on how you value your time, right? Like, if you're able to farm drafts without, like, too much downtime, then yeah, sure, it's a free 10%. The 19% is also good, but the buffs do stack, so if you are able to get draft of 10 lands, there's no reason not to do so. It just entirely depends on your own priorities and what you view as like valuable use of your time. Oh, the Super Bloom's up. So Mears is doing the Super Bloom. Curious to see how much he gets as progress on his quest. What else did I miss? I helped you get back into the game, and your return boost was given to your Druid, and then you used my guide to hit 60 on a Warrior a couple days later. Awesome. I started WoW back in 2005 when I was very young. Actually, no, 2004. I started WoW basically like a few months after it came out, though I was like, I know I was 5 years old when I played WoW. I forget if I started in 2004 or early 2005, and I mostly played WoW when I was like 5 or 6, really young. And I played with my dad because he was the one who got me into it, obviously, because I didn't just happen to discover WoW as a 5-year-old. But I played like on my dad's account when I was 5, and then I got my own account when I was like 7 or 8, and I've been playing WoW pretty consistently ever since. I didn't start raiding until Miss of Pandaria when I was like 13, though, and I've been playing the game like fairly consistently since then. But it wasn't until I went to college during like the start of Legion that I really started like trying to get into raiding and doing like mythic progression and stuff like that. I didn't have time in high school, obviously, to raid. At least not seriously. Mostly just my schedule was way too volatile to like seriously commit to a raid team. But when I'm in college and I can plan my time kind of freely, that's when I started doing that. I was rogue now after the rework. It's still the weakest leveling class, for sure, but it is not as weak as it was before. A lot of its weaknesses have been shored up. You started in BFA when you were 9? Awesome. Definitely good to see other people also got into WoW when they were younger. A lot of people are really surprised when they hear that I started playing WoW when I was like 5 years old, but yeah, this game has been basically my entire life. Like one of the first games I played. Technically, the first game I ever remember playing was Battle for Naboo, and the first game that like I distinctly remember and have actually gone back to and played was Indiana Jones: The Emperor's Tomb, which holds up amazingly well. I actually, that game came out like a long time ago. I have it in my Steam library somewhere. Let me find it. Yeah, here we go. So it's actually on Steam now. It's a really good game. Like, it's kind of one of those things where a lot of times you go back to older games and it just doesn't hit the same way that it did when you were younger. But, like, a few years ago, according to my Steam library, I last played it in 2020, so sometime around, like, the COVID stuff. I found it on Steam, I reinstalled it, and I beat the entire game again, and it was still just as good as I remembered it, despite being a game that came out, like, 2003 or something. It's really old, but it really does hold up. Fun game. And I would recommend it to people. How much is it on the Steam store? It's $2, right? Holy shit, it's actually on sale. Yeah, $2 right now in the Steam store. Actually, I would just recommend getting that. Really, really, really good game, especially if it's $2 fucking. Yeah, let me try to speed read some of these other messages, and then the rest of the ones that I don't get around to, I will respond to during the run. Let's see. And yeah, I usually, like, the way I approach, like, making videos and stuff is, like, I generally have a topic first, right? So, obviously, there's something I know I want to cover, and I have a general idea on, like, in my head how it's going to go. And then as I start doing testing and getting footage and stuff, sometimes, like, I realize that one of my initial assumptions was wrong, and so I edit my original plans. There are times when I do testing and I find like this cool thing. Actually, great example of that. So that was kind of why I was saying it in the first place. I was initially making a early season like gearing guide for patch 10.2, and last week or 2 weeks ago, I guess at this point, I was doing a bunch of testing for that, trying to figure out like how to gear up my Death Knight as quickly as possible, and I was gearing up my Death Knight and using that as a framework for the video. So I was testing a bunch of stuff, I was jotting down notes, I had like a little outline, which then I will convert into like a full script, and while I was testing Dream Surges and Time Rifts, because I knew that they got updated, out on a whim, I'm like, let me try to catalyze this, and I realized, holy shit, this gives the Aberrus bonus and it costs nothing, and you can upgrade this to 450. So I had like a early season gearing guide roughly half done that I probably would have posted like a few days later. And I talked to a bunch of my friends and I'm like, okay, so I'm working on this video, but I just discovered that you can get 450 tier sets by using like these specific items and catalyzing them. That's kind of massive. And I really want to make sure that people know about it, but it's gonna be part of a video that I probably won't have out for a few days. And I asked them what they thought I should do, and they were all just like, fuck it, send that video now. Just like, that's kind of important info, make it a separate thing, knock it out like later today, and you can make the gearing guide later. So that's exactly what I did. So I posted that video just on the 450 tier sets, and it like basically got like ripped out of the like original video. A lot of times though, like that was kind of a special case where it was a really interesting trick, and it was time sensitive because I wanted to make sure people didn't waste their currency on items that like they couldn't catalyze. I wanted to make sure people knew about it before the next week so they could plan ahead with their gearing. So that was kind of like, oh shit, this is important. I need to make sure people know about this ASAP. A lot of times though, when I'm doing testing, I'll find like, you know, a little cool trick that isn't super important, but still nice to include, and then I'll add it to like my outline, and then eventually it ends up in the script as like a little bonus note, something like that. Or a lot of times I'll like send my script to like one of my friends and be like, hey, is there anything you think I'm missing? And they'll be like, oh, you know, whenever I'm gearing an alt, I think it's really important to understand XYZ thing. Maybe include like a few sentences about like what you should do for, I don't know. Like I'm just giving an example, but that has been something that my friends will do. They'll be like, maybe add some information about this. And I'm like, okay, yeah, good point. And I'll include like a few lines about that. That's generally how I approach like making those types of videos. You love the naval bombardments during Fall of the Samurai Sieges? Yeah, absolutely. They're really fun, especially when they like hit a gatehouse or a wall and it just explodes and all the units go flying everywhere. Ah, oh, beautiful. To your eyes, WoW looks the same as it did in 2004. You blame your worsening eyesight, and astigmatism? I don't know what that means. And lack of wearing glasses, but hey, yeah, I feel that though. It does have a very stylized appearance for sure. Okay, so it looks like Mir's got 3 out of 200 Shadow Dream Leafs from his Super Bloom. Oh boy, that's gonna take a while. Alright, I hope Blizzard tunes that, because I'm gonna be honest, I'm not looking forward to farming that many Super Blooms just to get my Legendary, whenever I do get it. Let's see. You saw your gear rating and was going to ask for one for PvP, but that seems straightforward. Yeah, I will never make PvP related videos. It's just, so I don't like to make videos on things that I'm not really knowledgeable about. I don't really like to feel like I'm talking out of my ass. And it's also like, I also don't really want to make videos on things that I don't really enjoy. There have been times where I had an idea for a video, but then like as I was doing testing for it, I'm just like, this isn't fun. Like I'm not enjoying this. Like sometimes I'll make videos on like farming methods that are really good, but there have been times where I'm just like, screw it. I'm not enjoying this grind at all. I'm just not even going to cover this. Depends really on the situation, but yeah, I really only make videos, like, I'll make exceptions if I think it is very useful. Sometimes I'll push through and be like, I know that people will find this helpful, even if I'm not having fun making this video. But obviously, if I'm completely miserable, you know, recording a certain video, I'm just not going to make it, right? And I already know that I would not have fun doing PvP, so I'm just not going to worry about that. Do you still have spreadsheets for Bisc gear and what your stat weights would be? You saw an add-on called Simulation Craft. So the way Simulation Craft works, because I have it, right? I don't know if I have it on the PTR. I'll check. I think I do. I think we can show it. I just drag. It's on one of these buttons. This is SimC. So the way that SimC works is you click this, it gives you a big string. I can click Control-C. And then there's a website called RaidBots. So just like Google RaidBots. And then you'll see RaidBots, optimize your WoW characters. You click on that. It gives you a bunch of options. Generally speaking, the one that you want to use is Top Gear. This is what most people are going to get use out of. And then there's a load. It says load from SimC add-on. You click in the big, like, blank gray box. You Control-V, the thing that you copy-pasted from SimC. And then it gives you like a list of all of your gear. And then you can click here. So if like on here, if I wanted to, I could compare the damage of Sunless Cowl and it's showing me, where is it? This thing, my heirloom item. I could sim the damage difference between these two items. Obviously, not going to with this character. But that's generally how it works for simming these days. That's the easiest way to do it. And generally speaking, BIS spreadsheets and like BIS lists are not necessarily a thing, just because it depends. Usually the way that it works from most specs is you have a few best in slot items. So like right now, my best in slot trinkets on a Brewmaster monk are, I can open up the Mirror Soul thing. So my best in slot trinkets are the Bandolier off of Gira, Bandolier Twisted Blades. It is also Ferox Tainted Rage Heart and Cataclysmic Signet Brand. This stuff. Trinkets are pretty set in stone. I think on AoE, like the Twisted Heart is better. On single target, the Signet Brand and the Bandolier are better. The exact combo is a little bit difficult to like measure and stuff like that. It just depends. That's the kind of thing. Just sim it, right? Figure out which one is best for you. And that is like the biggest difference to your damage. This is specifically for Brewmaster. Your exact trinkets will vary. A lot of people really want this thing, Augury of Primal Flame. And then another thing that a lot of times will come up is weapons. So to give you an idea on how cursed Brewmaster is right now, one of our weapons that we want to use is this thing, Thorncaller Claw. Okay, makes sense. That logical. It's an agi weapon. It has a really good proc effect, really strong. Thing about this is it's unique equipped, so you can only have one of these. So Brewmasters have a Thorncaller Claw in one hand. Now, is there another one-handed weapon that is at a similar power level? Well, yes, there is. Unfortunately, it's this thing. Golak the Final Conflagration, which you may notice it has strength. And that doesn't matter. Brewmasters currently want to use a strength weapon in their offhand because it is still good due to the proc effect. It's cursed as fuck. So that is generally speaking like the basis of gearing for any spec. Like I would say that the most important things is obviously you want your 4-piece. These days, every single spec wants their 4-piece. Like back in the day, some specs wouldn't want their 4-piece. They'd only want 2-piece. These days, it's always you run your 4-piece. It's generally tuned to be the case. So you have your 4-piece, you have one offs piece that like that's the one that has bad stats. You don't really want to run that because there's 5 pieces total, but you only need 4 to complete a set. So that's always used. Then you always have, usually most specs have a weapon that is pretty good for them. Whether it is Golak, or if we look at all classes, Golak, Rashon, Vakash, these have special effects. One we talked about earlier, Thorncaller Claw. There is a staff off Nimue, which is, yeah, this thing, Dreambinder. This is best in slot for a lot of people. So if you have a special weapon like this, a good example also last season would be Bilesting Krogtusks for a lot of agility users. That was their best in slot. You're going to be using that. That is a huge damage increase. You slot that in. That's your best in slot. Same thing with, like we said, trinkets. A lot of people have their best in slot trinkets. You plan around that. So once you have your 4-piece, your BIS weapon, your trinkets, the other thing, actually, I forgot to mention embellishments. So that's like crafted items. It plays a bit less of an impact. Depends on the spec. Like, for instance, for Brewmaster, I want to use Slimy Expulsion Boots. So that means my boot slot is always taken up by that crafting embellishment. And then after that, I want to use Decaying Armor Patch. But Decaying Armor Patch can be applied to multiple different slots, so that one's a bit more flexible. So I have my 4-piece, I have my Slimy Expulsion Boots, I have my 2 best in slot trinkets, and I have my BIS weapons. Now I have, like, that would take up, let's say, like for Brewmaster, I don't use shoulders for tier, so I would use helm, chest, gloves, pants, and then my boots are taken up by the crafted thing. Trinkets, you know, you have your BIS ones. Weapons, you have your BIS ones. So that leaves neck, shoulders, cape, bracers, belts, and rings. As far as, like, what are you going to use in them? Generally speaking, those are just stats, right? There are rare exceptions. Sometimes there's, like, a ring that has a special effect. A great example of that would be Seal of Diurna's Chosen. from Vault of the Incarnates. So in Vault of the Incarnates, pretty much every single person wanted... Oh, it's down here because it's very rare. Wanted this thing. It was a ring that had a bonus effect, which was insanely overpowered to the point where a lot of people were using it even in Aberrus. And sometimes that also locks in one of your ring slots. And after all of that is said and done, you look at that, you look at your stat priority, and then you look at, like, how do I balance my stats? So if all of those mandatory items, like a good example would be, we just said, like, Thorn Collar Claw for Brewmaster. This has high haste, low verse. And then let's say I am running, what is it? Warrior Golok. That's high crit, low mastery. Now, right, like, because of all this stuff right now, like, that's low verse. Let's say all my other items have, like, a combination of, like, mastery, crit, and haste, which I don't really want as a Brewmaster. In that case, I'm going to be heavily prioritizing versatility on those other slots. So, neck, shoulders, cape, bracers, belt, and rings. I will want as much versatility as I can get in theory, right? Assuming that all of my mandatory items, tier set, weapons, trinkets, etc., didn't give me a lot of verse, because verse is really good for me. I need to get it from somewhere. Those items that I just mentioned are all mandatory, best in slot, so everything else is a bit flexible. So there really is no set best in slot items here, because it really is just whatever combination of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items you can put together that will balance out your stats. And there are many different items that you can use. If you're really, really, really low on haste, even if haste is normally bad for you, it can actually be good to run an item that has high haste. As long as you don't have a lot of haste on other pieces, because that item is like your entire haste budget. If you are like Brewmaster and you do not value haste highly, though a little bit of it is still nice. So it's a bit of a complicated process. That's why, generally speaking, when it comes to gearing, you prioritize those mandatory items first. Like, this is super good, you need to get this. And after that, you just worry about the rest. Like, get what you can get. Highest item level, of course, matters, because you can still get primary stat, right? Agility, intellect, strength, etc. And at that point, it's just the classic sim yourself, right? You get your best in slot stuff. For the rest of it, sim it. Let the sim tell you this is the best set of items to run to give you, to balance out your secondary stats or whatever. Long answer for that, I know. Let me see. You see what I missed. I think I caught up on a lot of stuff. Kind of cool to see information still flowing so quickly. You're so new in WoW 19 years later. Sure, got some passionate folks playing. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's one of my favorite things about this game, is figuring out a lot of this stuff. It's like an endless problem to be solved whenever a new patch comes out. How far has my guild gotten? We are 3 out of 9 mythic. We got close on Council of Dreams. If I'm being honest, we probably should have killed it. You know, it happens, though. We, just missed out towards the ends. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, it looks like I spoke too soon. You do need to have... Oh no. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. How long did this article come out? Fuck, I might already be too late. I'm hopping onto actual World of Warcraft. So, apparently these items... Oh my god, this is awful. 3 Obsidian Cobra Skin, dude? What the fuck? And 10 Shadowflame Essence? Oh, no. Oh, no. I need to buy this stuff before the price fucking skyrockets. Hold on. I'll quickly switch over. I'm not going to be on regular WoW for too long, but I'll quickly switch my game capture just to make sure you guys can see while I am on here. Shit, how much gold do I have in this character? Fuck. I don't know where all my gold is. It's not on this character. I'll get as much materials as I can get just before this, this skyrockets. Obsidian Cobra Skin. Oh, fuck, I need to... What is it called? Yeah, Obsidian Cobra Okay, I'm not buying that. I think I will just farm that myself. Dreaming Essence. Oh, yeah, it's already fucked. Oh, god damn it. And then I'm guessing if I check Shadow Flame Essence, it's already fucked. Yep. Somebody bought out the entire market and relisted it. God damn it. Blizzard. Alright, that's lovely. Well, yeah, okay. So I'm gonna have to farm this stuff on my own, aren't I? Can I at least get, like, the Awakened stuff? Have people gouged that? Because that's gonna awaken fire. Price is still low. People haven't completely reset the market. I'm gonna buy this stuff before it completely skyrockets. Awakened Earth. Yeah, it's already spiking a little bit. This is 100. And Awakened Order. That's actually really cheap for Awakened Order. And I only need 50. Sure. That's like all of my gold in this character. How much are Resonant Crystals now? Resonant Crystal. Fuck. Yeah. Oh yeah, people are already buying out the entire Resonant Crystal market. Cosmic Ink. I could probably make a lot of that. Cosmic Ink is really fucking expensive. Ruined Rhybark times 50? What? That's so expensive. Oh my god. How expensive are glow spores now? Glow spore. Okay, this is still cheap. Fuck it. 400. Alright, that is literally all the gold I have on my monk. How much Mire Slush Hide do I have? I know I have some left over in my bank, because I bought like a bunch in case I needed to craft a certain item. I might actually have enough just to cover that. Mire Slush, Mire. Yes, okay, I actually have all that I need for this. I also have a decent amount of Cosmic Ink and Ruined Wrythebark. I already had a decent amount of Awakened stuff, but I can always like resell it. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get more Cosmic Ink for sure. And do I have any Shadow Flame Essence left over? Shadow Flame, no. I think I sold all mine at the end of the season. And Dream Essence I don't have. Right? Yeah, I don't have it. Ah, fuck. The Dreaming Essence times 5 is gonna be rough. That one is gonna be gouged to hell and back. Shadow Flame Essence, I think... Honestly, this is like... This is a spam run LFR on all of my alts angle to get all this stuff. Is that you at least have a chance to get it. Resonant Crystal, I guess, just disenchant a bunch of stuff. Alright, that's gonna be fun. At least I got some of the items for a reasonable price before those markets got completely reset. So I'll worry about that stuff later. Oh well. Yeah, that was only a fraction of the price, and that was, what, 80,000 gold? God, this is going to be an expensive fucking legendary. Why's my audio cutting in and out? Yeah. Should be back over. Okay, where did I leave off before I saw that stupid article, which I wish I had seen earlier? Is Liquid still going? Kudos to Liquid for not giving up. Where did I leave off? You started in Kata when you were 12. Awesome. Locked meaning as well. The idea is you can't do multiple runs per week, but you also, your progression doesn't reset, so you can take a break. Yes, true. You started in Kata, you stopped in MoP just playing again after watching a couple of my videos. Awesome. I'm glad to hear they helped you get back in. TBC when you were 13. Nice. You just started 2 weeks ago. Awesome. What is my PC specs? I still have a laptop, and I don't know the specs. At least I don't remember it. I looked into it to make sure it was good. At the moment, it is still convenient for me to play on a laptop. I have not looked into I considered building a PC when I was getting a new computer, but for reasons that are too complicated to get into right now, at this point, it is still more convenient for me to use a laptop at the moment. When I eventually get my own place, which I don't know when I'll be able to do that, hopefully sooner rather than later. But whenever that happens, then I will probably get a PC that I can actually keep in one place, but until then it's not really practical to do that. Let's see. Stumbled across Zachary, I think the game that we were talking about, I assume at the time when you asked that, was Total War Fall of the Samurai. It would be Shogun 2 : Fall of the Samurai, because it's an expansion technically. Stumbled across you recently. Love the content. It's nice ASMR to have on while you work through the day. Obviously, the content is amazing. I appreciate that. Yeah, a lot of people have joked about I guess it's probably half truths about ASMR stuff. Which I'm glad that people find my voice soothing. Always appreciate hearing that. As someone who just did your 10 to 60 run, you didn't know you had the anniversary buff till 31, and Harldan was 42. Then you discover the anniversary buff, and you were 43 when he hit 60. Yeah, anniversary buff definitely helps. 19% is a pretty significant bonus. Jurg said, I started playing WoW recently, maybe about 5 weeks ago, and it was also because of Harldan. Awesome. You started by watching the speedruns, now you're an MM hunter pushing solo shuffles. Cool. I've heard a lot of people really enjoy solo shuffle. You've played WoW in the past, but what made you return was definitely this channel. Awesome. You were in 4th grade when it came out. Your dad finally let you get it in November of 2004. You played RuneScape, I assume, is what RS stands for, in 2001 from 2005 because you were older brothers. Yeah, my cousin played RuneScape a lot around that time, and I slowly converted him to WoW. He hasn't played WoW recently. He's now gone back to old school RuneScape, so technically he has also still been playing the same game since he was a kid, just a different one. But he did get into WoW for a bit of time there. You played WoW before your brothers, though. You were the youngest. Nice. Travis said, use your routes and tips to crank out 2 new 70s in about a day. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Way past midnight for me. Have a fun run. Thank you, Bear Patrick. Yeah, I did start the stream a bit late, and I haven't even started the run yet, so it's going to be an interesting stream. This will probably end up going until 1 a.m. at this rate, which will end up probably being the latest I've ever streamed on YouTube, which should be interesting. But, I said I'd do the stream, and I'm going to do the stream, even if the Race to World First kept me, a little bit preoccupied, because I really wanted to watch it. Oh, Liquid's actually got a good pull going. Wonder if this is a kill. I'll check in a second. My dad brought me food. Yeah, my dad played back in 2004, so he got me into WoW when I was really young. He played up until about Wrath, and then just stopped. He didn't dislike it, but he just didn't really have time, and the game was basically too time consuming for him around that point. And he just stopped playing quite as much. I've tried to get him back into the game at various points. In fact, actually, about a few months ago, I played Classic Hardcore with my dad. And my sister, actually. Though my sister had never played WoW before. At least not seriously. So, that was a fun stream. If you want to watch that, you can find it, I'm sure. So, technically, my dad has played WoW on and off, every so often over the years. But he hasn't, seriously played it in quite a long time. Hold on. I want to watch this Liquid pull. They're at 13%. This is actually quite good. I think they have 1 death. Evade is down. And they did use a Soul Stone on, I believe it's Fired Up is the POV. And he took the Soul Stone. THD is low. Oh, he's safe. So I think they're about to use their final seed and the gateway. And alright, looks like they got Evade back up, so they had a spare B-Res. They're sub 10%, or no. Sub 10%, I was looking at the wrong thing. So they're 8% now. This is where Liquid has been wiping a lot. They get really low to this set of tornadoes, and then usually they lose somebody to a seed exploding. But this is a really good pull. 4%. 3%, it's really just this seed set, these tornadoes. If they can live this, they're fine. This is where they always explode. Missed the seed. They're not dead, but the seed's ticking out. Apocalypse Roar. Oh no. Oh no. 0.7%. Oh. Every time it's to that set of tornadoes. Man, what a nail biter. I really want them to kill it. I'm gonna start now, like, or shortly, no matter what. But, damn, so close. So fucking close. In one of your speedruns, you mentioned that people are still able to get unstable elemental confluence. Mind explaining? Yes. I'll probably put out a video on that, because I've had enough people ask questions about that. It was something where Blizzard made that pretty clear at the start of the expansion, but, like, I don't really think it's been made clear now. So I think it is maybe worth a video, since there's a lot of people returning that don't know. So if you go to the Dragon Isles, I don't know if it shows up on the map here. It used to, but now they don't really do that stuff anymore. Yeah, so you can't see it on the map outside of the Dragon Isles anymore. But there are... oh, yeah, actually, wait, you can. I'm just blind. So this thing, Elemental Storm, this was, like, what the pre-patch event was, basically. And the way it works is you kill... I don't know exactly how it works as part of, like, the new version, because obviously I got it during the pre-patch event. In the pre-patch event, you killed the final boss during each type of storm, and you got, like, the 4 different elements, combined them, you got the trinket. I believe the way it works is that killing rare mobs in the storm has a chance to grant you that item. So, right now, it's the Earth Storm. You would go here, you would go rares, I think. Don't quote me on that, but it drops from something in that event. I believe it's the rares. And you get, like, the Earth Core here, then you would wait for it to rotate, and then let's say it would appear in, like, Azurspan with a Firestorm or something. I think the element is random. So in terms of, like, actual real time, it can take a while to get, but in playtime, it's pretty easy. You just go there, you farm it until you get the drop. Actually, there's 2 up. There's... Oh, no, I'm stupid. It's the same zone. I'm just looking at the one in Onaran Plains and Azurspan, and it just shows on both maps. Okay, never mind. So there's 1 up at a time. And you would just need to wait until you got the drops for all 4 elements, and then you'd be able to combine them into the trinket. There's hundreds of toys. Any specifics that improve quality of life? There are definitely a lot of really good quality of life toys. It's one of those things where it's really hard to say, and, like, I actually remember finding, like, 1 or 2 kind of neat quality of life toys when I was looking through it a little while ago. Like, a good idea is, which sled? Magical Snow Sled. So, this is not actually useful for runs, because now we have the Cracked Radnex Control Gem. But this is a toy that you can get, like, really fast speed with. And it works if you're, like, going down a slope. So this is, like, one of those weird things. The moment you ever hit a slope, you get, like, a ton of momentum. So what I could do is I could go up here. I can turn around. You can see I'm going really, really, really slow. But I hit this. I get, like, a decent chunk of speed. And then I can go off this cliff. And then it clips through water, mind you. So you can get, like, weird situations like that. And this is just one example, right? I actually don't really think at this point it has any practical use in speedruns. Because anything that you can accomplish with the, like, Scar Magical Sled, you can do with Radnax Gems. But they only recently got hotfixed, Radnax Gems, that is, to be usable at any level. It was fixed, quote-unquote, by Blizzard back in Shadowlands when I started using them for speedruns, because Blizzard has had a no fun allowed policy for quite a while. And fairly recently, randomly, they just undid that change, and now they can be used at any level, which, huge W on Blizzard's part. I'm really happy about that. But for years, I did not have access to that. So initially I was like, oh, maybe I could use that, but now it doesn't have a purpose. But there's a lot of really weird ones. There's also some stuff like, for instance, Caddy's Stamp Whistle. This is a portable mailbox, and this is actually really nice You even mentioned Caddy, yeah. Really nice for situations where you need to access your mail. A good example of that being cracked Radnax gems. So you can only hold one cracked Radnax gem at a time, and the rest of them you store in your mailbox. So if you need to get one and you're not near a mailbox, you can drop Caddy, grab one, and then suddenly you have 3 more charges. Same thing applies to Molly, the engineering mailbox. So you need to have Northrend engineering, so that only really works if you're on like an existing character doing like day 1 leveling or something like that in a new expansion. For actual low-level speedruns, that doesn't necessarily apply. But there's a lot of really weird combinations. Actually, a great recent example is X-52 Rocket Helmet. This launches you into the air. So Chori, like mentions, like regular viewer that like is also active in Discord and stuff. He gives like a lot of great suggestions. He recently suggested when I use the Orb of Translocation to enter Undercity, I immediately X-52 and then spin around a Goblin Glider. And that saves like 20-30 seconds, which isn't a ton, but that is like a neat little time save that specifically requires X-52, because it launches you up into the air and then you can glider above the walls of Lordaeron. So there's like little quirky interactions, and I'm sure there are some that I just haven't thought of. There's also like a lot of weird toys that only work in certain areas, and probably before the next expansion at some point, I plan on going through the entire list of toys and like retesting each one of them to see, is there something that I've missed? Is there a new toy that is really useful? But yeah, there's a lot of different examples. You'll see a lot used in the runs, but every once in a while, like a new example comes up. Let's see, what else did I miss? You always pronounce, yeah, I think it is technically supposed to be Katie Stamp Whistle. I don't know. I've just always like called it Caddy just because like I honestly don't know. I have it in my head. It's Caddy Stamp Whistle, even though I think you're technically correct that it is supposed to be Katie Stamp Whistle. That's some warriors using Agi leather for crit shit. Yeah, the Brewmaster stuff is really cursed. How's liquid? They're on a good pull. They're in P2. I guess it's like an average pull. I know. You have a decent idea. You were watching my live runs and you mentioned professions. It would be cool to see your opinion on professions for returning players. What do you mean, Drizzy, by like professions for returning players? Like what specifically about professions? That legendary is busted. The effect is uncapped. Wait, it's uncapped? Have people been able to test that though? Like obviously I know the tooltip doesn't have a cap written on it. I mean, nobody has the legendary yet, right? So I don't know if it's been confirmed that it's uncapped AoE. I scrolled down momentarily. Kurgani, I'm not doing like a world record attempt speedrun or anything. This is just, we're testing Subtlety Rogue. This is the final spec that I need to test before I can make a leveling tier list, because after I've tested Sub, I've tested every spec in the game. Sub is definitely not the fastest spec by any means. I have done a lot of speedruns for Horde. So my current world record is for Alliance, but that does not mean at all that I've not done tests for Horde. In fact, I can just quickly pull it up. My current Horde run is... Go. This is 10 to 60 Horde. This is currently my fastest time. There you go. That's the run. This was from the Dragonflight beta, mind you, but nothing has really changed. You could technically add in like dungeons to this, and I will probably do a Horde run with like new dungeons and stuff like that at some point, but that is generally speaking the same as far as like questing routes are concerned. Nothing really has changed since then. And I have not beaten that time for Horde, because I've done most of my really fast runs since that point on Alliance, just because Alliance get the war mode advantage, so it's usually better for speedruns. But I've done plenty of Horde runs in the past, if that's what you want to watch. And I should note, I've done a few different Horde 60 to 70 runs just incidentally, but it's exactly the same. Like, nothing really changes for Horde or Alliance 60 to 70. They use the exact same route. Dragonflight, it really, there's no difference. Let's see. Love Subrogue. Can't wait to watch this VOD. You don't have time to watch live, but you'll definitely watch later. I've definitely not played Subrogue much before. I did a bit of research into it. I mean, just, I don't know why this person... I don't know if they're watching the stream or something. I assume they're not, if they're asking me, am I English? Unless they meant, like, British English, which I'm not, but, like, I assume they meant, do you speak English? Because this is, like, multi-region server, right? PTR, right? Joao Pedro Ramos said, I started in Legion. Awesome. Felix Palm said, I grew up with me and my father playing together. You remember when Lich King came out and your father called in to your school to say you were sick so you could play together on day one? That's awesome. That's really cool of your dad. Watch them nerf the legendary, so after the first wave of people getting it when it's the most expensive. I mean, even if they nerf the legendary, or do you mean, like, nerf the acquisition? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they can't really. That would kind of suck. They'll definitely nerf... Actually, maybe they won't nerf it. It looks really busted. I'm curious to see how it pans out. But even if they nerf it, it still looks insane. Hubbagum Drop said, Yo, Harldan, my friend is a level 50 hunter and it's his first character. He's got a new account. We just want to play and game together. Since it's a new account, we don't know what's best for leveling. Just follow my route from start to finish. Even if you're starting midway through, it's still better. I have a section on my website for the written guide, which goes into, like, a little bit more detail on what to do if you're jumping in midway, but really it just says start from the beginning, and then it, like, ranks the zones in order of which one is technically the most efficient in a vacuum if you're, like, starting much later on. People are going to be memeing that liquid healer for a long time. Oh, is that what people are talking about? I see people in my Discord, or in my guild's Discord, talking about apparently he doesn't have a keybind or something like that. And I'm not watching the clips, and I don't have audio on, so I missed that. But did, like, one of their healers just not have a keybind and wipe the raid on a kill pull for that? That's, if so, that's really rough. Feather and Draenor, yeah, Aviana's Feather was definitely really good. Let's see. You've always heard you say it your way and it baffled you for a while? Yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's how I've always said it. Okay, so I finally caught up in chat, so we're going to start the run soon. What I'm going to do is I still need to eat. I have my food that's been sitting here for like 30 minutes or more now. So, oh, of course, now people are, now that I've caught up. Imagine if the Timeless Isle Meteor item was a toy. I wish it was. That would make life a lot easier. But yeah, a lot of non-toy items are very useful for that stuff. Your guild got a pug healer for a Mirjasol last night. It was rough. When you're supposed to heal the Kaldrai ghosts, he refused to. What the hell? Now just kick him and find somebody who will. It's weird. Hello, Lee John Me. Good to see you. But yeah, so I'm going to mute my mic for a moment while I eat my food. I know some people always joke about, like, oh, food eating ASMR, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't really want to do that. Maybe it's just a self-conscious thing. I don't like hearing other people, or I don't like other people hearing me eat. I also, like, whenever I hear people, like, munching into the mic, it's unnerving, right? So I'm just gonna mute my mic for that real quick while I, like, speedrun eating this food. And then while I do that, I can finally get around to actually mailing all the crap to my character and double-checking my shopping list, which I've made this in video form, but, you know, for anybody who wants to follow along, this is my shopping list in Google Docs. Hello, V6, good to see you. I have, like, created, like I said, a video for this, but this is the document that I personally use. It's obviously easier for me to have my checklist in front of me while I'm going through it. All right, so I'm going to be muting my mic temporarily while I do all the mailing stuff, and then when I'm done, we'll be able to start the run. And muting. Okay, I'm still eating food, but I finished mailing everything. There's no Darkmoon Fair up at the time of recording this. It's not until next week, so I don't need to do any Darkmoon items, including tickets and quest items. Why is this? My chat's covered, right? Yeah. Alright, why are people fucking weird, man? Okay, I can't report on PTR? Whatever. Alright. Apparently you can't report people on the PTR. Good thing my chat is covered, though. I hope it didn't show on stream. Fucking weirdos. Well, either way, I can ignore this person so I don't have to see them. I wish I could report in the PTR, that way it deletes their message history, but... Fucking... Yeah. That's annoying. I'm also... Let's move to a different part of Stormwind. Fucking weirdos. PTR, too. You were just looking if I have a fresh video on 10 to 60 rogue leveling, and here we are. Yeah, I should note that, like, when it comes to leveling specs and classes and stuff, the actual route itself doesn't change, but, you know, the spec, the builds and stuff is mainly what we're testing here. Like, how do these specs play within the confines of the route that I've outlined? You're a brand new WoW player, and you just want to level to 40 as quickly as you can to unlock some of the allied races. Well, I have good news for you. Allied races are all now completely free to unlock. All you need to do is complete the quest line on your main. You need like a single level 60 character on your account, and then you can immediately unlock every single allied race. It's a fairly recent change they made. So if you're watching like old videos on how to get the allied races, they're out of date. Recently, Blizzard just immediately unlocked that. Literally just get to level 60, boom, you get all of them. You don't mind hearing most people eat unless they like moan or sound strained? Yeah. I don't know. I have like heard people eat food over the mic, and it always like sounds uncomfortable to me, and I don't want to subject people to that, even though maybe some people enjoy it. I don't. So I don't want to, like I said, subject people to that. Yeah, so I think I've mailed over everything. Yeah, I'm not missing anything. To my knowledge. Let me just double check. Oh, it's actually only level 40, really. Oh, awesome. Yeah, that's really nice then. Professions which still have utility, what do they provide now? At one point you had class-specific items via crafting or OP items being engineering. Oh, yeah. So they have all those types of buffs. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, like, I mean, it still exists in Wrath Classic and stuff. You do need to do the... so for allied races, the only thing you need to do to get them is the unlock questline. The thing that you do to get, like, the mount for that allied race, and then you get the race too. You don't need to do the whole, like, completing the whole questline in Vol'dun and getting exalted with the Volpera to get that. That is gone. You don't need to do that at all. Literally just reach a certain level and all the races become unlockable. A fairly recent change, yeah. It's very, very nice. But yeah, as far as professions go, I can talk, like, remind me later, I could, like, I can explain maybe more about, like, generally how professions work. I will say, though, real quick, the general buffs that you're thinking of, like the whole herbalism heal spell, or, like, you know, the critical strike chance for skinners and stuff like that, that is gone. There are still some niche benefits to specific professions. Engineering is no longer insanely overpowered like it used to be, where, like, if you didn't have it, you were trolling. Now, you technically don't need it for raiding, but anybody who is serious about, like, really min-maxing in Mythic Raid environments is probably going to be engineering. That being said, I raid with a lot of people who don't have engineering because they have, like, maxed out of 2 different other professions, and it doesn't really matter. It's like, basically, if you don't have a certain profession on your character that you actually use for crafting, and you're literally not using your professions at all, you should probably get engineering and alchemy. They provide some slight, and we're talking very minor bonuses, where it's like, you might as well have it, but if you don't have it, because, like, you need to have, like, one of my characters is a blacksmith and a jewel crafter, I need to have blacksmithing and jewel crafting on some character. You know, if I ever use it for raiding, it doesn't really matter. That said, I am the type of person where if I am seriously rating on a character, I will at least keep one of the professions open for engineering. Technically speaking, Alch is the better option. For some specs, they will get more use out of alchemy, so maybe they pick that instead. It depends. Remind me later and I can go into more detail on it. I want to quickly finish my food and then we can actually start the run, finally. You know, get the show on the road. But that, like, to quickly answer that question. There you go. Sometimes Asmongold eats in his videos and he chews with his mouth open, breathes heavily, and makes a sound you could only describe as moaning. Yeah, that sounds not great. I do not want to subject anybody to that. Now, admittedly, I don't moan while I eat, so, you know, it's definitely not that bad, but, you know, just the chewing sounds, you know, I don't want people to have to listen to that. Was hoping you'd add coordinates or screenshots of the names of innkeepers at every place you mention. I tried to do that in the written guide. Now, admittedly, like when I initially created the video guide, it's something where that is feedback I've already received, right? And whenever I remake the video guide for the War Within, like I did in Dragonflight, I will probably do that and like quickly show the map and like a little pinpoint location. I have done that at least in terms of like linking the every single innkeeper on the written guide. If I missed one, let me know. Because I tried to do that. I have, if you go to the written guide on the website, I have Wowhead like embed links, I mean, in every single innkeeper's name. So if you don't know where it is, you just click on the embed link and it takes you to Wowhead and shows you that innkeeper. So I should have it all set up. If I'm missing something on there, please let me know, because I did try to get that, because that was something people asked like as feedback, and I thought I got it all. But you know, for video stuff, obviously I can't retroactively edit the video that I made like a year ago. It thankfully is still like 90% accurate, but of course, as time goes on, small things become more and more inaccurate. I can't change the video, so what I do is I will put like a pinned comment with any updates, and I will make addendum videos. Like the whole my dungeon leveling versus questing video is effectively like an add-on to the original leveling guide, where I'm talking now about how dungeon leveling is actually good, and that is something that I would have included in the video guide had I known about it when I made that, but I figured out the dungeon leveling thing like 6 months after I made the official leveling guide, so it's kind of like basically I make like video expansion packs to make sure like all the stuff is updated, and I usually try to link that in the description. Oh, he said the eating thing is a character. He even said so himself. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, so I'm gonna quickly mute myself again. Going to finish my food, and hopefully it doesn't take me too long. Probably like 2-3 minutes, and then we can start the run, because I've done all the mailing stuff. In fact, I can actually just log out, and I think I have everything ready to go for this character. So I'll just be able to log in, and then we'll get that started. All right, I'm gonna mute myself real quick. In quick answer to that question, I am eating a burger and fries. That is the last thing I'll answer before I, finish. So muting myself again. Yeah, sorry. I'm almost done. I tried, you might have noticed there was a big black thing that appeared on the stream. What I tried to do is set up an MS Paint thing that said eating real quick, and for whatever reason, even though I had it set in OBS, it just like didn't work. So it just showed a big black box instead. So I don't know. I'm still finishing my food, but I just wanted to, chime in and say that because I couldn't get the stupid MS Paint thing to work. So yeah, there we go. I'm remuting my mic real quick, but we're almost done, and then when I'm done eating food, then I can start the run. Okay, my food is done. And also, the whole like exploit to stream subscription services thing, like until you type the /s, I was actually like, wow, wait, really? I mean, I knew that wasn't why it wasn't working for me because obviously I've used MS Paint, but like I genuinely believed you until you typed that. Like maybe I'm just really gullible, but I'm like, oh, wow, that sounds interesting. I'm surprised that's a thing you can do. And then, I just I didn't really think about it. But you got me. There you go. One second. Somebody in my guild just posted the animation for the new Firalath axe. Well, that looks sick. It's like the Farak leap where he like jumps at somebody and then whacks him. I dig it. All right. Did I miss any things in chat? Couldn't find one for 20 minutes and felt stupid in the written guide as you were Volpairing the whole time. Yeah, in the written guide, it should be there. Oh, also, before I forget, before I start the run here, I think everything's working audio. Yeah, seems like it's working. If you like the stream and you've been enjoying the runs and stuff like that, make sure to throw the stream a like because it does help, especially when it gets turned into a video later. Helps with the algorithm and stuff like that. I always like to remind people at least once. But anyways, finally, after almost 3 hours, it's 8 p.m. latest I've ever started a speedrun, but fuck it, we'll see if this can go well at all. And of course it's a rogue run, so... Oh boy. And at the very least, I have the anniversary buff, so that's going to help somewhat. Yeah, let's get this started. I don't really have anything further that I need to delay. How long does it take you? What do you mean? How long does it take me? Like, oh, the run itself? I have no idea for rogues and with the anniversary buff. I would say probably around 4 hours. If it takes 4 hours, I'm gonna be happy. Really. But it'll probably be closer to 5 hours. So realistically, this run probably ends at 1 in the morning, which is gonna be real fucking fun. Let me tell you. Is this a good time to mention that I haven't slept? I've been up for like close to 24 hours at this point, and so far I haven't actually felt it. So at a certain point in the middle of this stream, it's gonna hit me like a ton of bricks that I am very tired. But yeah, since it's rogue, I have no idea. Time starts whenever I move, so I'm just gonna quickly. You're looking forward to this run. Need someone to ramble on while you fall asleep. Expect 100% viewer attention from you. Nice. All right. Can start the timer now and get a starting off strong with a Lua warning. I can quickly sprint over here and then open the mail. I want to make sure I have all my bags. Okay. This. That out. I do want to quickly grab this, the anniversary gift, and just open that up before I forget. Okay, got all the stuff I need. Yep. And now I can go and everything should fall into my bags in the order I want it. Actually, real quick, let's do edit mode. Now I can do this. Actually, wait, nope, I can't. Hold on. Fucking hell. This is where it helps to have your character set up beforehand, but I only do that for, like, super fast, serious speedruns. Throw that there. Goblin Gliders on there. 7. Cracked Radnax is there. Out of Control R. Shift 2. Minari Training Amulet would be Shift 1. Alright. Here. I'm using gun shoes. Yak. Ah! Nope. Okay, Grand Expedition Yak. What's up? We're going to start moving. I need to apply minor speed to my boots. Do that soon-ish. What else do I need to add? This here. Okay, we're going to talk to Chromie. Select a timeline. It doesn't really matter which one I pick. Actually, wait, no, it kind of does. I actually do want Legion Hearth... I need to look up. I actually do kind of want Dalaran Hearthstone as a rogue. I'm used to not having to use it, but it actually will help here. And Cracked Radnax Gem will save a little bit of time here. Oh god, I got like ping-ponged around there. Now, technically, you can have an infinite number of Radnax Gems. For the purposes of this speedrun, I'm only going to be using one. It's going to lose me a little bit of time. Oh. That's not supposed to happen. Game got a little bit confused there. Thankfully, I can just get right back in. Do you prep your tune? Oh, yes. I have a lot of prep stuff. Yeah. I have an entire video on my channel discussing all the prep and whatnot for these speedruns. Heard this tale before. You can also, see me use it throughout the run and stuff. Juice up on some coffee? Yeah, I'll probably have to get coffee at some point. The quest. Why is my Leatrix Plus not working? Okay. I think I know what happened here. I think because it's my new computer, did not do any of this. Faster movie skip, disable loot warnings, easy item destroy. I think that's everything that I need. Let's see. Yeah, loading screens in the PTR always take quite a while. I think because it's actually loading this instance in the server for the first time because nobody else is here. Thanks. All right. I would not personally recommend like doing the Onaran Plains thing. I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, to each their own, right? Like, I know some people really are enamored with the idea of leeching off boosters in Onaran Plains. I think it's a stupid strategy that doesn't actually save you any time at all, and is generally speaking slower than just questing yourself. If you're not actually getting boosted, then you're just kind of wasting time, right? Because, like, literally the time that you're spending actively trying to leech off the boosters is time that you could just be actively trying to do quests and level up faster. I don't know, it's always been weird to me when people do that. Alright, I think I have everything on my bars that I need. Uh,
With the death of the Lich King, many of the more intelligent scourge became unemployed. Those fiends, as you so delicately put it, are called Valkyr. They are under my command now. And they are part of the reason that I asked to see you.
what else do I need? I can use this when I get to that necessary level, but right now, I guess the only thing that I have to do is switch to sub, and then clean my bars. He has a shopping list, yeah. He found doing world quests and having a guildmate speedrun you through dungeons makes leveling quick. I would not recommend doing world quests. They are generally not time efficient at all. If you're getting boosted through dungeons, that's, yeah, that can be fast. Well, there's a holy hell, there's a big alliance called Arms bonus in the PTR. That is surprising. It goes against the laws of nature. Disgusting is the only word I have to describe it.
Without these new Forsaken, my people would die out. Our hold upon Gilneas and northern Lordaeron would crumble.
You given any thought to what this means, Sylvanas? What difference is there between you and the Lich King now? Isn't it obvious, War Chief? I serve the Horde. Watch your clever mouth. Sure, the Banshee Queen is well guarded. Okay. What am I doing here? I think it's When do I get ambush? When do I get ambush? I thought I already had ambush. Do I not? Oh. I guess I don't get ambush at this level? Hmm. Okay. Oh, it's Shadow Strike. Oh. Okay. So Shadow Strike just replaces ambush then. So if I go into stealth, Shadow Strike is ambush. And I should just rebuild my bars and change them slightly. And, ooh, I kind of like that. How does it work with a mob that's in the... You just teleport to them. Wait, okay, that's sick. Okay, my JoJo sound pack is still working, even though I'm not playing a monk. Yeah, that's okay. That's actually kind of spicy. Can I just like teleport around like that? Woo. Okay. Yeah, so I know it's been a little while now since we did the Outlaw and Assassination Rogue runs, but just to remind people what I was saying around that time, I speculated when we were doing those runs that I thought Subtlety would be the fastest. Just looking at stuff like this, I did not realize exactly how spicy like Shadow Strike was. I knew it looked good, but this is kind of crazy. So yeah, I thought this would be the case. So far, this is actually kind of good. Okay. Yeah, so I can just stealth immediately Shadow Strike. And one of the main things that I didn't like about the other rogue specs is they had no real way to like pull mobs from a distance. Now I did see that I get like shuriken toss fairly early compared to like the other two specs. Now Outlaw does get pistol shot, which is definitely an advantage, but mobility early on can be a problem. You don't really have a lot. But right now, I mean, I'm just shadow striking everywhere. Right? Like, I don't need to move around when I can just press one button, immediately teleport to a mob, and one-shot it. And I can do this basically on cooldown. I did not realize Shadow Strike worked quite like that. That's really broken. It's actually, yeah, really fucking good. Okay. It's actually, like, faster for me, I think, to do this and just teleport one shot between mobs than it is to mount up and run here on a slow mount. Which is really weird, but also kind of sick. Like, this is kind of awesome. I'm not gonna lie. I actually really like this. Okay, another mob down. And later on, I get, like, a speed boost while I'm in stealth. Can I teleport through this tree? I fucking can. Okay. Uh... Teleport to Bulgath? Alright, he's fucking dead. Just teleport again. I'm also, like, it's not a lot, but I'm getting experience from every single time I, like, Shadow Strike to a mob and one-shot it. Like, it does add up a little bit. Okay. Uh, First impressions, this is my favorite rogue spec, and it's not even close. If it just keeps getting better from here, which, based on, like, the talents and abilities that I've read, it seems like it does, I may actually kind of like Sub. So, did not expect that. I thought it would just be, like, passable for a rogue spec. This is just kind of good. That was, like, relatively efficient. Dare I say, Sub Rogue's actually not a bad leveling spec. Now, there are still challenges that it will face. A big one is AoE potential, which, as we saw, Outlaw's biggest weakness by far, aside from its survivability, which survivability has still been a weakness of both rogue specs so far. Now, assassination was a bit fine, and it had like decent AoE, but it still struggled. Its AoE was like a little bit janky for leveling. It relied too heavily on poisons and stuff like that, like Caustic Puddle or whatever it was, and that like does damage over time. This seems instant. So if it has, like, in order to be a good leveling spec, you need good mobility. Well, okay, Sub already has that in spades. Rogue already has, like, I would say above average mobility. This is just straight up good mobility. This is up there, right? This is some of the better spec mobility we've seen. Good single target, yeah. That is also a no-brainer. Though, admittedly, Assassination had pretty good single target. Outlaw is a struggle while leveling for everything. It really did not do single target well at all. But Assassination did that fine. Where Assassination fell behind is Burst AoE and a little bit Survivability. Now, Survivability I still expect to be a bit of a weakness for Sub, but there are some interesting talents that I think could shore that up, specifically for this spec, not for rogues in general. And Burst AoE, I've looked at the abilities, and I've seen some interesting ones on there. So I'm curious to see how it plays out. All right, now that I've gotten past the initial, like, figuring things out, read chat a little bit, scroll up. Dungeon spam doesn't work well with DPS classes, even if you're on BC timeline. Yeah, I agree. Generally speaking, yeah, it's just difficult to realistically spam dungeons if you're a DPS. That is true. I'm going to use one charge of Radnax here. It'll save a little bit of time. Mount there. Go, and I can read chat while I sit in the cupboard. The armoire. Let's see. When are you planning to go for a new world record? What's the limit? So, it's something I get asked a decent amount. Right now, I'm not. Just period, I'm not planning on going for a new world record, in Dragonflight at least. What I might try to do is set... So, world records are a little bit weird, right? Because technically speaking, I have beaten my 60 to 70 time, but then it got nerfed. So, I've already beaten my 60 to 70 portion of my 10 to 70 world record. The 10 to 70 part is still... The full 10 to 70 world record, that method, still works, right? But I did another run that quickly got nerfed by Blizzard, unfortunately. Now, I still did the run. I still had a really good run, but now it's like... It kind of sucks because I did just put together a really good 60 to 70 run that I was really happy with, and now technically it doesn't count because it got nerfed. So it's like, do I just say, well, I guess I go do another 60 to 70 run? And like, on one hand, I know people would want to see it because they want to see how do you do it, like, even faster now that, the method I used was nerfed. But look at it from my perspective, I just put in an insane amount of effort into getting that really good run, and now it's been invalidated. It still sucks for me because all the effort I put into it doesn't change. Just changed that now it's invalidated. So it's like, I'll do another 60 to 70, like, really fast run at some point, but I need a little bit of time for that. I need to, like, take a breather. I tried to do one during Azure Span week, like last week, and the timings just didn't line up for the experience buff, so it just didn't happen. When the Azure Span week rolls around again, like in January or something, I will probably try to do like a 60 to 70 world record. But realistically speaking, until I get Azure Span week and some sort of buff, it's just not really possible for me to beat my previous time. My previous time was extremely optimized, and it had like the 50% buff. So for Dream Surges to actually be better, I would need something comparable to that. And now, technically, if you want something without the 50% buff, well, I've already beaten my best time. Like, my Fury Warrior run is still my best time without the 50% buff, and that used the Azure spam thing. So it's like, really, it's not going to get better than that. Realistically speaking, a faster version of my 60 to 70 run is just going to be a really optimized version of what I did with the Fury Warrior, and it's going to have like an extra buff or something like that to speed up the process. That's it. Like, if you want to see what the fastest route for 60 to 70 looks like, just watch my Fury Warrior run. It's already there. I already did all of it. And then as for another 10 to 60 world record, the only thing that I might do is a Horde run, because like it was discussed earlier, while my Horde run from the Dragonflight beta is still really good and holds up to this day, it doesn't use dungeons. So in theory, I could do a slightly faster, slightly more optimized Horde run that uses dungeons just to like say that I've improved it. But realistically, it's the same thing. Like, we're not going to be getting any new routing changes. And for Alliance, the one thing that I have absolutely zero plans whatsoever to do is another Alliance 10 to 60 world record. Because why? Like, the 10 to 70 run that I did, that 10 to 60 portion, like, in the run, I basically said I got perfect RNG, and I wasn't kidding. Like, that is literally the godlike version of that route. It does not get any faster and, more efficient than that. Like, my RNG in that run was fucking ridiculous, and the best that I could hope to do is replicate it and get ever so slightly luckier. But there's really just no point in me trying to improve upon that run. It's just not going to happen. Or at least not realistically going to happen. And in the reality of, and this is why it gets tricky when we talk about, like, World of Warcraft speedruns, because it is theoretically possible for me to get better RNG than that. But the problem with doing a speedrun in World of Warcraft is it's not like other games where you can just reset the run immediately and just boom. Like, okay, we go again. Like, you see a lot of speedrunners in other games. The moment something goes wrong and they don't have, like, a perfect path, they restart the run. And that's fine. They can do that. Like, that is a thing that will work for them in that game. World of Warcraft, it doesn't work like that, because when I do one of these runs, right, like, I spend tons of time setting up all the items. At least for the runs that I do, right, where it's, you have all the fancy items, which obviously we're talking about getting a new world record, so that is obviously kind of goes hand in hand with that. So obviously I would need to do that again if I wanted to get like a world record. And not to mention, it's a lot of gold. And I'm not made of money. Like, I have enough gold that I'm able to comfortably buy stuff in the game that I want. Earlier I hopped onto my Brewmaster, I spent all my gold getting the materials that I would need for the legendary, or some of them, before the prices got gouged completely. I can buy some stuff, but I don't have infinite gold, right? If I just start spending gold nonstop on, like, speedruns every single day, or multiple different attempts, I'm going to run out of gold, and I'm either going to have no gold, or I'm going to have to start buying tokens, and I don't want to do that in order to just do some speedruns, or do some additional attempts, right? It's not really something that I would like to do. There. So, all that to say, I just really have a limited number of attempts, right? Like, if I prepare a run, that is the run that I'm going with. And I have, on rare occasions, restarted a run. Basically said, this run is completely fucked. Like, if I get an absolutely terrible start, obviously I'm not going to go with that. But that costs me gold, still. Like, by the time that I realize a run is scuffed, generally speaking, what has happened by that point is I have wasted, because I'm usually doing it during Darkmoon Fair, I've wasted my Darkmoon Fair items, I have wasted at least one of my experience potions, and I have like lost at least some consumables, which those aren't too hard to replace, but really the Darkmoon Fair items and the experience potion are a bitch and a half to replace. And then I have to restart. I have to mail all of the items back over. That takes time. I have to recreate the character. I have to, replace the items that I used, which not only takes time but also costs gold. All that to say, it is a process. Even if I restart a run 5 minutes in, when I barely used anything, that is like an hour or 2 hours, bare minimum, of like getting everything reset up. And obviously there's a degree of like, a mental reset as well. But another thing to consider is if I end up restarting the run even past that, if I end up killing rare mobs, then suddenly I can't even do another run for hours. Because now I've killed that rare mob, and that won't be up for my next run. And I'll need to literally wait hours for that rare mob to respawn if I want to get the perfect RNG on that run. And sometimes I do a run, the rare mob's not up, and shit happens, but it would be silly for me to go into a run knowing for a fact I'm going to be missing. Oh, nice, there's a chest over there. Yeah, it would be stupid for me to go into a run knowing I'm going to be short one rare mob guaranteed because it's already dead from a previous attempt. So obviously I can't do that. I mean, I think I've kind of like, beaten this point to death, but I think you can kind of hopefully understand why it's really not a simple matter doing these like super duper fancy speedruns. Which means that, realistically speaking, I don't have an infinite number of attempts to get the perfect RNG. And especially, the thing with the perfect RNG is it takes me, like... the perfect RNG requires me to get, like, a series of events that happen over the course of multiple hours to line up properly. So, when I was talking earlier about, like, how long it would take me to restart a run, that is if I restart it within the first 5 minutes. If I get astronomically bad RNG and restart, which, as I've said, is the only time when I even have restarted runs in the past. There have been times where I get really bad luck across the entirety of a run, but like if it doesn't really start showing until 2 hours in, at that point, I'm not going to just stop the run. At that point, we just accept the fact that, yeah, it's probably going to be a bad time, and it sucks. Not much I can do about that. And I just take the L, basically. Okay, can fly back. But yeah, all that to say, the RNG that I got in that 10 to 70 world record run was fucking ridiculous, specifically for the 10 to 60 portion. That was like unbelievably lucky stuff. Is it theoretically possible to get luckier than that and to get a slightly faster time? Yes. Will I ever realistically see that luck within the next 20 attempts that I do? No. And, I mean, I'm sure that there are some people out there who would be willing to do countless attempts just to get that absolutely flawless, like, completely unbeatable run. It has literally godlike RNG. I've already gotten close to that. I don't really care about getting it even slightly closer if it's going to take me that much more time and effort. And realistically, gold, I don't have the resources to do that. And it's one of those things where, like, whenever I bring that up, people are like, oh, what if I pay you gold? Yeah, well, like, my time matters too. So I guess it's a combination of the gold and the time, because you also have to think about it, like, in the time it takes me to do attempts to get a ever so slightly better run that is functionally the same, what could I be using that time to do? I could be making my leveling add-on, which is something that a lot of people have requested for quite a while, and I've been looking into, but I haven't actually had time to really make meaningful progress. I can make different guides for a variety of other topics that aren't even necessarily speedrunning related, but will still be useful to a lot of people. We talked earlier about, new player guides, and I made a lot of those. A lot of people have found those helpful, and I could keep making more. And that's something that, once again, requires time. It requires time for me to do all the testing required for that stuff. And, I have a finite amount of time. Basically, I have always been in, like, a constant war to find the time to do the things that I want to do. And if I can choose to spend all that time doing something different that will be useful to a lot of people, I'd rather do that than continue just sinking attempts into a run that I've already nearly perfected, even if there is a theoretical chance that I could perfect it ever so slightly more. Just don't have the time for that, really. But like I said, I will do at least like some Horde 10 to 60 runs, because that can still be meaningfully improved. And I can still do 60 to 70 runs, because, as I've already said, like, you know, I wanted to do that, just didn't really get the chance. So, almost forgot. Ooh, I actually kind of fucked myself here. I thought the Valkyr would appear here. Whatever. So I'm going to eat a minor time loss here just to prove a point. Now, technically, what I should have done is before killing that final human and turning in the quest, I should have gone and done this. There's a rare mob in the basement of Fenris Keep, and it only appears in this phase that we're in right now. This guy. Snarlmane. Did not mean to click. Yeah. So that gives full rare experience. It does not appear in the other phase after you turn in that quest. Now, I have... I've now basically abandoned the quest, and I've lost my Valkyr, so in order to get it, I'll need to go back to Sylvanas. This is, of course, like I said, a minor time loss, but we're not going for, like, a world record time here. I intentionally did that because I feel it's more important to show people that that rare exists than it is to save a little bit of time. So now, when you're doing your runs, you know, don't turn in that quest. Check the basement first, see if Snarlmane is up. It was a new rare added in the recent patch, and yeah. So I think I've thoroughly covered that topic, though. There we go, got the Valkyr. Talents. Death on a sprint. That there. And the water raft. All right. Give me a moment, and then I will scroll down in chat and read the other messages. I spent a lot of time answering that one question, but since it is something that I get asked quite a lot, I figured it was a question worth dedicating a bit of time to. Because it is something that, you know, I hear quite a lot, and I wanted to clear that up. Go to Cinematic Canceller. I'm still in stealth. Cool. But do the Worgen just not automatically attack the Valkyr? Oh, they do. Okay. I was wondering. I should just be able to go up here, and it should, yeah, then put me into the little cutscene. Anyways, let me scroll down. Crazy things can be done with Shadow Strike? Yeah. Why does it feel like everyone is running Sub-Rogue right now? Outlaw is not the best spec right now. It is not even close to being the best spec. Not even remotely close. Right now, Sub and Assassination are the two best specs. The exact situation in which each is best depends, but they are both the best in like AoE and single target, respectively, and Outlaw is not. Outlaw is currently the worst spec. The ironic thing is Outlaw is not even bad. Like, Rogue is in such a good spot that its worst spec, Outlaw, is still doing, like, the amount of damage is just the best spec of some other classes. But currently, Sub and Assassination are absurdly overtuned and are the best specs by far. Let's see. You finally got to experience the fun of Sub you were talking about during your Outlaw run. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. You wish Feral was better? It's your favorite Druid spec? Yeah. Feral's pretty cool. I did the run with it, and I honestly did not hate it as much as I thought I would. I don't love Feral, but it's an interesting spec for sure. You picked Legion 2 and got killed by the purple smoke outside of Lordaeron. Yeah, you gotta talk to Zoradormi and change your timeline. For an anime character only missing the Dragon Ball swish sound effect, yeah. What level am I right now? 15, okay. I need to refresh my food buff. And that's... So that... Shuriken Toss, nice. That is what I want. And then Black Powder. Black Powder is my AoE finisher. So this is kind of what the other rogue specs were lacking. Like a big AoE burst finisher that just does instant damage. Also, Shuriken Toss at this level is quite nice. Alright. But I don't really even need it, honestly, because I just have this. Okay. Let's do this. Go, and then loot the undead guys. Do Eviscerate, Stealth, Shadow Strike. That feels pretty good. Let me quickly look at chat and find something to respond to while I continue leveling. Yeah, Berard over here. You're excited to watch this run later? You have to go now. Have fun with sub. It's super fun. Yeah. So far, it's been pretty cool. So I definitely think I'll have a lot of fun with it. Roll the Bones and Outlaw sucks. It's such a coin flip spell. It can either make you good or you suffer for a bit. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it's like at max level in terms of how it plays. I've been told that it's like a bit more manageable. But the problem with leveling is it's extremely feast or famine. So there are some okay outlaw buffs that you can get from Roll the Bones, but it's basically just a case of, did you get the one that gives you like insane energy restoration? No? Alright, you're just not really going to do a lot of damage. Like, there's some other okay options, but they just don't really compare to that one. So Outlaw tends to just feel really bad while leveling because of that. Because, like, you get the, like, energy regen one, and it's cool, but, like, as it stands, basically, when you get that buff, you just kind of feel the way that sub feels right now, just at a baseline. So, nothing about Outlaw works at all for leveling. It is, in my opinion, currently the worst leveling spec in the game by a significant margin, to the point where, and anybody who has seen me level those healers will agree with this, there are healing specs that are better for leveling than Outlaw Rogue. As in, like, they are faster. They do more damage for leveling stuff. Like, Holy Priest, Disc Priest, Resto Shaman are faster leveling specs than Outlaw Rogue. It is just that bad. Just because, and it's like, it's not that the spec itself for endgame is bad, it's just that whoever designed the spec for endgame forgot to, like, take into consideration the fact that you need certain tools at your disposal in order to level, and that stuff just does not come online when you're leveling it up. So the spec is just missing something at lower levels. It doesn't function at all. Also, I can use some of my gear now, so that's 16, that's 18. These are 18. Okay. So I can use the stuff later. So 2 more levels, and then I'll be able to use it. And the main thing, I guess, like, obviously this was all discussed in the Outlaw Rogue run that I actually did a few weeks ago. So that should still be, I believe it's still public. If anybody wants to watch that, it should still be up. But if you don't want to watch that and you're just curious, because I'm sure a few people say, what's so bad about Outlaw? Obviously, we discussed Roll the Bones, but the other big one is Blade Flurry. Outlaw has literally no built-in AoE whatsoever. It is, I think, the only spec in the game, to my knowledge, to not have any built-in AoE, with the exception of Fury Warrior, which does have some built-in AoE, but Fury Warrior is like 99% single target, and then it gets Meat Cleaver, and when it gets Meat Cleaver, all of its single target spells become AoE. The difference with that is Meat Cleaver, you press Whirlwind, which has no cooldown, or at least I don't think it has a cooldown, but at the very least, you're able to get 100% uptime on the buff. You can press Whirlwind again by the time your stacks fall off. So your entire rotation is just Whirlwind, then you enable your things to cleave, and then when you run out of stacks of the thing that makes your stuff cleave, you press Whirlwind again, and you get the stacks back. So it is, technically speaking, not your Whirlwind that is doing the damage, it is your Whirlwind that is enabling you to hit things with your single target spells. And that is what Blade Flurry does, except it's on a cooldown. And at max level, there are things that will extend your Blade Flurry and things that will reduce the CD on Blade Flurry. So I have been told, I don't play Outlaw at max level, so I can't speak to that. But I have been told that when you get to max level and you have your entire kit, you have effectively 100% uptime on Blade Flurry. So in essence, it plays a lot like Fury Warrior, where you are just cleaving all of your stuff all the time on AoE. Once again, don't necessarily know if that's true. That is just what people have told me. It doesn't matter because that is not how it plays in leveling at all. The way it plays in leveling is you press Blade Flurry, you get a bunch of stuff that cleaves, that quite frankly doesn't do that much damage because a lot of Outlaw's regular abilities just aren't tuned very well, for leveling at least. And then Blade Flurry runs out, and you have 5 mobs that are at 20% health. You can only do single target for the next 20 seconds, and you have really no survivability options, so you just kind of need to kite and run for 30 seconds while you desperately try to pistol shot and between the eyes down a bunch of low health mobs that are chipping away at your health. And then by the end of the encounter, it's taken you an entire minute to kill 5 mobs, which a Guardian Druid could kill in 15 seconds with Thrash. And you are now at no HP because you spent a bunch of time taking autos as you tried to desperately kite those mobs. That is basically what it's like to level an Outlaw Rogue. It is not fun, it's absolutely miserable, and it's just extremely ineffective. Assassination has tools, at least. So, the issue with Assassination, it's definitely better than Outlaw. It did not have great survivability options, at least not consistent survivability options, so if a pull lasted long, you would be able to AoE down the mobs, but your damage didn't really scale super well in a leveling context, especially because, a lot of it, like I said, was poison related. So you would apply a bunch of poisons and it'd be doing a lot of damage, but it does that damage over 12 seconds. So the mobs are ticking down, but they're not dying immediately, and they're still doing damage to you, and you're taking damage while you wait for your poisons and dots and bleeds and stuff to tick down. Oh, nice. And then while all that's happening, okay, that was Black Powder. Honestly, Black Powder did not hit as hard as I hoped it would. Still doesn't feel like a lot of this is doing a ton of damage. Whatever. I mean, that was honestly fine, I guess. It could have been significantly worse. So yeah, Assassination is a little bit better because at least your poisons and bleeds will eventually kill those 5 mobs that you're fighting. And you'll end the pull at lower health, but it's not quite as low as Outlaw, and it'll take you 40 or 30 seconds or something to kill a pull that would take a Guardian Druid or Windwalker Monk 10 to 15 seconds to kill. Now, Assassination is significantly better in terms of how it feels to play because it at least feels like you are doing damage, and single target wise, Assassination actually felt quite good, whereas Outlaw just felt terrible on everything while leveling. I could not find a single way to play Outlaw in leveling content that did not feel like absolute misery. It just doesn't work for leveling. Um, and I've done more than one Outlaw run. Just, it genuinely does not work. So far, this feels like a standard leveling spec, which is good. And I'm going to get more tools later on to make it even better, so there we go. In fact, actually, while I'm at it, I have a few talents I can spend. I want to spend Nimble Fingers, then I take Blind, and I'm going to take then Airborne Irritant after, which is AoE Blind. And this is the big one. Your finishing moves heal you, and at full health, you instead get a shield. That is, in theory, I believe it'll be a lot of passive healing throughout a fight. That is something you just do not have access to. You have nothing really comparable to this for either Assassination or Outlaw. All you have is Crimson Vial, which is honestly just a garbage spell. Crimson Vial is so bad. This heals for absolutely nothing, and it heals it over 4 seconds. It's a laughably bad spell that I don't really know how you buff it without making rogues like... Obviously, and this is kind of the problem. So, a lot of times people will say, well, like, why don't they just buff rogues or fix rogues in, like, leveling content? But here's the thing. Rogues are nuts in endgame. They kind of always have been. Like, obviously, right now, rogues are really, 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 really overpowered for, like, everything in endgame content. They are very, very strong. So, that leads to this problem of how do you make rogues, like, okay for leveling? Like, what do you change that then somehow won't impact endgame content? Because any buffs you give them to their spells, it just would make them stronger in all forms of content, even though they are really weak in leveling. So it's kind of this weird situation. It's like the same thing that we talked about with Vengeance Demon Hunter, or I've talked about it a lot of times whenever people ask, where Vengeance Demon Hunter is in a really weird spot, where it's insanely good in Mythic Plus, because it has really good AoE damage, and it has insane utility in the form of sigils. But Vengeance's single target is fucking dog water. Its survivability in single target scenarios is also fucking dog water, and all of its good utility really doesn't matter in, like, most raid environments, definitely not in Emirdrasil. So Vengeance ends up in this weird situation where it's really shit in raids, so just kind of feel bad playing it. And it definitely could use a buff in raids, but it's objectively overpowered in Mythic Plus. So how do you buff Vengeance in raids without making it even more overpowered in Mythic Plus? And then, similarly, how do you nerf Vengeance in Mythic Plus without then making it feel even worse in raids? And now, I say, how do you do this? There is a way. I've discussed it whenever this conversation comes up. It is very easy to fix this. It's just you need very targeted changes. And this is an easier example because we're comparing endgame content to endgame content. You know, the example I gave before is how do you buff rogues in leveling while, you know, still not changing them in endgame content. And I think a lot of it has to do with the pathing within their tree. And admittedly, a lot of the changes that came to Rogue in this, like, recent patch, you know, for their talents, did improve that and improve the rogue pathing within the tree. There are still a few, like, examples that I think are kind of not great. I think so far everything in sub feels fine. Like, I get Shuriken Storm for free really early on. I get Shuriken Toss as, like, a ranged pulling spell. I got Black Powder for free fairly early on. I have, like, my entire kit here. There's really nothing outside of Secret Technique, which is, like, a good cooldown, that I'm missing as far as, like, the main kit of Subtlety Rogue. But Assassination had, like, multiple things locked really far to actually make it feel good. A lot of, like, the really important Phantom Knives synergy, like the ranged pulling option, also was locked at, like, level 20 something, which is insane. And then Outlaw also had, like, a lot of weird stuff before. Now, admittedly, Roll the Bones being baseline, or at least unlocked very early on, is a great change. It used to be, like, you couldn't get it until level 30 something in the talent tree in patch 10.1. Now it's unlocked at like a fairly early level, and you don't need to spend a talent point on it, which is great. It's a good change. But there's still just a lot of problems like that with Rogue. Whereas, like, you know, Druid, you get your entire kit early on. And, yeah, you don't really need to worry about that stuff. It's also, like, another thing. So, I looked and I saw that Sub gets what? Shadow Dance. When do we get Shadow Dance? We get Shadow Dance at some point. I forget when. But it's like we get it earlier than the other specs for Rogue. And there's a lot of abilities for Rogue, or like passives early in the tree, that say, you know, when you're in stealth and stuff like that. And I guess a great example is like Vanish, right? You cannot use Vanish while leveling for damage. It doesn't work. If you use Vanish, you drop combat, and then the pull resets. So that is like another unfortunate part about Rogue's design. The fact that so much of its damage is built around being in stealth and using Vanish and like resetting your stuff, it doesn't work for solo leveling. If you're doing dungeons, like, I guess it's fine. It's not really good, but you can at least get your stuff working. But like, so much of the kit is built around something that is simply not possible to do in a solo leveling context. And you have a lot of these like early talents that say when you use Vanish or Shadow Dance, you get these benefits. Well, I can't use Vanish while leveling, and I don't get Shadow Dance until 50-something for all the other Rogue specs. So there's a lot of these like completely dead talents that rely on Shadow Dance, which is something I just don't have access to. And I forget, there was another like, I forget what it was, but there was something with Rogue that I remember where an entire like core like talent relied on this other ability that I simply didn't get access to until much later. And it was like possible to take synergistic talents for an ability that the game simply did not give me until like level 25 or something like that. I'm sure if you go back to the Assassination Rogue run, you'll find wherever I talked about that, because it was like just baffling to me that this was a thing. That, like, why is it offering me the ability to take talents at this level that are, like, blocking the way to other stuff when I don't even have the ability that it modifies? And that's, like, the kind of basic stuff of, if you're designing a spec, as a game designer, at least double check, like, you know, am I ordering the talents in the correct way so that a new player will get the ability that this thing modifies? And it's a little bit tricky, because the way that the World of Warcraft talent trees are lined up is, it's not for leveling. This is not for level. The way that the current design is set up is that it's... Also, hold on, I just noticed something. Something's missing here, guys. There's supposed to be tents and stuff. And for a second, I'm like, wait, why are the tents and the little guard fences not here? I remember one of the things that's coming in this patch is the Gilneas restoration. So in the process of changing Gilneas for the restoration, they accidentally removed a few little assets that were used as part of this questline. Huh. It doesn't really matter. It was just like random tents that, you know, the troops would sit in. But I never even considered that it would have an impact. Also, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not a lag spike. Please tell me this is not affecting the stream. It would still suck. Yeah, it looks like that affected the stream too. So that was on my end. It looks like it wasn't on Blizzard servers, so sorry if the stream lagged a little bit. I didn't even think of that. Hopefully all the other quests actually work properly. Anyways, yeah. I mean, I think, you know, kind of beating that point down. Outlaw is better for AoE due to having Killing Rush. Yeah, it does single target, though. Like, roll the bones into, I believe it's Blade Rush that you're thinking of. Roll the bones into Blade Rush is fine, but it's, like, you have to use those two buttons to do the damage that another spec can just do on its own, And you also don't even get Blade Rush until like level 40 or 50 or something like that. So, yeah, that's kind of a problem. That's another thing, right? Like, a lot of people will tell me, well, Outlaw's AoE damage feels good at level 60. Here's the problem with that. If your damage doesn't feel good by level 60, it's not good. Like, every single spec feels kind of okay by level 60. The difference is, Guardian Druid's AoE damage feels okay at level 11, and Windwalker's damage feels okay at level 11. When you unlock Fists of Fury, or Thrash, or Moonfire, your damage feels pretty fucking good. So, considering most of the leveling process is 10 to 60, for that to just be like, oh, well, it feels good after you've completed the vast majority of the leveling process, I sure hope so. That's not an argument in its favor, though. So, yeah. I can equip this shit before I forget. What? Oh, my game just crashed. Alright. That's interesting. Okay. Well, I just got a message. Just had to tab out and check that. Anywho, what was I doing? Oh, right. I needed to still equip. I don't have the required proficiency. Oh, it's male. Did I equip all my stuff? I have. Where are my bracers? This thing. Right. I forgot it got moved down there. And Elixir of the Mongoose replaces that. Alright. Yeah, unfortunately, at low levels, energy regen is still very much a problem for sub, it looks like. Just like the other rogue specs, which, to be expected. It's not terrible, but it is a notable issue. Black powder's honestly not bad for low target stuff like that. Unfortunately, I should also have the elite NPCs helping me out here. That's just kind of an unfortunate bug that happened. There's really not a whole lot I can do. The fact that that's just not working, and now I have to fight elites on my own. I can at least cloak off those poisons on me, but now, there we go. I'm gonna have to eat this food to make this a little bit easier. Alright, one more pack of dogs, and I should be good to just run to the end. There we go. And just knock this guy out. And I can gun shoes all the way to the finish line. Okay, let me scroll down a little bit. Do I like playing Monk DPS? It depends on what you mean. I definitely like Windwalker. I think it is a fun DPS spec. It is one of the DPS specs that I, in the past, have enjoyed playing more than, like, a lot of the other ones. And I've done, like, obviously a lot of leveling runs with that. That you can very quickly see just by looking at my channel, right? But as for do I like playing it at max level right now, it's just not something I'm actively playing. I don't hate it. I don't love it. It's just haven't really been playing it in max level content. Right. Oh. Hmm. Let me think real quick. Before I continue reading chat, I need to figure out this routing on the fly. Right now, I should go do the WAD intro. Because, obviously, the moment I hit 20, I want to turn on War Mode. I could have turned it on before, but I think it would have been redundant to go back and turn it on just now. So, at this point, I'll be out of Gilneas. I'll be able to set my Volpera camp, and then I can go turn it in. You main Sub-Rogue 2004 to 2016, and you're enjoying this. Yes. Nice. Had no idea they integrated auto shadow step. Yeah, it's very nice. I had to do a side-by-side comparison of a stream where you mount it up to see what's faster. Yeah, I would imagine that like shadow strike chain was faster than slow mount. Just responding on Discord real quick. Used to have to spec combat to level. Yeah, I mean it just very different times, right? I'm just gonna turn this in, and now, oh shit, I kind of need to do this quest because this one's a pain in the ass to do if you don't let the RP play out. Honestly, this is fine though, because I need to clean up my bags. So this gives me a good chance to do that. Just get all this stuff. Also get rid of that, and I'm just going to... I can vendor this stuff, I won't need it. And then I'm going to do refresh my food buff. There we go. Refresh this. Refresh my experience buff before I forget. Then I'm going to go into my racials. Make camp. Actually, I'm going to put this down here. And then return to camp. So I'll have this for when I need it. Okay, let me start reading some of the stuff I missed in chat. Hello Mutated. Missed that message earlier. You joined in. Okay, turn this in and then go ahead and oh yeah, also something before I forget. I almost forgot to do this. But one of the other reasons why I usually wait until leaving Gilneas is the rare mobs. Something you always want to do. So this way I can double dip. I knew that, like, I remember on the tip of my tongue, I was like, there's another reason why why I always wait until after Gilneas that, like, I'm forgetting to say. And then I'm like, oh yeah, it's because the fucking rare mobs. Unfortunately, a lot of times I actually forget to do this in my runs. There we go. Yeah, so I get Shadow Dance at level 22. That's kind of what I was talking about earlier. Where other specs don't get Shadow Dance until, like, level 50 or something. Also, this kind of does damage. It's not, like, a lot, but for a ranged pulling tool, this doesn't do terrible damage. Also, why do I have Shadow Strike on that part of my bars? I don't know. Oh, I also, before I forget, gonna reapply poisons. I forgot to apply my poisons for like 90% of the Assassination Rogue run, which was not great. Let's see. Jordan said, thanks for answering your questions on Discord. No problem. Glad I was able to help you out. I usually like answering questions on Discord. It's always fun. And what else do I need? I think the only rares that I would still need is if Lost Son of Aragol happens to be up around this area, I can get that. While questing in Silverpine, should you be hunting for rares? Yes, absolutely. That is, if you watch my leveling guide, a pretty integral part of it. It's not required. Like, you absolutely can still level fast in these zones, even without the rares. The reason the rares are so good is because these are already very efficient zones. And then if you get, like, the rares and chests for bonus experience, it takes these zones, yeah, like, see, there we go, sturdy treasure chest. And look how much experience, like, one of these chests gives me. Okay, that's actually not that much. But still, it's something. I thought it would give me more, but, you know, we can see Aquarius the Unbound over here. Fuck. Do I have Vanish yet? I probably have Vanish. I don't get Vanish until literally 1 level from now. Okay, never mind. Oh, but I have Shadow Dance, which is fucking broken. Okay. Yeah, that's a good spell. Okay. Yeah, so, like, that's pretty strong. Unfortunately, other rogue specs just don't get that until, like, level 50. So, sucks to not play it, I guess? Okay. I'm just gonna run through here. There's another secret rare all the way down here. And then there's another rare even further that I normally wouldn't kill, but I'm gonna kill here because the moment I kill him, I can just teleport away. So, up to the 2nd floor. Ambermill Spellscribe. And Gunshoes. Go to the rare over here. And yeah, so generally speaking, like, I would not recommend going for this rare in particular. In my video, I talk about all the rares that you should be going for, because most of them are not very far off the beaten path. Like, this one is far off the beaten path, but the reason I'm going for this one is because immediately after doing this, in fact, I should have put this on my bars earlier, whatever. Immediately after doing that, I'm going to Dollar on Hearthstone. So the fact that I traveled off the beaten path doesn't matter, because I'm not staying here anyway. But generally in, like, standard traditional leveling runs, I would not recommend going for, like, Finn's Gambit, that one. But any that is close, you can. And there are a few others, like, you know, the Ambermill Spellscribe that I would now recommend going for. However, they were recently added. And speaking of which, as I slowly catch up on chat, Harley AMV said, weird they'd add new rares to old zones like this. So the context for that is actually quite interesting. Spend my talent points, so I need to go do or pick up the WAD thing from Chromie. So I've gotten... Wait, I just realized I'm Horde. So I said earlier, the Alliance war mode bonus is insane, but I'm Horde. Horde has a 25% war mode bonus on the PTR right now. That is, like, unheard of. Huh. I've never even had a war mode bonus on Horde. So, like, I instinctively forgot that I was playing Horde and thought I was Alliance when I saw that, because I'm never used to seeing that bonus when I am playing a Horde character. That is interesting. That could lead to some very peculiar routing decisions. It's a little bit cheesy, though, because normally you play with 15% war mode bonus on Alliance side. But yeah, so the reason why they added rares to old zones, and it's not just Silverpine Forest, it's a lot of different zones, is because there were many different rare mob drops from, like, vanilla World of Warcraft off a lot of rares in those zones. And most of those rares got removed in Cataclysm. Some of them didn't get removed, some of them got name changed, but most of the things on those loot tables were completely removed with Cataclysm. Largely due to scaling issues, some of them just got completely removed, period. So, what Blizzard did recently is they made it so a lot of those removed items now drop again from their corresponding rares. However, there were certain rares that just no longer exist at all, and they still wanted to re-add those items, so they just re-added the rares and added like those drops onto those brand new rares. Now they only did that in a few cases. So as far as like our purposes go for leveling, I believe Silverpine Forest is the only relevant zone that got new rare mobs. Ah, fuck. It's fine. I can just do this and AoE blind. Oh wait, I don't have airborne irritant yet. Fuck. Yeah, so they added a bunch of rares to like random old classic zones that, you know, we don't actually use in the leveling route, so it doesn't really matter. But Silverpine Forest did get a few. Believe it's just the ones that I showed in that video, or in that like section there in the leveling runs. I will probably make... I don't know if I'll make a full video on it, or if I'll just wait to include it in the updated leveling guide. We'll see. Like, if I have absolutely nothing to upload one day, maybe I'll make, like, a short video discussing, like, the new rare mobs. I thought about doing that a little while ago, and I've been too busy to actually get around to it. But it was technically added in, like, a previous patch. I forget exactly when. But yeah, it's a good change. It is mostly there for transmog collectors, but they still function like all of the other Cataclysm rares in that they give full experience. And for Silverpine Forest, it's just really good. Because most of those rares are not only like just bonuses on top of what we already did, but they're literally on the path for questing. Like, one of them is in the basement of that keep, where we go for the quest, as we saw. The other one is right along the shoreline, where you do all that other stuff. And then that final one is like the most off the beaten path. It's like a little bit away from Ambermill, but I mean, that's still really, really, really close, all things considered. So it's not hard to just take a slight detour just for a rare mob. I'd consider that worth it. Especially right now, where nobody even knows those rares exist, because, I mean, they're not on my leveling guide, because they just got recently added. So even on live servers, every time I've gone to look for them, they're pretty much always up, because people don't know about them. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting potential there. One thing that I haven't really bothered looking into is whether the rares that got added to other zones make those, like, meaningfully better. I don't really think that just having some more rare mobs will, like, significantly improve, like, one zone. But you never know. It's one of those things where I'm not gonna, like, bother looking into all of that right now. I'll probably do a little bit of testing to see how, like, the dragon flying, like, stuff changes the existing route in terms of, like, how we can optimize things now that dragon riding is a thing. But I don't think I'm going to go ahead and test every single zone in the game just yet with dragon riding. It's something that I could do, but I would probably narrow it down to, like, okay, these zones are at least pretty good. Maybe if you add dragon riding into the mix, they could be a lot better. Because effectively what dragon riding existing does is a lot of the zones that previously may have been cut due to travel time concerns can now theoretically be routed in. Like, for example, Fellwood is not a terrible zone, but it takes quite a while to get there from flying. It's like quite a few minutes, even out of Orgrimmar. But now with dragon riding, it's like maybe 30, 45 seconds. So if travel time was the main thing making a zone inefficient, well, suddenly dragon riding existing means that those zones are significantly more efficient. And it's kind of one of those weird things, because I always say you gotta think about things like big picture, right? If something is like a universal upgrade, right? If there is an experience buff, this is something I ranted about in my Discord this morning. A lot of times I'll get comments like, you said that this thing was inefficient, but have you considered that when it's 19% faster thanks to the anniversary buff, it may actually be good? And it's like, yeah, doofus, guess what? The 19% anniversary buff applies to everything, right? So if your random crackpot theory of leveling is now 19% faster, that's great, cool, good for you, but like, so is my route. It's also 19% faster, so like, that doesn't fucking matter. This is, by the way, a genuine argument that people make. Like, I literally on one of my videos just yesterday got a comment saying BFA dungeons are actually pretty fast. And then I said, well, no, they're not. And then they said, but have you considered that with the 19% buff, it may actually be more efficient than you thought? Wow. Genius. Hadn't considered that. Actual fucking person wrote that out. Like, oh. So, I always try to, like, reiterate that, you gotta consider that stuff, that, like, just because something makes one thing faster, it might make something else faster. But with travel time, it's a little bit weird, right? Because, I don't know, if you're... How do I put this? If I am getting somewhere like point A to point B, like, and it takes me, I don't know, like 30 seconds of flying in my regular mount form, and it takes me like 2 minutes in dragon riding. The difference, or it takes me 2 minutes, like for the other zone, if I'm in regular flying. And then with dragon riding, it's a difference of, instead of 30 seconds versus 2 minutes, it's now like 10 seconds versus like 30 seconds. Because sometimes dragon riding can actually make that dramatic of a difference. Because the way that like vigor works, right, is if you're just doing like one short burst of movement, it takes like one vigor. But you can like spend a shit ton of vigor to make like travel really fast, just whirling surge and then do like a bunch of really quick flaps, and you get there really fast. And it like destroys your vigor, but then you land, and while you're killing stuff, your vigor is regenerating. So, technically speaking, dragon riding, like, disproportionately helps in areas where, like, travel time is longer, up to an extent, right? Like, obviously, if you're trying to cross an entire continent, at a certain point, dragon riding is only going to speed that up so much. But if you're able to get from point A to point B, and the time it takes you to consume all of your vigor, then technically speaking, yeah, dragon riding is making that faster relative to the speed increase you would get compared to in Hillsbred Foothills when we fly from one rear to another, right? The amount of time it would take me to, I guess we'll see this later in the run, but let's say I'm in Terran Mill, and I'm trying to complete the quests immediately after hitting Terran Mill. So I pick them all up, I get on my dragon riding mount, I do a big flap over to the pond, I kill the worm. I do a flap, I kind of coast around the river to check to see, is that the tortoise up? And then if it is up, all right, well then I go and fight it. And then I dismount, I go kill the tortoise, etc. And same thing, then I remount, I go, I do it again, and I'm doing a lot of like short bursts of movement, but I still need to remount. That takes the same amount of time every time. And dragon riding like maybe saves a few seconds every time I flap off the ground and do like a quick surge forward. But compared to like gaining really fast speed, obviously, because like dragon riding has like built-in acceleration stuff, I don't know, it's like, I think I've kind of already explained it. I don't know if I'm explaining it in like super great words. This is the kind of thing where like it's hard for me to find like, the super fancy words to make it like easy to understand when I'm like in the middle of a run and trying to focus on other stuff. But I think most people probably understand what I'm trying to say by now. So all that to say, it could, in theory, mean that certain zones that were slower due to travel time concerns could now actually be viable contenders. Another good example would be the Plague Lands, specifically Western Plague Lands. I don't think you would end up doing Western Plague Lands, at least not compared to Silverpine and Hillsbrad. I should also note, this is not going to make anything beat Silverpine and Hillsbrad. Silverpine, Hillsbrad, and Loch Modan are still going to be, like, ridiculously good leveling zones. I guess that's something that I should probably mention. Silverpine, obviously, is just really good because, like, travel time is not really a concern at all. And it works really well at low levels for that reason, because any sort of movement that you need, you can cover in like a quick burst of speed. Now, technically speaking, what this change could do is it could mean that you just don't do Silverpine Forest at all up until 30, and you only do Silverpine and Hillsbrad from 30 to 60 or whatever, and you just do dungeons early on. And maybe like a little tiny bit of Silverpine if you like take a while to find a dungeon queue. But something like that could mean that saving Silverpine and getting the speed from dragon riding could make it even faster. Hillsbrad, well, I did say that certain other zones may benefit more from dragon riding compared to like Hillsbrad Foothills. Hillsbrad Foothills will still get a lot of benefit out of it, for sure. Same with Loch Modan. Loch Modan still had a decent amount of travel time. That will still become faster. In fact, out of all of like the zones in the traditional route that I think will benefit from dragon riding, it's actually Duskwood. Duskwood has a lot of back and forth travel sections that were made really slow by like, you know, regular, even like slow flying, regular flying. Being able to do that now at level 30 without it taking forever and having to like quickly cross the zone, suddenly Duskwood's actually like not that bad, because it was one of those zones that had really efficient, like dense quest hubs, but having to zigzag across the zone really slowed you down. Well, now that travel time is less of a concern, suddenly it doesn't really matter that much. So I think, if anything, what you may see is that a lot of these older zones that were like slower because of like, you know, travel time stuff may actually end up being better than WoD, is what I think, in terms of routing. So I think there is a good chance, not necessarily that we replace Silverpine, Hillsbrad, Loch Modan, but I actually think we may end up just cutting Gorgrond out of the route entirely. Because, like, Gorgrond is not a bad zone, but it actually gains surprisingly little by the dragon riding changes. One of the other things is that a lot of Gorgrond's speed, I don't know if speed is the right word, but a lot of Gorgrond's efficiency is from the proof of strength stuff. So you actually run into this weird problem when you start to complete Gorgrond faster and faster, that you end up getting less uses of proof of strength, which means you're getting less of the quest items, which is one of the main reasons why Gorgrond is good in the first place, because that has a 10-minute cooldown. And just because you're doing the zone faster does not necessarily mean that you're getting more proof of strength uses. So it kind of is a little bit counterintuitive that the faster you do it, it kind of desyncs you, and I have like all of the proof of strength uses planned throughout the route, and it actually worked out really well that it, generally speaking, aligned with you know, the cooldown. Now, technically, what you could do is like change around the times in which you use proof of strength. You could start using it at different points, going for different specific objectives, right? How do I put this? Just kill this mob really quick. And all right, that was pretty good single target. I don't know. I'm kind of rambling. I think you probably get what I mean. And another thing is, like, a lot of later quest lines have some forced RP where it still ends up being like the same speed no matter what. Like, travel time can only somewhat improve it. Whereas, like, you can actually really shave off a lot of the time lost in the older zones because they didn't have much RP, so their main inefficiencies are now kind of a moot point. So yeah, I think there is a realistic chance that we end up seeing a Cata Revamp Zone only route coming in War Within for 10 to 70, just because a lot of those zones may end up just outclassing WoD entirely. Anyways. And, yeah, technically, the Gilneas update is one of the reasons for why some of that stuff was, like, looking a little bit funky. I'm curious, because I know they said the Gilneas update wouldn't actually be tested. I'm curious how much you can find in-game. I saw something on Wowhead apparently about, like, there's scarlet bodies in, like, some little inn or whatever. I don't know if that's, like, the only thing that people have found to hint at, like, the general story of the Gilneas stuff. I'm curious how it's going to play out, though. Like, if it's actually going to become a major city, or if it's just, like, a little lore quest line and that's it. It'll be interesting for sure. Okay. Also, I think the next time I get gear is at level 30, right? Yeah, level 30 is when I replace my existing stuff. Let's see. What's my opinion on Enhanced Shaman? Unfortunately, like, for clarification stuff, it's kind of hard to ask, because at this point I'm like about an hour or so behind on messages, so apologies for that, but I'm trying to, give thorough answers to each one. I guess my question to that would be Enhanced Shaman while leveling, or Enhanced Shaman at max level? Because Enhanced Shaman while leveling, I think it's good. It's not like spectacular, but it's not bad. Like, I'd probably, like, based on my current, like, tier list like format that I've said before, where it's like relative to how fast it is compared to like Windwalker and Guardian Druid, I'd probably say it's I don't know, like a low A. It's good, it's not anything spectacular. It can get the job done, right? But it's not going to, like, knock your socks off like, holy shit, this is super duper fast. As for Enhanced Shaman at max level, no opinion, really. I don't play it, so I have no comments on whether or not it's fun or whatever. I just do not play Enhancement Shaman, so I don't know. I've heard it's good, though. I have friends who play it, and they all seem to enjoy it, so I guess anecdotal evidence seems to indicate that it's a fun spec. And, like, I enjoyed leveling it. It definitely was not on, like, my top list of, like, this class feels amazing to level, but it was fine. It wasn't a class that I disliked leveling. It definitely wasn't Rogue, though Sub is actually, this has been quite good. I like this. But yeah, it was not like, it did not feel like Shadow Priest or Holy Priest or Fire Mage, or Fury Warrior, which I've said are like some of the ones that I enjoyed leveling more out of like the specs that I hadn't played before. I think what was the Warlock spec that I ended up really enjoying? It was I think it was Affliction, yeah, that I really liked. That surprised me. I did not expect to like Affliction as much as I did. I think I'd put that also up there, and like the top specs that I tried that I found to be fun. Leveling a Holy Paladin in Classic and using Judgment and Exorcism as your only attack abilities until 40. That sounds absolutely miserable. Why would you level as a Holy Paladin in Classic? Like, I can think of a million other things I would rather do. Like, unless you just were given no choice for some reason. Like, if somebody tied you to a chair and was like, you need to level as Holy Paladin, I don't see why else you would do it. Okay, can do this. Turn in. You feel like Resto Shaman deals a ton more damage than Ellie Shaman. You know Ellie scales and all, but early levels, Resto Lightning Bolt does 2 to 3. Yeah. Yeah, that's something I think I talked about when I did the Shaman runs. Definitely at low levels. Oh, okay, that mob just despawned. At low levels, no matter what, you are playing Resto Shaman. It is significantly faster. Just like with Priest, up until like level 30 or so, Priests should always level as Holy, and Shamans should always level as Resto. You are correct. It just does more damage. It's not even like it feels like it does more. This feels better. Like, it just straight up does more damage than Elemental. It's a really weird quirk with leveling, and honestly, I don't really like the fact that it works like that. It is kind of funny that Holy Priests are quite literally the strongest tank, healer, and DPS in the game at level 10. Like, Holy Priests can literally solo entire dungeons at level 10 by just running forward, pressing Holy Nova. That's all they do. They press Holy Nova. It does more damage than literally anybody else can output at that level. They are able to constantly keep themselves full healed, which means they can completely solo heal the dungeon and solo tank the dungeon as a priest, because they are ripping threat off the tank and they are healing all of the damage dealt by the mob auto attacks, all while dealing 90% of the damage of the dungeon group. So yeah, healer scaling at low levels is really broken, and that is kind of the case all the way up until level 30. Resto Shaman kind of falls off a little bit, just because Resto Shaman doesn't really have any good damage talents after like level 30. It's like level 25 or something. It gets Acid Rain, it gets a few other nice like Chain Lightning synergy things, and then it just stops getting anything damage related. So its damage kind of peaks around that point, and then it just gets nothing. And meanwhile, you have Holy Priests, which just continue getting insane damage talents until they reach max level. Same with Discipline Priests. Both of them, I would say, are roughly comparable throughout the entire leveling process. I think Holy is stronger early on just because it has easier access to a lot of like the really broken stuff, and it has better single target early on with Imperial Blaze. So the fact that at low levels, Holy is able to quickly get Rhapsody and Imperial Blaze like before Disc can get it, makes Holy, I would say, better up until 30. And they're both comparable past that, but Disc, once it gets its full kit online, actually does more damage than Holy. And I would say they're both like comparable to Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest is good, don't get me wrong, but it's like, it's going to do about the same damage up until like level 40 or 50 as Holy and Disc, except it's going to have to actually like go out of its way to self-heal itself, whereas both of the other healing specs just do that passively. So, especially Holy, you can just very easily heal yourself passively without having to stop doing damage. It's just a little bit weird. Resto Shaman, I would say, is a little bit weaker than Holy Priest, just because its damage is not purely dealt, or its healing is not purely done by damage. So you do need to sometimes throw a heal on yourself, and also your single target is not that great, whereas like your AoE is actually pretty solid. It's a little bit weird. I think as it stands, I forget exactly what I said at the end of those runs where I tested all the healers, but I think we kind of said that Holy Priest and Disc Priest will probably go into A tier. They will be the only healers to actually go into A tier because they are just genuinely that good. And then Resto Shaman probably goes into like high B tier. It's good, it can be very effective at leveling, and it is very strong early on, but it does fall off, and it is notable that it falls off. Whereas like Holy and Disc just kind of continue being really strong leveling options the entire way through. Priest is kind of weird in that, like, I remember back in the day, I used to say that Priest was one of the worst leveling classes, and I think I was maybe a little bit too hard on it just because Shadow was very bad for leveling. Now Shadow's actually quite good for leveling, due to the changes in Dragonflight. But Shadow used to be bad, and I used to be like, yeah, like, Disc is fine, but it's not, like, really that good compared to other options. And, like, honestly, I think they were always a little bit better, like, Disc and Holy, than I gave them credit for, but because they were healers, it was, like, hard to evaluate that. But now that Shadow's good, and, like, Disc and Holy just got even better with the Dragonflight changes, like, Priest honestly went from, in my opinion, one of the worst leveling classes in the game to solidly above average. They're definitely not the best. The best would be Druid and Monk. And I would say after that, I wouldn't even put them in, like, 3, 4, or 5, but they're maybe, like, 6. Which, considering they have no tank spec, is pretty good. Because, like, I would say being able to get to be, like, one of the top leveling classes without even having the ability to queue as a tank is kind of impressive. But that's just how good all 3 pre-specs are for leveling. You're trying to level an Assassination Rogue? Just swap the sub. I mean, hey, like, you don't have to level as Assassination. Nobody's forcing you. And I can tell you right now, just by hitting 26, I can already tell you that this is the best rogue leveling spec. Right? Because this was the worst part of both rogue leveling runs. It was the early stuff. It started to feel a little bit better towards the end. From what I've seen, Sub still gets a lot of the good stuff towards the end. But right now, this has felt perfectly fine. This has felt infinitely smoother than either of the rogue runs I did. So already this is good. The only question is, how good is this compared to other classes? Not necessarily just rogues. Let's take evasion. Actually, no, I don't want that. I want blackjack. I want Shadowrunner. Right? Yes. And then here I want to first turn this in, start the RP. What did I say I was going to do here? The problem is 15% critical strike chance is not bad. I gotta do this. I'm not really going to be behind my targets enough to justify taking improved backstab. Yep, we take that. Increased healing, and then I should take Secret Technique first and foremost. Evasion there, Secret Technique on Control T. That should be good. You're just in time to finish the RP. I need to refresh my food buff. They need an on-kill gain sustain mechanic like most of the melee in the game have. Completely agree. Yeah. I agree that it wouldn't break endgame, yeah. I think my recommendation is just, if you want to make rogues good for leveling, change this, Leeching Poison. First off, move Leeching Poison out of the bottom of the row. What the fuck is it doing there? Why is a healing ability in the capstone section of the tree? That makes absolutely no sense. So, change that, first and foremost. But also, make it so Leeching Poison does what it used to do back in Mop and Wad. So, for people who didn't play Rogue back then, and I used to actually enjoy doing stuff with Rogue at that time, Leeching Poison used to be a proc healing. So it healed you for a flat amount. It basically worked kind of like the life-stealing weapon enchant does at low levels. It was sometimes when you do damage, you have a chance to heal yourself for a flat amount. The problem with Leech is Leech just does not scale well, like at all. It doesn't do a significant enough amount of healing to you to ever make it worth taking. 5% Leech, like, this just does nothing. This does absolutely nothing for you. So, and like, I could see how at max level, and you know what, honestly, just make it a choice node, right? Make it a choice node, you either get 5% Leech or you get a healing proc effect. And what you could do is scale it in such a way that when you are max level and you're like optimizing your damage and stuff, the amount of damage you're doing, at that point, 5% Leech actually becomes significant. So that way, for max level characters, it's not actually an issue, because they're still going to take the 5% Leech. But while leveling up, where Leech is basically just completely worthless for you, you have the option to take something that gives you... Sorry, hold on. Brain fart, and I'm also dying. Because, you know... I was saying out of range of that. It's weird. Yeah. Admittedly, yeah, Rogue... And this is kind of the problem, right? I'm able to survive that pull, sure, but I need to eat after this just to feel okay. And that was still a little bit sketchy. The burst damage is definitely better than the other specs. I'll give Sub that much, but it's not anywhere near a lot of the top specs. Like, right now, This is definitely the highest rank rogue spec, but it's starting to feel like it's just a little bit not quite there. Like, I don't know if I can justify putting this in A tier. This is maybe like high B tier. Like, it's good. It has potential. But survivability is just such a major concern. It's like single target damage. This feels good. That was good single target damage. That was about the amount of time it would take me to kill that on other specs, other than like Windwalker, which has Touch of Death. AoE, it's struggling a little bit. I know there's stuff I get later on that buffs my AoE a little bit, but still not amazing, especially at this level. Better compared to the other specs still. I think it's just more sad about the other rogue specs. But I completely agree that it is weird that any sort of like sustain on kill or hit or something like that does not exist for rogues. I do think even if you wanted to make it like what you said of, it's a... So what the hell is happening? Am I getting a lag spike again? I don't know if that was on the game's end or mine. Either way. Okay, so I got the Garrison Hearthstone. I'm now going to return to camp. So now, if I were to continue doing stuff in WoD, it would require me to go up and down like a big cliff, which is a little bit difficult to do before I have flying. So WoD would be inefficient from this point on. But that's kind of fine. We only have 2 more levels until dragon riding. In fact, just to make it a little bit cleaner, I'm going to preemptively reorganize my bars. That's peculiar. It's quite peculiar indeed. Either... I guess we'll find out. Either the rares are shared across phases, which should not be the case. Am I getting like just really unlucky? What is happening here? Okay, there we go. I did just get really unlucky. I got like multiple kills with no drops. Yeah, so either the rares are shared across phases, or somebody decided to kill the rares in war mode. Well, this chest is here. So it's definitely not the same phase as before. And also check for Aquarius. Okay, well, Aquarius is up, so that is peculiar. I don't know why Fuel Ravenclaw is dead. Because, like, we're on the PTR. There should be nobody else here. So there's literally no reason for a rare mob to be dead. Unless somebody killed him. Let's go and check this other rare mob over here. Stuck in the stairs. This one's still up. Right. Accidentally hit my headphones. Is it worth farming draft potions on a fresh account? I would say probably not. So the thing about farming draft of 10 lands is it is significantly easier to do when you have multiple characters. Like, I would say by the time you have 3 characters, like, that's easy enough to do it. But, like, on your very first character, yeah, you probably shouldn't worry about Draft of 10 lands. It's not worth farming. But when you have, like, 3 characters and you've done, like, the unlock stuff for BFA, like, the initial process of starting to farm Draft of 10 lands is going to be a little bit slow. But that's why I'd say wait until you do 3 characters, because then if you're doing 3 characters at the same time, that's like, makes it easier to set up. And then once you've got all 3 of those characters like fully ready, prepped to start farming drafts, then eventually you'll just be able to bam, pop onto 3 characters, do your farming, bam, you're done. It really easy. And it just, saves a lot of time, I would say. Let's see, am I missing any abilities? I'm not gonna use any of like the stun CC stuff. I could use Kidney Shot just for like Yetimus, though realistically speaking, Yetimus dies within Evasion Cloak of Shadows. We proved that before, so.
What are we if not slaves to this torment? We are the Forsaken. We will slaughter.
Do Amber Mill Codex. I'm gonna fly back to the Sepulchre. Normally, I would use Gunshoes and stuff to get back here, but the thing is, there's a good chance that by the time I'm done doing these quests in, like, in Hillsbrad, and, like, Dalaran Crater, I will probably have hit level 30. And it'll be faster to go check for the rares and chests in that area with dragon riding compared to with regular flying or regular mounts and gunshoes. Come to think of it, this also makes checking for off the beaten path rare mobs significantly more efficient now that dragon riding is a thing. There's not as much of like a travel time investment to go do that. You could also, something that you could do is if you're checking for like a rare mob, in case it's not up, you could like use your time lock thing, and then like, you go to check for the rare, and then if it's up, you dismount, you kill it. If it's not up, you just time lock back to where you were, and it's like an even smaller time loss compared to like, if you just had to fly back, and then you'd end up saving vigor. So that's like a little neat optimization you could do. Time lock is one of those interesting things where it's like a very cool ability. The only thing that I wish is time lock would be a lot better if you could use it after dismounting. Like, there would be so many insane uses for time lock if after you dismounted, you could remount and your previous time lock would still be saved. I don't know why it doesn't work like that, because it would just be much more fun. The problem with a lot of the uses of time lock that I've like continually thought of, because like the way that ability functions, right, or the way it wants to function, is you are basically making like, a return trip, and you know that you're going to be making a return trip to the exact same spot in advance. So you're like, okay, I'm going to set this thing here, I'm going to go in this direction, I'm going to do something, and then I'm going to come back and like, 5 minutes later or something, or 2 minutes later, it has like a 3-minute duration. So if you already know that you're going to be doing that, well, then you just set your time lock there, you go to the place you want, and then you teleport back immediately. So it's like a nice little planning ahead type ability, which is really cool. Anything where it's like planning ahead gives you a time save in the future, I love that. It like adds so much more creativity in terms of like how you route. The problem with time lock is because a lot of the times in which you'll do that are like, I'm going to go set my Hearthstone here, or I'm going to go like do some quests here and then come back, and you have to dismount for that, so it cancels your time lock and kind of ruins it. So really the only use of time lock is situations specifically like what I described, where you are checking to see if something is there, and if it is not there, then you can save a little bit of time. So the only example in which I have actually meaningfully used time lock, I think, ever in Dragonflight stuff, is for like, when I was doing PTR testing for 10.1.7, which is when Dream Surges got added, obviously on the PTR, I don't have somebody who is able to, like, run around and tell me what the, like, active Dream Surge buff is. So, in order to figure out what the active Dream Surge buff is, I need to check it for myself. And let me just gun shoes here, because, I mean, I'm not going to need it after I get dragon riding, so I might as well make use of it. And because I needed to check for myself, well, all I needed to do is pop into the zone, see what Dream Surge buffs were being offered, and then I can immediately pop back. So in that case, I never had to dismount, I just had to enter the zone. So I set my Hearthstone, or I set my time lock to, like, wherever I was, I don't know, like, Waking Shores. I quickly flew into Azure Span to see which buffs are available, and then the moment I saw the buffs, boom, I time lock back. And I'm good to go. And obviously that doesn't end up being useful tech in, like, the final version of the run, because I can literally just have somebody who's checking the Dream Surge for me, and I can just be like, hey, what buffs are up? And they'll say, it's these 2 buffs. I'm like, ah, fuck. So it's not, like, super useful anymore. But something like checking for a rare mob is effectively the same principle, except that is actually useful with time lock. Now, of course, that isn't really relevant for the, you know, Dragonflight zones, because the rare mobs aren't actually rare. They're, like, guaranteed to be up. But, you know, it's a neat little thing. Who needs Goblin Glider? God, that's a fun ability. Will it be added for Gilneas? It's like a Gilnean reclamation thing. I don't know exactly. I'm so close. I guess I'll just have to check the rares on my way back. Realistically, it's just Berard the Mooncraze that I need to check for, though. Let me see. You did this route yesterday and all the quests worked fine? Yeah, I mean, I guess it worked out well for me there, so. Oh, you also have to consider, though, so when Zach said this, obviously this was probably a little while ago, because when I was in Gilneas, it was much earlier. Obviously this is on the PTR, which is why it could be different. So it's definitely going to work well on live servers. I was more curious about, like, would anything with the PTR changes cause problems? Doesn't seem like it did, so it worked out, but it wouldn't have necessarily been applicable. Sometimes there's a chest in this house. Honestly, I find this one quite often. It is not up, though. Sad days. And try to avoid pulling extra random bullshit. Yeah, still no Thule Ravenclaw. I don't know what happened there. It is very weird and suspicious that Thule is dead. Oh, hey, Chori, good to see you. Actually, Chori, I used your X52 tech again, and I also was describing it as an example of, like, how toys can be useful in the route, so, you know, you got a mention there as the discoverer of that tech. I think Relentless Strikes would help me out here, more than the other stuff. I know which, like, this is one of the things where, if I had more time, I may have asked some of my rogue friends about, like, you know, what order to take these talents in. I did enough research that I'm, like, fairly confident in... Oh, what the fuck? How did I somehow pressed Shroud of Concealment. I don't know where it is on my bars and how I accidentally pressed it. Oh. It got auto-placed onto my bars. I see. I was very confused as to why it was there. You're about to level up. This might be the final mob? Nope, like one more. Literally. And nope, apparently one more. Any Lost Son of Aragol? Lost Son of Aragol is definitely up. Which is the interesting thing. It's like, technically speaking, if I didn't find Lost Son of Aragorn on like a live server run, there we go. I wouldn't go hunting for him, but it's like I technically speaking know that he's up. Is it worth going for? All right. So now, actually, you know what? I didn't even check this. Can I dragon ride on other mounts? So what about... Okay, this is still regular flying. So they haven't added the ability to enable dynamic flying or disable it yet. That's not a thing. But I can dragon ride fully right now. The one thing is, there is a way to enable your dynamic riding talents. Hold on. Let me log out and log back in and see if that gives me the ability to pick dragon riding talents. Would you ever do a video on how to get other unique heirlooms, not just the Stranglethorn one? Yes, that is the plan. I did the Stranglethorn one just because it won a poll that I put up. Like, a lot of people were asking about the Stranglethorn one. And the thing about the Stranglethorn one is it's like, it requires an actual strategy to win. Because the reality of... Also, let me see, how is Liquid doing? Oh, Liquid is not doing too hot. I just tab back over. It's unfortunate. Yeah, I still can't put my dragon riding talents. It's whatever. If anybody knows of, like, a script that I can put in, like, you know, /enable dragon riding talent pane that, like, lets me access it. I know there's, like, a lot of weird shit that you can do like that. Just, like, post it in chat, and I'm sure I'll see it in a second. Even with, like, 3 Vigor, this is, of course, still really good. Be even better if I had all the Vigor. Should not have used Eviscerate on that guy. Let's see. If I had any bugs with Shadow Strike, one of your friends has a bug where his rogue does the damage at range, but he doesn't teleport to the target. Interesting. I have not had that bug. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, you know what? Now that I have, like, the whole finishing moves restore energy thing, that actually felt, like, not bad. It wasn't insanely strong, and survivability is still definitely a concern. However, this kind of works. I can also use... I have new stuff that I should be using now that I'm 30. Almost forgot about that. Equip this. Equip this. I have Potion of the Tolvir. I have Ghost Elixir. Use that. I have my scrolls. Five minutes left on this. Gonna refresh it. Same with my poisons. And that's it for now. But what I want to do is round up a bunch of these mobs, LOS, around here. Yeah, this is like a nice little feedback loop that I've got going now. I just, Keep doing the little spinny shuriken storm, and it just works out. Let's get into this house over here. This going. Shit. I didn't want them to leash. I'm gonna Cloak of Shadows here because I'm taking a lot of magic damage. Okay. I probably should still be keeping Slice and Dice up, even in leveling. I think we kind of figured out during the assassination run that was probably still worth doing. And there we go. I'm gonna quickly eat this because it heals really fast. And then I can just sit here and do Shuriken Storm whenever the little ads spawn. And that should hopefully be enough to kill them. Yeah, 1 or 2 is enough. Alright, 8 to 60 in 6 hours, 23 minutes by spamming only dungeons. Nice. You think you're done with WoW for today. Fair enough. Oh yeah, so I forgot to finish answering. Yeah, I do plan on making guides for the other, like, special heirlooms. That is definitely something on my to-do list. It's just one of those things where, since, technically speaking, you could just Google Minari Training Amulet and, like, follow, like, the steps in terms of how to unlock it. Like, it exists. Obviously, if I were to make a guide, I would try to make it more clear and give, like, tips on how to, like, optimize the process. But it is mostly a step-by-step instruction. The reason why I made the Stranglethorn Fishing one ASAP is because that is, like, a difficult one to get, where even if you know the general idea, you may not actually have the strategy on how to properly win it. And I do. So I made that video to basically show that if you use the strategy, you can have a massive advantage in terms of getting this ring. So I specifically wanted to make it on that video. Like, you know, or make it on that heirloom, that being, like, you know, the Druid Pirate Ring, because it's a little bit of a special case, and that it's like a competition. I will probably do... I don't know. I'll think about how I'm going to do it. I might do, like, one video for all of the other things. Or what I might do is, like... I don't know. I guess, like... The question is, should I make a video on Unstable Elemental Confluence, on the Garrison Rings, and on Minari Training Amulet? Because, like, those are the main ones, right? Like, there are, technically speaking, a few other heirlooms that are a little bit trickier to get, but, like, you don't need me to tell you how to get the heirlooms from BFA, right? Like, that is literally the same thing that you do to farm Draft of 10 lands. You do that, except instead of buying drafts, you buy the heirlooms from BFA. Like, it's pretty straightforward. The harder ones is, like, Garrison Shipyard. I definitely want to make one on that because it is... Well, it's obvious, like, how you're supposed to get it. Corpse Feeder is also down. Huh. It's, like, obvious that, you know, you have to do the Garrison Shipyard to get the like, ship rings, how to quickly optimize the shipyard in terms of, like, how to, you know, do it properly and stuff. A lot of people may not want to sift through guides on that, especially because a lot of guides for the shipyard were written with, like, endgame raiders in mind, who were like, basically, this is how to build your shipyard to optimize doing the Hellfire Citadel raid quests, which was pretty much the only thing that mattered from the shipyard in terms of, like, current content. Obviously, nowadays, that doesn't matter, and the only reason people would do it is for the heirloom rings, but at the time, heirloom rings were like, whatever, like, you're gonna get them passively if you were playing at current content, so all of the guides were focused on, like, how do you build the best ships to defeat the hardest missions, not necessarily how do you rush the garrison shipyard rings and get that done with ASAP, and like what do you prioritize building? So I think that would probably be useful for people. Um, Admittedly, the unstable elemental confluence one is really easy. It's just you explain how to do the elemental storms events, and that's it. It's just go get it. I think the barrier there is more the fact that people don't even realize it's still obtainable. So if I made like a 2-minute video being like, hey, by the way, you can still get this, just go do this. That would probably be enough for 99% of people. So when I maybe I'll pull it, I don't know. Like when I'm not going to be making those videos right now, so I'll give it a bit more thought. Maybe I come to like a really good idea on like what I want to do for them, and I decide not to pull it because I'm like, no, I've decided I'm going to be doing XYZ thing. Who knows? But for right now, I'm not going to be making those videos soon, just because I have a lot of more important like time sensitive plans, whereas that is like a more general thing. Well, I get that, some people might find it useful. I have a finite amount of time, and I have to prioritize based on like what is time sensitive, right? Like what do I need to get done now, and what can I get done like in 5 months or something. Stupid scouts. Anyways. Let's see. Maybe the war mode bonus is high because people are testing their mains in the PTR, and since Dwarf is BIS this season, a lot of those mains are ally. Oh yeah, no, Chori, I think you're absolutely spot on with that. I completely agree that is probably the reason why Horde has the bonus. I just think it's very weird because you never see that happening on live servers. So it's just kind of like wild to actually see Horde getting this bonus that they never ever get normally. It's a nice change of pace though, like I'm not complaining. Hit the wrong button. I probably should have drums this. I always forget to use drums in like casual runs. Usually if I'm like super locked in and focused for like a really serious speed run, I'll remember to click it, but otherwise it tends to slip my mind. I did not get the 7 Legion bat. I killed like how many dwarves? Fucking hell. I hate this quest. It's so dumb how sometimes it just does not drop. Give it on this or the game's rigged. Okay, fine. Feels so weird having dragon riding. Second. Yeah, honestly, that's not, like, bad damage. Like, I feel Rogue doesn't have quite as much upfront burst as some of the other specs we've seen, but it's definitely not bad damage by any stretch of the imagination. There we go. Alright. Now, we can go to Hillspread Foothills. I have to really conserve my vigor here. Yeah, it's rough not having dragon riding talents. Still faster than slow flying, don't get me wrong. That was very fast. You were told you can use Leatrix Plus to skip cutscenes. All you have to do is hit escape, yes. What Leatrix Plus does is it makes it so the moment you hit escape once, you just tap it and it immediately skips it. There is something called Cinematic Canceller. The problem with Cinematic Canceller is it just automatically cancels any cinematic, as the name implies. The trouble with that is in Silverpine Forest, there are multiple cinematics that you are forced to watch, and if you cancel them too early, they actually fuck you over, and you are unable to complete the quest until you watch the cinematic. So the way that Leatrix Plus does it is if you want to skip it, you just hit one button. Boom. You don't even get a confirmation prompt. It just immediately skips it. So it is effectively the same amount of time. It just gives you the choice to do that. Tearsfall Glades has a new rare in the middle. It could be useful to do a detour there. Yeah, the problem is by the time you go there, or when you go there, you're not going to have, like, fast flying or dragon riding, I mean. So it's just too long of a detour, I'd say. It's not a bad idea, though. Should you quest in Thaldrazis since the Dream Surge is active? Thaldrazis is the only zone in which questing within the Dream Surge is just not worth it. Thaldrazis sucks. There are, technically speaking, a handful of quests that are worth doing. If the Dream Surge is active, it's just not really that great still. Generally speaking, yeah, just quest in Azurspan. It's going to be even faster. Or faster even with the experience buff difference. Maybe a little bit counterintuitively. Because dungeons are faster with the buff, because they give you quests that give high XP, BFA dungeons don't have quests. Yeah, BFA dungeons are slow. Agreed. You would think that everybody would agree with that. Unfortunately not. Mr. Shadow Mario said, "Are you winning?" I guess it depends on your definition of winning. I'm enjoying Sub Rogue more than I thought I would, so I'd call that winning. It's actually not a bad spec. Definitely my favorite Rogue spec so far, out of all the ones I've tried. But, I mean, really, anything is better than Outlaw, which is currently my least favorite spec in the entire game, after having tested all of them. I think, it's kind of one of those things where it really puts it into perspective how bad Outlaw is, now that I've seen how good, Sub and Outlaw are. Because, like, before, I always just kind of assumed it was a rogue thing. I was like, oh yeah, rogues are just not good for leveling. But now I realize, like, Assassination's not really that great. But Sub is good. It's just Outlaw that's, like, really, really, really bad. Now, admittedly, before the rogue changes, I would argue that Assassination and Sub were both pretty mediocre, and Outlaw was objectively garbage. Now Outlaw is just bad, not objectively garbage, and the other two specs are pretty good. Or, like, at least okay. Dragon riding in Duskwood is going to have a skill gap because of the amount of trees and branches. You know what? True. Actually, that sounds really fun. Because I love dragon riding like between trees and making those like really tight turns. That's gonna be fun as hell. I didn't even think of that. And yeah, the fact that it could end up being really important to be good at that for the speedrun could actually, be pretty fun to try and optimize. Scargill's up. So we can just teleport to him in a second. How did my... Oh, I was about to ask how they saw through my stealth, but it was the spider. And... there we go. Mine supplies, and I need to feed 3 more murlocs to the spider. One. Powder, there's 2, and this should be the final one. Just gonna vanish to quickly get out of combat. Skim the water here to save a little bit of vigor and speed. That's nuts healer tanking. Yeah, I mean, I'm more just like being a little bit hyperbolic to, illustrate how broken Holy Priest is at low levels, but I mean, it basically is a tank. It's not literally a tank. It's just a tank in essence because it takes no damage and does infinite healing while killing everything before it has a chance to move. So it is effectively a tank, for all intents and purposes. Like, little bit of distance here. Brush my buffs. This is about to fall off. I buffed fucking NPC. Oh, love it. Fuck. That's always fun. Got it in time. Good enough. Yeah, the one issue with Rogue, I should say, is it's really hard for me to focus on chat while I'm playing this. Which is like, a silly thing, but I do need to kind of watch my health. And I guess it's more so that I'm not used to playing Rogue, that I need to kind of pay attention to my rotation and stuff. It's a little bit more involved than just pressing 1 or 2 buttons, so this means I can't really respond to as much stuff. Let's see. Where would you put Boomy on the tier list? B tier. I'm pretty sure. Like, it's not set in stone yet, but based on my Boomkin speedrun, it is most likely solidly in the B tier. Boomkin, while leveling, really struggles on single target. It also does not do well on survivability. It's good on AoE, which is like pretty much the saving grace. I would say it is one of the weaker leveling specs. Weaker than, like I said, even some healers. I would honestly put Restoration Shaman ahead of Boomkin, if I'm being real. And Boomkin also kind of suffers from the issue of, like, why would you play this? It is strictly worse in pretty much every single way to what's it called? To both Guardian and Feral. Restoration is even worse in that regard. There's literally zero reason to play Resto. Boomy is good at one thing and one thing only, and that is spread out AoE while leveling. There were a few interesting situations I found while leveling where I was like, wow, this is actually does really good damage, like spread out targets. But you just don't really encounter that a lot because generally speaking, if you want to AoE down a bunch of mobs, like just round them up and then like line of sight around a pillar or something. It's not hard. There's multiple opportunities to do it in almost all scenarios. So Boomkins just kind of have nothing going for them. And the fact that they are really weak at single target, at least while leveling, I don't really know how good Boomkins are at endgame for single target. But it just really hurts them. Meanwhile, like, Feral Druids don't really have a weakness. Like, Feral's only weakness is that they are kind of squishy. They are squishy in the sense that, like, if they stay in prolonged melee combat for super long and they don't get any free regrowth procs, which they usually will, then it becomes a little bit hard for them to survive incoming damage compared to, like, Guardian Druid, which can pretty much do the exact same thing, but just sit there and face tank it and heal it. Feral Druid is really good at AoE. Brutal Slash Burst is very strong. Obviously, it doesn't have, like, the spread component, but you rarely need that, like I said. Like, if all leveling AoE was super spread out, yeah, Feral Druid would be, or Balanced Druid would be really good, but it just isn't. So, you know, there's just no advantage for it. And, second. Let's make sure nice. And then Feral also has pretty good single target as well. So, there's just no reason to play Boomkin. It's not, like, terrible. It's definitely not rogue, because at least you have options. Like, you can heal yourself, but you're just going to be, like, chipping down a bunch of mobs slower than you would on a Guardian or a Feral. On single target, you're just going to hate your very existence, and your survivability is going to just be, like, you spamming regrowth on yourself every so often to make sure you don't die, but it's not instant cast like it is on Feral, so it's just worse in, like, every single way. Which is unfortunate, you know, I know people, oh, holy shit, there's I don't think I've ever seen a chest in this location. I at least don't recall ever finding a chest in this location. That's pretty cool. Huh. Do you think when the normal world gets dragon riding questing will be even more trivially fast? I don't know if I would say trivially fast. Questing is getting faster compared to dungeons, so obviously if you've been watching my, you know, runs and my guides and stuff, you probably already know that questing, generally speaking, is faster than dungeons other than niche cases. Now, dungeons will probably still be worth running in the cases where they were already worth running, but what this will do is make it so in cases where it was like a little bit more split, like around the level 30 range, the moment you hit 30 now, questing is just faster. Before, it was like a bit of a toss-up, like technically 30 to 35, you could argue that doing dungeons wasn't bad. Now it is just, no, you hit level 30, you do questing because you get dragon riding. Like, it's just a no-brainer. Second. Make sure I get this opener. I'm going to try to save cooldowns, because secret technique is 1 minute, right? Yeah. So that guy just, like, fell over, so I want to make sure that I have all my cooldowns saved up for this guy. So this is single target. Technically, it's funnel, though, so I could do, like, Shuriken Storm into an Eviscerate. The good old Zool strategy. Let's see. Oh, a few people gave me something to try. Let me try copy pasting that. Oh my god, it works! Okay. Vale Bonfi, and I don't know how to pronounce the name with the characters in it. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much. Holy shit. That actually works. Wait, that's huge. Alright, all dragon riding abilities unlocked. Alright, this is gonna be spicy now. I should have scrolled down in chat earlier. I've been trying to, like, respond to every message, and I completely missed that until now. That would have been so nice. Ah, fuck. I tried to do, Shadow Dance in time to get the, Shadow Strike off, but alas. Nice. Yeah, I don't think Yetimus will be an issue. I kind of just minced that guy. God, this is gonna be so fucking fast now. Just Whirling Surge right on top of the tower. And Elitis. See, that time, Chori, I did not get re-teleported on my second Shadow Strike to the mob. I don't know if that's what you were talking about earlier, about it not teleporting you. The first one did. The second one just did damage and I stood in place. So, I'm not sure. There we go. Just empower this Dark Ranger real quick. Hello, Katie Misi. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. Thank you for stopping by the stream. Sorry if I read this after you already left. I know I'm taking a while to get caught up. Ezek said, I like to level as the spec you intend to play. How's my gameplay at max level, learning spells as I go onto a whole bar? Yeah, that's completely fair, actually. If you intend to play a spec at max level, I would say it can help. That being said, I do think there are exceptions. Like, okay, so if you are dead set on playing Outlaw at max level, like, I guess you could play Outlaw instead of Assassination or Sub. However, I would just recommend, no matter what you plan on playing at max level, like, Druid, level as Guardian. Just make your life easier. There's no reason to level as, like, the other specs. Because, like, realistically speaking, while I understand the idea of wanting to practice your spec at max level, the reality is that vast majority of the time, it does not translate. Like, there are some where it works kind of like, honestly, good example is Guardian really does kind of play the same. Guardian is a fairly simplistic spec. There are, of course, some, like, skill cap stuff to it, but generally speaking, the basic priority system is relatively the same from, like, level 15 as it is at level 70. So that is sometimes the case. And sometimes the general playstyle, like the very bare bones basic stuff, is the same while leveling, but there's, like, a lot more intricacy to it at higher levels. And then sometimes the way that you play a spec while leveling is just fundamentally different to the way it is at max level. A good example that I can give for that is Vengeance Demon Hunter. Vengeance DH plays nothing while leveling as it does at max level. There's also a lot of cases where the optimal leveling builds is different than the one that you use at max level. Now, that is admittedly a little bit of a weak argument in the case of if you are trying to learn your max level build, you can maybe say, well, then I'll just play the build that is good for max level instead of the one that is technically best for leveling. But I think in that case, still, you're going to be missing out on a lot. The other thing you also need to consider is that a lot of max level builds are kind of, obviously, like, without trying to make a pun, builds are kind of built around having all the stuff at endgame, And especially now that tier sets are being designed around specific like talent combos, in many cases, your talents will actually heavily influence what you end up taking. Now, that's not always the case. Like Brewmasters, you just kind of run the same thing that you would always do. But there are definitely a few specs, like Feral, for instance, because this is just one that I happen to remember. Their current tier set bonus is built around Feral Frenzy. Now, I don't necessarily remember if I took Feral Frenzy while leveling. I think I may have, like, later on, but you don't even get it until, like, much later. Like, if I just open up Wowhead real quick. Wowhead, Tools, Talent Calculator, Druid, Feral Frenzy is... yeah, it's a capstone talent, all the way down at the bottom. In fact, I don't even know if I took it until, like, the last few levels of the, Feral leveling run. So that is, like, kind of key to the way that Feral plays now, because of their tier set bonus, and you just don't even get it until much later. So while I can understand wanting to, like, practice the spec at max level, it really depends on the spec, and I think there are many times where if a spec is significantly further behind, it could just be better to hit max level faster so that you get the full picture of your spec, and then you'll have more time to actually play it. And I think that matters more if it is a very stark contrast in terms of whether a spec is good or bad. Like, we kind of said before... oh shit, I didn't kill all of them. I kind of said before that, Disc Priest and... Shit, where's the item that I need? Yep. Disc Priest and Holy Priest are effectively identical when it comes to which one is better for leveling. They are, like, so close that there's just no point in even splitting hairs over it. So, while Holy Priest is technically speaking better at low levels, if you really want to get used to Disc, yeah, just level up Disc the entire way. It's the same. And, like, Hunters, technically speaking, Survival is the best Hunter leveling spec, but if you don't have any plans to play Melee Hunter, well, MM and BM aren't bad. Though admittedly, the way that you level as MM, it's kind of one of those situations where MM playing the endgame build is very bad. MM playing a janky leveling build is actually not terrible. I would argue it's better than BM, but it plays nothing like what it does at max level. So it's a little bit of a weird case there, but you could argue that, like, if you wanted to learn BM, leveling as BM would be kind of fine practice. But that's not the case for every spec, and in some cases, like Boomkin, right, versus Guardian Druid. Yeah, and also leveling as healers, that is one thing where I know the initial point was not necessarily about leveling as healers, but just on the topic, right? That is one thing that you will not learn at all, leveling. Nothing about low-level dungeons is set up to prepare you for being able to heal at, like, endgame content. Just not even remotely. Yo. This is a little bit awkward. Fuck it. I bit off more than I could chew there. I fucking hate these mobs. Just so fucking stupid. Hello, Eric Sadlier. Good to see you. Tier sets can really change how the spec is played. The best reason to level on the spec you want to play at endgame would be to get used to all the baseline abilities. Yeah, that's true. Old World spellcasting hits like a radioactive sledgehammer. Yeah, admittedly, this section is particularly bad. Like, this fucks up basically any non-tanks. This isn't even like a rogue thing. I get clapped by these dagger spine sirens on basically any spec. Is a brutal section of this little questing hub. And the other issue is if you don't have any like ranged stuff, it can be very difficult. Especially because you have to like not only take a ton of damage for them, because they never stop casting, you're never able to really group them up and AoE them down. The Shore Hunters are like a little bit easier to deal with, but when paired together, they're really rough. I'm just going to be chugging through these Liminar fillets to quickly get some healing. But this is actually not too bad as far as this goes. I'm just going to Cloak of Shadows here. Symbols of Death. Alright, let's see. Let me scroll up and just continue reading where I left off. Working from home at 3:50 a.m. working on code. Your stream is always a banger and keeps you company. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Hello, Yojushi. Good to see you. Saw that message. I think I may have, like, accidentally read past it a little bit earlier. Finally out of this hellhole. Alright, a little bit spicy there. Keep forgetting to use fucking secret technique. Should be doing that. Yeah, secret technique is really good. Yeah. I don't know, I guess it says a lot, though, that even without using secret technique, like, I've been able to do stuff that probably would have killed me on at least the other rogue specs, that's for sure. Sub definitely feels like an actual spec, though. It's, like, a bit squishy, but, like, I've played squishy specs before, and, like, they're fine as long as they have still the tools to kill stuff while being squishy. The problem is when you just run out of gas and you have to kite. But sub actually, you know, it hangs in there. It goes toe-to-toe. Let's see. Best Alliance Cataclysm leveling zones? Check out my leveling guide. It's on my channel. It is my most viewed video. It covers all of that. Or my leveling routes, like the world record runs, which of course use all of that stuff, but the guide, of course, goes into more actual detail on like why the zones are fast and what order you should do them in, etc., etc. And sometimes I do weird things in like world record speedruns that I wouldn't normally recommend for actual like people just casually leveling. I'm getting a lure error here. I don't know why. Go. I can empower my final Dark Ranger. Lockwood on Duskwood, yep, definitely. And yeah, I guess I could have gotten the thing in Valdrakken if I had flown there, but that's definitely a nice way to get it without having to go all the way there. Here we go. Oh, I can grab you. Gonna evasion just to make this a little bit easier. Outer. We can't really round all of these guys up. Honestly, that went pretty well. Okay, this is always a tricky pull, especially with Dustwing. Gonna immediately rip this. Dustwing silences me. Fancy kiting shenanigans here. Ho ho ho. Alright. That's a little bit spooky, but it worked. Evasion. Okay. Well, Pararacial is actually kind of nice for rogues, just as like the emergency self-heal that you just don't really have otherwise. Did not mean to pull those. Wait, they killed Orcus? That can happen? Oh. Yeah, he's back. I've never seen Orcus just die. Unless, did he feign death? Because I vanished? Huh. I think he died and respawned, but I've never seen that happen, so I honestly have no idea. What do I take for the last ability? I kind of like having maneuverability. It's just a really nice thing to have. I also need to spend a lot of talents. I'm going to do that after I get on the flight. Nice to know trying random toys was useful. Absolutely. Are the heirloom weapons back from WoD? Well, they were from MOP. And they are good. They are best in slot, yes. I don't know if I would say OP. They're definitely very strong. They are not like... unless you're saying the heirloom trinkets from WoD, because those were from WoD. The heirloom trinkets from WoD are, yes, quite strong, especially the agility one. The agility one is very, very good. Like, you can see it here on my damage breakdown. Cleansing Flame is, generally speaking, a pretty significant chunk of your damage. The Gromtooth Warhorn is next in line in terms of being good. It's, like, pretty solid. And Orb of Void Sight is okay, but it's nowhere near as strong as these other two. Huh. I do really hope that we get the weapon, the heirloom weapon stuff back, though. That would be really nice. I think overall that would be a big W on Blizzard's part. It seems like they're working on that. Like, people have speculated it, but it just kind of hasn't happened. So, I don't really know. Maybe one day we'll see. Um, just got pinged in Discord, so let me just actually do something real quick. I'm just not having any of that. Yeah, just fucking people. Somebody decided to be an idiot, so I'm just not gonna put up with that. Yeah, you know. Do you know if the purple outline for chests works on the old content? What do you mean purple outline for chests, Troy? That's something I'm not familiar with. And Kurgani said I posted a lot of questions earlier. I think I got to most of them. I hope I got to most of them. If I missed any of your questions, Kurgani, please let me know. Yeah. But I think I did get around to all of them. I hope so, at least. Second. Okay. I instinctively went on my regular mount. I guess regular mount is probably better for stuff like that, like quickly swooping around and picking up all those quests. I think you got to all of them. Your name is the same in disc, so you can always ask off stream. Yeah, absolutely. You ever think of additional questions? Some chests have a purple outline while you're out in the world. Huh. Yeah, I have not run into that. I also, if it is part of outline mode, I have outline mode disabled. Outline mode has always just bugged me ever since it was introduced. I forget when it was introduced, but it just really irks me. It looks wrong, and I've just never liked using it. I've always just immediately turned it off. So yeah, I don't know. How are babies made? That is a good question, Zach. It was something, yeah, BFA. I remember it was like one of the more recent expansions. Let's see. Uh, Getting pinged again, but this time by, somebody who I actually want to respond to. Man. I don't really, how do I discuss this? Um yeah. Let's just say I'm getting shit from somebody for streaming. That's all I'll say. So I don't exactly want to discuss it here because I know for a fact that they were actively watching my stream, so it pissed me off and I dealt with it, but um, is really not exactly the thing that I want to discuss in detail here, even though it does really irk me, and it's usually the type of thing that I would probably discuss on a stream, but I don't really want to fucking deal with bullshit right now, and I feel like talking about it would just lead to bullshit. What is happening? Why are my bars not working? Hello? What the fuck? Action bars? My action bars have decided to stop working. What? I think this is just a reload angle. Yeah, no, honestly, Kurgani, that's not even the issue. That is not even remotely the issue. I have absolutely no problem with somebody messaging me while I'm streaming, as long as they know that I'm not going to respond, until after the stream. And to be clear, that is not even the issue here. Yeah. Yeah, Zach constantly like sends me messages. I don't give a shit, right? Like sometimes I can tab out and read them when I get a chance. But, he knows that like if I'm busy, right, I won't have a chance to get around to it immediately, and it's whatever. This was a completely different situation, and it is just, let's just say, people being entitled, and thinking that they own somebody else's free time and what that person chooses to do with their free time. And the moment I saw that shit, I said, "Nope, fuck you," and I'm just not even gonna fucking deal with that. It's not even something that I really, I don't know. It's like one of those things where it pisses me off, but since it is, like I said, literally currently happening, and I know for a fact that, like I said, the thing in question is the fact that I am streaming right now. I know for a fact that they are probably watching. If they are not watching right now, there is a good chance they will be watching any moment. And I don't want to fucking, I just don't want to have any fucking drama, dude. That is literally the last thing that I want to fucking do, which just pisses me off. So I'm just not gonna fucking deal with it, and um, maybe I'll talk about it later. Can you stop waffling? What does waffling mean in this context? One second. Let's see. Any chests? Oh, that guy's... high level. I do not want to fuck with him. We'll fight Scowl over here. No chests in here. There might still be one in the tower. Corey Spangler donated $5. Hey, love your content. Thank you for being an amazing content creator. Thank you, Corey Spangler. I really appreciate the donation, and I'm glad you like the content. You've had streamers just shout at you and you've done that, so you've learned to avoid it? Yeah, no, I don't care. Like, it's one of those things where if somebody is, like, constantly spamming me, like, while I'm streaming, a lot of times, like, if it's important, right? Like, for instance, one of the officers in my guild DM'd me about, like, basically saying, you know, oh, can you bring your Brewmaster for, like, Mythic for now if you want to bring your DK for Heroic? That's fine. And, like, yeah, that's something I can quickly tab out and be like, yeah, sure, you know, I have no problem. Just, like, I'm trying to bring whatever tank is best for the fights, right? So, like, and if I didn't have time to respond, I obviously could have also messaged him, like, after the stream, and it would have been totally fine. I doubt he would have given a shit. But that's, like, not even really hard for me to type out a quick response to, so I can quickly do that. And sometimes if somebody, like, if somebody's watching the stream and, like, you know, a friend of mine or something is watching the stream and they, like, you know, send me a message, I'll just, like, I'll read it and then I'll respond to them, like, on the stream. Because I know they're watching, so that way it's like I'm saying, you know, I read your message, but obviously instead of responding on Discord, I'll just respond here. As long as it's not, like, a private thing. If it's a private thing, I'll glance at it, and if it's, like, really important, I may just quickly say, hey, so-and-so, I saw what you said, just so they know that, like, I read it, and I'll respond to that after the fact. But generally speaking, like, you know, like Zach says, sometimes he'll just, like, you know, shitpost to me, in Discord sometimes, and, like, I know that he's watching while I'm streaming, so I'll just, like, you know, respond here, basically. But, you know, either way, it's... Oh, fuck, that overwrites my Bear Tartar? That's a little bit problematic. Means I can't really use that as, like, a healing item. I'm sure there's other healing things I could use for Rogue if I really needed to. It doesn't really matter. Oh, fuck. Did that interrupt my food buff? No, that did. Sucks. But yeah, like I said, the only thing that really pisses me off about that is when somebody is, like, basically upset that I'm not immediately responding to them. Now, like I said, this is actually a different thing entirely. But it is a little bit more personal, but still pisses me off. Actually, even more so. So, yeah, fuck that. How's the dragon riding been so far? It has been good. Honestly, this feels great. Now, honestly, it definitely feels better now that, like, we have the trick to, like, access your talents and stuff. That makes it feel significantly better, gotta say. However, I think it's... I don't know exactly how fast it'll be. Like, it has felt fast, but... Oh, I actually just killed that guy too quickly. I actually don't know how much of a time save this will actually be, or whether it'll have, like, a serious impact. It definitely... It saves time, right? Oh, my level up killed that guy. It saves time for sure, because, you know, you're moving faster. That's a no-brainer. But I don't know if this will meaningfully change the route. I think it's, like, just good enough that it's a nice quality of life thing, you know? So it's going to make the existing route feel better, no matter how you slice it. But, like, initially before I was kind of saying, you know, there's a chance that maybe, like, certain zones get routed in for this, and it's, like, with the fact that it's available at level 30, the only thing that I think it really meaningfully changes in the route is that WAD becomes a little bit less effective, and you're incentivized to do like only dungeons and stuff, and like the WAD intro before level 30, and then everything else. Obviously, I can do that here because PTR, but you do like all the other stuff like Silver Pine Hills Brad after the fact. So I think that is like more of the difference, more than anything else, really. Secret technique. Yeah, okay, now this damage is starting to feel really good. In fact, did I even spend my talent points? I didn't. Still feeling really good. In that case, hold on. Let me quickly spend these talent points. I have increased movement speed, deadened nerves, recuperator. Need to take that. Shadow Strike generating one more combo point. I feel like Tight Spender, at least for leveling, is just better. What else? Secret Stratagem, that's definitely very good. Shuriken Tornado, love that. Veil Touched is just free damage. Shadowed Finishers is really good. Shadow Techniques generating more energy, love that. Ooh, that's really good. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of really good stuff right there. Where do I want to put this? What are the cheapest professions for first craft bonuses? Really depends a lot on like your server's economy. So I can't necessarily tell you like this is the cheapest because it kind of just depends, right? I usually go with blacksmithing just because it's easy, but a lot of times tailoring or leatherworking will be cheaper. Tailoring tends to be uh the cheapest. I usually go for blacksmithing, Kurgani. Blacksmithing is slightly faster just because it fits into the route a bit better. But obviously, if you're not speedrunning, that's really like a secondary concern. Doesn't matter quite as much. But, something to consider. Stupid Lua errors. Oops. Corey Spangler said, "Keep up the good content, bro. You're awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that." You got banned from. I'm not gonna. I generally I don't know who that person is. I've never seen them before, but I would generally say like. I guess how do I word this? I don't mind mentioning other content creators, but I would say like really try not to mention them in like a negative light, just because especially I don't know that person, so I can't comment. Hell, I mean, I would feel uncomfortable even mentioning content creators who I do have a negative view on, which is really just like 3 in total, and a few people already know who that is, but I'm not going to get into that. I won't delete it. I don't really care that much because I get your point, right? Like it was more in the conversation of like other YouTubers will get upset about that, and like I can't speak for everybody else. I'd like to think I'm generally pretty chill about stuff like that. Like to me, it's if you're not blatantly like acting like a dickhead, I just don't care. Like I'm, I understand that like everybody acts differently. It's like whatever, not a big deal. And I think it's usually pretty obvious when somebody is like, means well and just like, did something accidentally that like, frustrates me. Like sometimes, I'll be honest, there are tons of times that somebody will message me something that like annoys me. And I would hope that every time that happens, they had no idea that they annoyed me, because I usually try not to let it show. Admittedly, sometimes I can't help but like sending a somewhat snarky response that's like, I still try to answer their question, but like, if it's a really annoying thing, I'll sometimes be like, duh. Like, not, I won't like actively say duh, but I'll kind of word it in a way that's like, come on, man, like, think about it for a second. But I try not to like actively be like, oh, you're stupid, don't ask that question. Like, even if it's a little bit like, what was the something that somebody said, Jesus, what the fuck is that saying? God. Was it that somebody, let me find what somebody messaged me the other day. Oh yeah, somebody asked me, is it possible to just level through dungeons up to level 60? And I was like, you can. Like, it's slower, but yes, it is possible. And they were just like, okay, I just wasn't sure if it was like a way that I could level. And it's like, yeah, like, I guess if they had asked, is it faster, is it slower, like, and I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt, because like when somebody asked that question, it's like, it's kind of a dumb question, but I assume what they mean is more like, not necessarily can you level, like the exact word they said, but more like, is this a viable leveling method? So I'm like, okay, they're probably saying, is this fast? So I'm like, it's not really that fast. And, then I can link my video and be like, here's like a comparison video, watch this. And I guess I literally just looked into my recent, like, this was a message from yesterday, right? So this was, like, this did not, I would say, annoy me. This is one of those things where I remember reading the message and being like, I think, like, if you want to level through dungeons, you don't need to ask my approval. That's not, like, really necessarily me being annoyed by something, but me just being like, why do you need to ask? Like, if you and your friends, because then they were like, oh yeah, me and my friends wanted to level through dungeons. It's like, okay, to do that, right? Like, you don't need to be like, am I allowed to level through dungeons? Like, is that speedrunning approved? Like, if you're just having fun, just go have fun. Do what you want to do. Like, you don't need to turn everything into a speedrun. There have been times where I'm leveling with my friends and they don't want to do my fucking questing route, and I'm like, okay, fine, I'll do dungeons. Like, it just goes like that sometimes. So I don't know why people always seek my approval for things like that. Which is like, I don't know. I won't say that annoys me, like, because I know before the context was like, oh, sometimes people say annoying things. It doesn't necessarily annoy me. I'm just like, oh, did you really need to ask me that? Like, did it really matter? Was it that important? That kind of thing. But, like, I have had people ask me, like, annoying questions. I guess, a good example maybe and I wasn't entirely sure how to field this one. So maybe it's a nice thing to talk about. So I actually got a question or a DM from somebody who was pretty obviously a kid. And they asked me, like, basically, we're playing 20 questions of, like, shit, like, what's your favorite color? And it's like, okay, man, like, and at first, they were asking oddly personal questions, and, I kind of, here's the thing, like, I've gotten, like, I'm not a girl, so thankfully I have it better than some, like, female people I know who are, like, streamers and stuff. I've heard horror stories. I get it. It sucks being a girl on the internet sometimes. So thankfully I don't have to encounter, like, really weird stalker people, but that doesn't mean that I haven't had people who have acted like that before to me. It's just, it is unsettling, right? So I guess, like, how should I describe this? I am kind of still wired to immediately assume the worst when somebody starts asking me, like, weirdly personal questions. And when this person was asking me, like, these weirdly personal questions, I was like, that's really not an appropriate thing to be asking a streamer. Like, you shouldn't do that. And I tried to, like, word that politely. And they kind of said, like, oh, sorry, I'm just curious. And then they said, like, my favorite thing is XYZ. And I could kind of tell, like, the more they talked as they went on, like, okay, this is a kid, right? And, like, I still felt uncomfortable being asked all these weird questions, but like, it's a kid. Like, this isn't like some weird stalker dude. It's just a kid who doesn't understand boundaries and is like asking these personal questions. So like, I humored them on a few things, but then they asked like a few questions, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't think it's appropriate for me to give you an answer to that. You know, you probably shouldn't ask people that. And like, I'm gonna be honest, the whole thing was really uncomfortable, but it's like I tried to sit through it because, like, I assume it was a kid. Maybe it was just some guy who, you know, really didn't understand personal boundaries and was just like talking in really, really, really poor spelling and grammar. But I got this vibe that I'm like, it's probably a kid. Yeah, it wasn't stuff like what's your IP address, not like that, but just like personal questions, like weird questions about like my personal life and stuff like that, where it's like, I'd like to consider myself a pretty open book, all things considered, but at a certain point when somebody starts asking like pointed questions, it just makes me feel uncomfortable. It's like, look, I'm fine talking about a lot of stuff, but like, don't go out of your way to like ask me shit. It just makes me feel weird. And like, I will generally speaking say, I don't feel comfortable answering that, but this time they kept persisting and persisting and persisting. And, I think I gave him like one or two answers, and then I'm just like, I don't think I should be like responding. And then at one point I did have to say, after they kept messaging me, I'm like, hey, look, I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable answering, personal questions. I'm going to stop responding here. Sorry, but, if you ever do have questions about the game for me, feel free to ask, because I didn't want to make them feel like, I'm telling you, shut up. I didn't want to block them or anything, but eventually they did stop messaging, and then they messaged me like 2 months later and said something like, do you think warlocks would make for a good tank spec? And I just said, sure. Like, yeah, why not? And they said, okay, cool. And that was the interaction. So like I said, I think it's a kid, but you know, it's situations like that where, like, I'll admit the whole thing was a little bit annoying when I had to respond, but like, I'd like to hope that I handled it well enough. But it's difficult. I don't know. It's like, I don't want to be an asshole to a kid, but man, kids are stupid. And like, I was fucking stupid when I was a kid. That's not like me saying all kids are stupid. Like, the amount of times, should I tell this story? If I have to say, should I tell the story? I gotta tell the story, right? Fuck me. Yeah, it's like one of those. This is so cringe. One of those like stories that just like keeps you up at night, and you're like, man, why was I such a fucking stupid kid? And okay, so also, that was like a surprisingly difficult Yetimus fight. Like, I didn't die, so I didn't really comment on it, but I had to pop an Abyssal Potion. I didn't wait for Shadow Blades, which maybe I should have. Like, I technically could have, prepped a bit more for it. That's whatever. So, kids are fucking stupid, right? And back when I was in elementary school, I would imagine, like, I don't know how common this is in, like, all parts of the world, but at least, like, most people in US schools, I would imagine, had some form of this. Like, we had mandatory, like, arts classes, and they were really fucking stupid. We had a lot of these, like, honestly, the fact that we still had mandatory, like, arts and crafts in high school, I just don't fucking get that. Like, I guess if you want to, but by that point, it was like, we get to choose our electives, and we still are forced to pick, like, some sort of arts and crafts thing. And, like, I have nothing wrong with people, wanting to do art, right? Like, I respect the hell out of people who are really good at art. My stepsister is insanely good at art. Like, that's impressive. I suck ass at art. It is not my thing at all. I am terrible at it. So when I have to take a class where I'm supposed to be taught on how to draw or whatever, and I can't, fucking suck. Like, I'm not gonna learn anything. I still write on my dresser. This isn't even the embarrassing story, mind you. But in And it's like, the worst is when your parents tell you that the thing that you did that you know was fucking cringe. And by the time I was in high school, like the story I'm telling now, I already knew that I was terrible at art. It wasn't like I had any reservations about that. But I had to do the project to pass. And my dad would always say he really liked my art projects. And I'm like, are you fucking blind? Like, no. You don't need to lie to me, okay? You don't need to tell me that you think my art is good. It sucks ass. I know that. You are not complimenting me by saying, wow, that's a really good sculpture of a cat that you made that looks like a fucking deformed monster. So, I have a sculpture on my dresser right here. I can literally reach over and touch it. And it is supposed to be my cat Mittens. And this thing looks nothing like a cat. It is like a calico giraffe with arms that are just way too long for its body. It is the worst statue ever. You look at this thing and it's fucking hideous. And like, I can tell whenever somebody sees this statue because it's on my dresser. So like, I remember I once sent a picture of my room to my mom, like at some point, and she was like, "What is that thing on your dresser?" And I like gave her a closer picture. I'm like, yeah, that's supposed to be my cat. This was an arts and crafts project from high school. And like multiple times, if I ever have like this in the background, when I send like some unrelated picture to a friend, they're always like, what the fuck is that statue? It's terrible. And yet my dad thought it was good. I wanted to throw it out. And my dad's like, no, it's amazing. Keep it. Like, I think deep down, he also thinks it's hideous, but he thinks it's hideous in a funny way, which like, I'm gonna be honest, it kind of is. It is really that like so bad that it's kind of funny type deal. Whatever. But the other thing is, my dad, I made a coffee mug, which Dwarven, where is it? Archaeology. This thing, Chalice of the Mountain Kings. So back in like Cataclysm or whatever, we had to make a mug as part of an arts and craft project. So I tried to make a mug that looked kind of like this icon, the Chalice of the Mountain Kings, because it was like right when archaeology came out, and I liked archaeology. And it looks terrible. It looks absolutely terrible. If I actually showed you what it looked like, you would probably need to like, do a double take to make sure like, oh, that's what it's supposed to be. All right. Yeah. Okay. Sure. It's bad. I made that, like I said, around when Cataclysm came out. My dad still uses that mug to this day. Because it was like a Father's Day, make a mug for your dad thing. And like, I didn't give a shit. It was arts and crafts. I'm like, my dad's never going to use some shitty arts and crafts mug that I made from school. Because my dad like literally collects mugs. Which like, I guess maybe that's like, dad points for him. The fact that he's using the mug that his, son made. Even over like his other fancy mugs. But like, I mean, at this point, it has to just be for show because this thing looks fucking terrible. And should I take Weapon Master? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously he's doing it because he's like, oh, my son made it. Yeah, but it is such a shitty mug. It's such a shitty mug. Like, you guys don't understand how fucking terrible this mug is. It does not look like Chalice of the Mountain Kings at all. Anyways, unfortunately, the moral of that story is now every single day I have to stare at that stupid fucking mug as a reminder of how shitty I am at making sculptures. Because it's like, oh sure, like my son made this, yeah, but now your son needs to be reminded of how fucking terrible he is at making sculptures and gets the patronizing like, yeah, I love this mug. Like, yeah, fucking my ass, you love this mug. Like, but okay, so that's like all that to say that was all just build up to, in high school and even like middle school and stuff, we had to do like those mandatory like school things. And thankfully, by the time we get to high school, it's mostly just that bullshit of, you have to make like a mandatory arts and crafts project and bring it home for Father's Day or whatever. But when you're in elementary school, at least, in the US, where I am in the US, it's a whole thing where you have to do these like plays, like pageants or whatever. Not like, religious pageants, but we had like seasonal pageants. Oh, I'm like very close to being dead. How do I want to do this? That worked. Let's heal up before the next one. This one, that one is gonna really fucking suck. Actually, I don't even need Bear Tartar. It actually does nothing for me here, technically. Okay, let me focus on this for a second. Story time will resume after this stupid boss fight. Shadows for the big firebuster that he's about to try and apply to me, which still went through. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. That's not good. Okay, going to use a healing potion. Okay. My evasion's still up. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Come on. Come on, come on. Oh, motherfucker. Okay. Oh. I'm alive. I have no real cooldowns. I at least need my defensive cooldowns for this next one, so... yeah, absolutely screw doing these as a rogue. I'm actually going to take a detour before that last one. I think it might be doable, but not without every single CD at my disposal. So... I'm gonna just do this quest, because, like, why not? In high school, as a project, you were forced to write a story about the elements, and you wrote the entire storyline of the Dragon Soul raid for your story. You got an A+, nice. I bet Chris Metzen would be proud. Your teacher asked you and you said you're good at story writing. I mean, hey. I guess, unfortunately, they're not a World of Warcraft player. You found that out. Would be funny if you did find out that they actually played World of Warcraft because they recognized your story. Would have been an interesting way to discover that little tidbit of info. Shit. Are there any chests? What's this? Stamina and versatility reduced. Alright. Me refresh Bear Tartar. Oh no, I'm aware of how hard that last one hits. Trust me, I know it's rough. I think I can do it. And honestly, if Subrogue can do it, even if it takes all your cooldowns, that's still impressive. We'll see though. You hated high school, or do you hate, like, currently? In which case, yeah, I don't blame you. I didn't, like, really hate high school, honestly. Like, I guess I was a little bit lucky that I had a lot of good friends to make it, like, a bit more bearable, but it was definitely not, like, you know, something I'd want to do again. You suck at spelling, I feel that. It's all good. You hated your teachers, but you loved your friends and learning. Yeah, I think that was another one of those things where I got a little bit lucky. I hated some of my teachers. I had a lot of really shitty teachers. However, my teachers were like, I don't really think I had any middle of the ground teachers. I had some really bad teachers, like I'm sure a lot of people did, and I had some fantastic teachers to the point where I initially went to college for education. Before I switched to, computer science and game design, initially, before I changed my major, I changed my mind just because, like, I didn't really think in the end it was something I wanted to do because, I also kind of hate dealing with kids. Like, I wouldn't say I'm bad with kids, but it's like, I'm not good with kids, if that makes sense. Like, I can tolerate them and I can be nice and I can, like, put up with them. But I'm not like, I feel like I'd probably go insane after about like a year of teaching, idiot children. So, not really my type of thing. Like, I guess that's why this honestly works out perfectly. Like, I still effectively get to teach people. I like teaching. I think it's fun. But I hate dealing with idiots, which is unfortunately something that you kind of come across, especially if you're dealing with kids, because, kids are idiots. That's just kind of how it goes. But that's why I honestly have an insane amount of respect for some of my teachers. I had some absolutely amazing teachers. Like one of my teachers, still my favorite teacher ever. I wonder how he's doing these days. Mr. Greaseback. Absolute fucking legend. He was my science teacher, but he like loved so many different subjects, and like I really liked history. I've always really liked history. I've played like, historical games. Like I played Total War games for, years when I was a kid. And it was just always something that I've been interested in. And my teacher, Mr. Greaseback, was always like happy to talk about that stuff. Like a lot of times I would just like stay after class and just like talk to him about something that I had read, and he was like also like he would know something about that and he would be like really excited and more than happy to talk about it. Like he was just insanely smart and knew so much about like an insane amount of subjects and just genuinely enjoyed talking about it. And he was also, of course, just a fun teacher to have in general, because whenever you have somebody who's like actually passionate about teaching and actually cares, like they make lessons fun and you actually enjoy learning about the stuff. So like I did get lucky that I had a few teachers that were just absolute like top tier, best you can get. And I had a lot of really shitty ones too, like I said, but the good teachers made it all worth it. And like one of my teachers, I remember I forget his name, because I had honestly a lot of my good teachers though were like history teachers, like or not history teachers and like writing teachers. Like I didn't really like most of my math teachers. I had one good math teacher, if in high school at least. Bit of a hard ass, admittedly, but he was a nice guy. Like, he wasn't like my favorite teacher ever, but he wasn't an asshole. Like, if I like for instance, like there was a period of time where I was like really struggling in my I guess yeah, sophomore year of high school. And I was just honestly really not doing well. It was like I was insanely depressed, right? And it was really tough. And I was like I've talked about this a little bit before, but I had been like the super duper straight A+ student for basically my entire life, because my parents were kind of driving me like constantly to do that. And I just kind of broke in sophomore year, and I just could not bring myself to like put in that insane level of work. It was too much. And like my like basically that's where I had some really shitty teachers who were not understanding whatsoever, and those ones were dicks. I hated those. I had a few teachers, like I said, including Mr. Greaseback, who was that year, who were extremely nice, really helpful, really understanding, and honestly made everything a lot easier because they weren't like, up my ass about, oh, your assignment was slightly late, whatever. And like my math teacher, that's why I said he was a nice guy, because like he was the type of person who would be like, look, I understand and like I empathize, but like I need your assignments to be on time. I can't give you extra credit. But he wasn't like a dick about it. That's the thing. So he was like kind of a hard ass, kind of like I can't really make a special exception for you. I get it. And like I also kind of understand. That's why like I don't hold it against him. He was still a really good teacher. But whereas some other teachers were like willing to like, you know, be understanding and work with me a little bit and be like, okay, look, just like as long as you get the assignment done, just have it in like, you know, by X day, that's fine. You know, he was like, I can't give you any extensions. You either have it in on time or no, you know, you can't turn it in. And yeah, like, I don't know. I would say he was my favorite math teacher because, like I said, he was at least nice about it. It's kind of hard to, like, describe. But, like, I could tell that he, like, empathized, which is really all that mattered. That made me at least feel like, you know, I get that he's not doing this because he wants to be an asshole. And also, I had the benefit of, I had him in, like, I had him for 2 classes. He was actually, I had a programming class in my, in that year, in sophomore. It was, like, an intro to Java class. And he was the teacher for both the programming class and my math class. And in the programming class, I mean, I was just kind of good at that. Like, I enjoy programming. That was something I was, like, naturally good with. So I never really ran into issues getting assignments done while I was, you know, kind of depressed. I would be able to do it all on time because it just came naturally to me. And I think he could see that I was just, like, really struggling with, like, you know, other stuff IRL. And it wasn't necessarily that I just didn't care about his class at all, like, because I cared about his programming class. It was just in math, I was not having the easiest time with it. So he was like, look, I like you, but I can't make exceptions. And I was like, okay, yeah. You're 15? Ah, cool. Sorry you have views of Fed, but, no. I appreciate it. And look, like I said, like, honestly, if, like, I know people joke, like, I'm never, I guess I always, like, hate making jokes about, like, you know, oh, I hate dealing with idiots, right? Because, but when I say that, a lot of people are going to think, oh, he probably will think I'm an idiot. Like, I mean, when I say idiots, I mean, like, the people who don't realize they are idiots, right? And, like, and more like the people who are assholes about it. Like I said, you know, in the case of the example with, like, that kid, right? Obviously, kid was being kind of an idiot, but like he didn't realize and he didn't know any better. And it's like if somebody asks a stupid question without like really understanding why it's a stupid question, I'm not gonna like, you know, be up their ass about it. But it's when somebody like gets upset and like gets indignant if I, you know, don't give them the answer they want, something like that. That's when I just start to get pissed off. Or when somebody like the worst one, the one that really tilts me is when somebody is blatantly wrong but doesn't realize they're wrong and tries to assert that they are right. That will drive me up the fucking wall, as I would feel most people. Like, if somebody asks a dumb question and I tell them and I'm, you know, try to be polite as possible about it, and they're like, oh, okay, I understand now, thank you. Like, I'm not upset about that. Like, hey, cool, you now know. It's when somebody is like, they ask me a question expecting me to agree with them, and then when I'm like, oh, it's this other thing that they weren't expecting, and then they're like, oh, but I thought it was blah, 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 blah. I'm like, no. You're wrong. And some people just, can't accept that. And that's the thing that really pisses me off. You kind of get that? Yeah. Trust me, I don't think you would say, you have not said anything so far that has even remotely upset me, so do not worry. And that's why I kind of like, I don't like saying this because I worry that, oh, some people are going to like watch their words and be like, oh, I don't want to piss Harldan off. Like, I remember, I felt kind of bad. I don't know if Kuan is still watching the stream. I know Kuan watches a lot of the VODs, so if you are watching this, Kuan, there was one time where Kuan, who's like, you know, frequently in chat, and like in Discord, asked me a question about like something that I had in one of my routes for Dragonflight and said like, hey, couldn't you do XYZ thing to speed it up? And unfortunately, I was in a really shitty mood that day. I forget exactly what had happened, but I had just gotten in some argument with somebody. I forget who it was. I forget if it was like my dad or one of my friends or something. I had just gotten done, like, just having it out with somebody and being really pissed off about something completely unrelated. And he asked me this, and I've said many times, is the garrison not going to load in? Oh, there we go. And I've said many times that I absolutely hate when people, like, ask me stupid questions without checking. And I didn't necessarily say that's a dumb question, but I did heavily imply it. And I said something to the effect of like, I literally did the run yesterday. I checked, like, I'm fairly certain that I got that right, or something like that. And then he was like, oh, well, I'm not sure. I did just see. And he was like, I don't want to, like, be that guy who gives you, like, annoying questions, but I just thought it might be helpful. And then I was like, fuck it, you know, maybe I did miss it. And I said, okay, I'll go check. I checked. I was wrong. He was completely right. Like, the suggestion he made was spot on, and I was completely wrong. And I was like, God, I'm a fucking dick. Because, like I said, already in a shitty mood. That doesn't excuse it. But I was, like, definitely a little bit snippy with my initial response, and he was completely right, and I was completely wrong. And yeah, I felt bad about that. I did admittedly say, like, after the fact, hey, you're right. Sorry. But yeah, it was that's why it's like he even like the reason it stuck with me. Oh, Kuon, yeah, there you go. Because you said after the fact something to the effect of, I didn't want to be one of those people who asks you a stupid question and gets yelled at. And I felt kind of bad about that one, I'm not gonna lie. Not your fault, because you're completely correct. You're completely justified in saying that. Because yeah, I do complain about it a lot, and I worry that when I complain about that, people are going to be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't ask this question or bring this up because, like, I might get yelled at. And, like, look, if you're coming from a place of, like, actually wanting to give, like, constructive feedback and stuff, I would like to think that I can usually tell that and will usually, like, not be upset. It's just, unfortunately, that day I was already in a shitty mood, but I did check it out anyway. So I guess retroactively, apologies again. You were correct about, what was it, like the Dragonflight profession unlearning thing? It was like something with like the start of the Dragonflight 60 to 70 round. But I mean, it did help, and I used it in future runs, so definitely appreciate that. But that's the thing. I don't want people to feel like they have to worry about asking stupid questions. It is like, the people who ask the really dumb questions are the ones, like I said, about, like, you know, are BFA dungeons efficient to do now that you have the 19% buff? And it's like, what the fuck do you mean? The 19% buff applies to everything. Like, those are the questions that like drive me up the fucking wall. Like, the really obvious, like, think, use your brain type ones. But, you know. Yeah, the Dragonflight profession quest without the profession, yeah. You always worry that somebody's in a bad mood and you message them. Yeah, it's all, yeah, you just got unlucky that day, but, you know, I get all's well that ends well, I suppose. Yeah, it's just, you know, unfortunate timing. But yeah, I guess all that to say, like, you know. Oh, nice. Conveniently timed level up. Yeah, generally, I don't want people to worry about that too much. Why for the Alliance did you drop Redridge and Duskwood? They were never really, really good leveling zones. So, if you aren't doing dungeons, then Redridge and Duskwood are pretty good. And I would say, if anything, I still stand by the fact that dragon riding makes Duskwood significantly faster than it would be otherwise. I think that is actually one of the biggest beneficiaries of dragon riding being in the leveling route. But Redridge was never really that fast. I mean, hell, we only did part of Redridge. The reason why we did Redridge is because you start off in Elwyn, and there are fast quests in Elwyn. And it is close to Stormwind, right? So you don't need to go super far. And obviously travel time matters. And Duskwood, while not super fast, is actually a fairly solid zone, especially the first half. It is a little bit slowed down by travel time, but it's not bad. And there are times where I actually do sections of Duskwood, even in, like, the fast runs, unless I get, like, ridiculous RNG. But it's, like, Redridge, the main reason it was done is more so because it is very close to both Stormwind and Duskwood, so you're able to get, like, a bunch of efficient quests completed without having to take, like, a massive detour and then backtrack and stuff. You just dip over to Redridge, do a bunch of pretty efficient quests, and then the moment you're done with, like, the good ones, you can head back over to Duskwood. But it's not really that great and worth doing on its own. Especially, one of the other things is Elwyn Forest has always been a bit of a contentious one, because Elwyn Forest is, technically speaking, really good if you are able to mitigate the travel time, which you can do with things like Cracked Radneck's Control Gem, So for the purposes of like a speed run, it's actually pretty good because it ends up being pretty fast. The problem is for people who aren't doing speed runs, you could argue that Elwyn Forest is like not bad, but not like as insane as it might otherwise be because there is a decent amount of travel time if you don't have like Radnax gems, gun shoes, etc., etc. So I kind of debated on including it in the route or not for a little while. There's also the fact that up until quite recently, Radnax control gems obviously did not work. So that was like something that they only recently did. Which meant that obviously, you couldn't really do what was I saying? You couldn't really do like the super fast version of Elwyn without that stuff. It was a bit of a weird situation as far as that goes. What item am I missing? I'm missing gloves. Did I get gloves off those quests? I did. Nice. I understand what you mean, Ryan. You get bullied a lot, but when you started WoW, people are nice. Yeah, I understand that. That's unfortunate. You know, a lot of people in high school are fucking assholes, is what it is. But I honestly, that is one of the nice things about online games. You know, I wanted to say people here aren't really judgmental. I mean, you're gonna meet assholes anywhere, right? But I think the advantage of like online stuff is you aren't locked into like one community. Like you're gonna meet assholes online, but then you can just not speak to them again. The reason why high school sucks is if unfortunately you are going to a high school with a bunch of people who are assholes, you're kind of stuck with them for like the next however many years. But at least online, you get to choose who you hang out with, and that means you get to meet people who aren't assholes and make friends. Oh, you get I see. Like, is it by like the people IRL or something, or just like in World of Warcraft and stuff? Have I tested the evoker thing yet? According to Wowhead, Drakthir flying is going back to how it was in the alpha since dragon riding is opening to the entire world. I haven't tested it, but like I know what it does, right? Like I know that it now works like regular dragon riding. So I mean there's not really much to test, right? I'm gonna test evoker a little bit more, obviously, when we are able to let me just use Champion's Honor here. When we're able to do Evoker leveling runs from 10 to 60, well, then I will have more of a reason to test Evoker. I'm actually very curious to see how that'll play out. Obviously, as it currently stands, Augmentation will be basically unplayable when it comes to this stuff, but did I get Botanite Bloom? I did not. Need to make sure I don't outrange the Champion's Honor guy. This is like solid burst AoE. Ooh, we got multiple? Okay, wait, can I quickly burst this guy down? Get an Orc Thorn? Yeah, I did not get an Orc Thorn. Honestly, 4 items in Affliction Ridge, that is above average. We like that. Let's see. How do you get the 19% XP boost in all your characters? It should be in the mail. You get an anniversary package in the mail from like Blizzard or whatever. I forget what the sender is. That should automatically appear in your characters, and then you open the package and it gives you a buff. And then yeah. I guess yeah, maybe you have to like relog or something to get it to really pop up. Let's see. Am I on the PTR? Yes, I am on the PTR. That's why I'm able to do dragon riding in the older zones. Which is really nice, I should add. But yeah, I should note, like, I ended up finishing with 10 levels to go, and I have not done any dungeons whatsoever. I honestly think you just cut out all of WoD. Really. I pick up these quests? Come on. There we go. You just woke up to your dad yelling your name. You live by yourself and they're in Portugal. Sounds like the start of a creepypasta. It's like spooky. That's I've had some like really vivid dreams like that though, where I wake up and it's like it feels so real. I'm like, I could have sworn like something happens, but I'm like, no, I think I just like hallucinated that or something. I don't know. But it's a really weird feeling, and you have like this kind of I'd almost say like disassociation, like the rest of the day, where you're like something just feels off because you just feel like something happened that just didn't. I had that feeling like quite recently, actually. It's a really weird dream. I don't know. And I don't know, it was like it was a normal day too. That was kind of the weirdest thing. Like nothing was going on, and I remember I had that feeling like walking around where I kept expecting something to happen just because like I had that weird dream, and it was just like no, it was just a normal day. I think it was like on last weekend or something, and just everything was normal. And the fact that it was so normal almost made it feel weirder. I don't know. It's a weird feeling to describe, but I get it. It's off-putting when you have some vivid dream like that. Assuming that's what you meant. Unless, like, you know, maybe your dad, personally, I have, like, an Alexa and, fuck. Okay, it didn't activate, good. I have one of those things in my room, so for all I know, my dad could just activate it and start yelling at me even if he wasn't home. So, I don't know, maybe it wasn't a vivid dream, like I was assuming you were implying. It was just, you know, your dad trolling you or something. But I would imagine that's not what you meant. But that is absolutely something my dad would do. If the stream was yesterday, it would have been exactly 2 months ago for that interaction. Really? Huh. Yeah, I remember it was a little while ago, but it just like the thought crossed my mind. It's like that like lingered on me. I was like, yeah, I should probably not like complain about stupid questions as much because then people are going to be afraid to like bring up genuinely good suggestions like that one. So, hate that stupid fight. Just because the GTFO thing blares constantly. Your thing barely works and she randomly beeps at like 2 to 3 a.m. every morning. Yeah. I have had, like, there was this time where I remember I felt like I was crazy because I could have sworn I set an alarm and it just didn't go off, and I ended up like oversleeping. I forget what I planned on doing. Thankfully I didn't oversleep for anything serious, but it was like I think I wanted to like wake up and like start working on a video or something like that, and I overslept, so I didn't get the video out on time. And I was annoyed because I definitely set an alarm, but apparently I didn't. And then like a week later, it's like your alarm for 4 p.m. or something is done, and it's like, what, why? That was the alarm that I set last week. Why is it going off 1 week later? And somehow it managed to fuck up that badly. So I don't fucking know. It was weird. But sometimes, yeah, mine also does really stupid shit. Or there have been times where it just randomly starts playing music. I'm guessing because it, like, thinks it hears its name in a conversation, and then just, like, thinks I'm asking for, like, a song request or something. I don't know how it works. Do you have any guides for optimized leveling routes? Yes, both written and video. If you check my YouTube channel, my most viewed video is my leveling guide. And you can also find in the description for that or in the description of this video. I think it's all linked there too in the stream. Should be, at least. If it's not, then I fucked up. But yeah, you can find the written version on my website, which is completely free. I don't do any of that, like, bullshit charging for leveling guide shit. None of that. Who likes cracker goldfish? What's the, I think I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, those are pretty good. Second. I kind of hope this run is over soon, because admittedly, it is, like, late, and I'm gonna be real here. I am, like, real fucking tired, and also just not feeling super well, which is kind of what happens when you don't sleep at all. But, that's also what happens when you end up binge playing Fall of the Samurai. Or just Total War in general. Every single time I play Total War, I just end up going down this, like, massive rabbit hole where I just, like, can't stop playing it because it's just honestly a really fucking addicting game. Or just, like, franchise in general. Because, like, you just get so attached to your campaign and everything takes, like, forever. But you don't have to apologize, Ryan. It's all good. I understand it. I also say sorry a lot, too. So, it's just, it's a nasty habit sometimes, right? Nothing wrong with it. Gonna pop evasion here just to be safe. And also... Can I lust? Oh, I out-leveled. Shit, I need to use my new consumables. Ooh, that's spooky. Yeah, it feels like my single target has fallen off a little bit, but at the same time, I forgot to upgrade to my next type of consumable. So I should be putting that on there. Phantom Fire over here. Deathly Ferocity. Take that off. And then put that there. Just refresh my food buff real quick. Can you add me on Discord? You can, yeah. I mean, you can also message me, like... I have my Discord tag, like, in the thing, so, yeah. Anyone's welcome to, like, ask me questions in Discord, or you can, like, join my Discord server. Like I said earlier, I always respond to stuff there. So, yeah, definitely. But yeah, sorry I've been, like, a little bit slow just to respond to chat, like, recently, and I think I missed a few messages earlier, and I'm gonna be honest, like, if I missed your message from before, just, like, at this point, repeat it, because I probably just missed it. I'm, like, it's a little bit difficult to focus on Rogue, especially when, like I said, I'm not feeling super great, and I'm just kind of tired. It's, like, my entire head feels, like, heavy. And I just, like, I'm just trying to get through this thing. And unfortunately, it is a difficult spec to play. What realm am I on? Well, this is the PTR. So, this character is not on, like, a standard realm like that. In retail, though, I play on Mal'Ganis. both Horde and Alliance at this point, actually. I think, technically speaking, more of my characters are on Alliance than Horde now. Because Dwarf is just so blatantly overpowered when it comes to dealing with certain mechanics in Amir Drasil that I've basically had to race change a lot of my tunes. Is the dragon riding noticeably slower? I wouldn't say noticeably slower in that, like, it doesn't meaningfully change how fast dragon riding is. It still is very fast, for sure. If you are very used to dragon riding, you can tell the difference. Like, I have heard people saying, oh, you can't even notice the difference. Yeah, you kind of can. What do I want? Same proof Shadow Dance. I think I'm meant to take... I don't know. There's a lot of stuff here I could take. I'm just going to take Deepening Shadows. Flagellation. Deeper Daggers. And then Dark Shadow. And then here... Master Poisoner, Soothing Darkness, Night Stalker. And then we get a second charge of Shadow Dance after. I also just have way too many abilities at this point. God damn. Let's see. I do not have an add-on yet. I am working on an add-on. It is like a long-term goal of mine, but there is not currently an add-on for my leveling route. Hopefully one day there will be. Something I definitely want to get done. Just not right now. Nice, I got both of the items I needed. I believe I need Orcthorn. Orcthorn. Damn. Alright, good attempt. At least I got the two that I needed, so that's all that really matters there. Killed quite a lot of them in that time, too. Just wasn't meant to be, I suppose. These mobs are kind of annoying to deal with. Alright, there we go. Which add-ons? Leatrix Plus. No, I use Leatrix Plus, not auto-turn-in. It has a bunch of other things in addition to just the auto-turn-in stuff, little quality-of-life things. Not a huge deal. I mean, there's a lot of add-ons that do, like, the auto-turn-in thing that work perfectly fine. I just personally use Leatrix because it has, like, quality-of-life things. Is Taran a good race for Frosty K? I would say generally just pick the race that you want, right? Taran, I would say, is generally speaking a good race, right? Can quickly check Sims just to see. Liquid's still going, damn. Frosty K races. Taran is top 5. Specifically number 5. Basically tied with the others, though, so, like, really doesn't matter. So yes, Taran is a good choice for Frosty K. And the route to level up fast, you would just want to check my leveling guide, which you can find on my channel. Maybe Liquid should give a solid effort. I mean, I feel bad for them. I'm gonna be honest. I respect them a lot for continuing right now, because like, if it were me, the moment I lost the race to world first, I would have just said, "Fucking okay, we're stopping now, right?" Like, not quitting, but like, you know, taking a break. Because that's a bit of a morale killer. They had multiple pulls that could have been a kill, and it was just, you know, gone at the last second. And, you know, they both played extremely well, so it's just a tough one. It's definitely an interesting race, that's for sure. It was exciting. Love that you got, or love that Echo got the first kill that mattered. Yeah. I mean, I'll be completely honest. I was rooting for Echo. Like, you know, I still think Liquid did a good job, but realistically speaking, I think Echo just kind of played better overall. Is kind of how it felt, especially towards the end. I don't know. I generally I also like, kind of said earlier, Echo's like method, because that may be a bad term to use considering there's literally a guild called Method. But Echo's idea of raiding, of like having it be like very calm and organized, and like everybody kind of just like shuts the fuck up and listens to the raid leader. That is my ideal way of raiding. It pisses me off to no end when people just won't shut up about dumb garbage when you're getting close to a kill. If you look at like the shorts, I've unlisted this one because it's a bit older, but if you look in my shorts on my channel, I have like a little playlist for them. You'll find one where I believe it's called "Why You Should Never Celebrate Prematurely," and obviously there's a difference between just calling out random bullshit, which is what Liquid does when they're close to a kill, which I'm sorry, I think it is just bad. Like it is impossible to hear anything coherent when they get close to a kill. And like people have told me like, okay, it works for them, but like, does it? Does it really? Because they routinely have problems choking when they get really close to a kill. Like that is constantly an issue for them. And they have noticeably terrible comms towards the end of pulls. And it's like, I get it, like, you know, there's probably some method to the madness, but at the same time, is it not also reasonable to assume that maybe they just need to clean that up? Because, you know, like I said, that short that I had, 0.1% wipe to Mythic Razageth. And this one fucking idiot on my raid team is yelling, "Kill the boss!" like that, while somebody else is trying to say tornado under boss, tornado under boss, tornado under boss. And he's trying to say that, but the idiot screaming at the top of his lungs, kill the boss, is drowning him out. You can literally hear it in the short. You can barely hear it until, like, the guy literally deep throats his mic and says, tornado under boss, and by that point it's too late. Tornado heals Razagath, Razagath heals for 5%. We wipe at 0.1%. And I fucking hated Razagath. I was like, oh my god, I'm free. This fight's done. Like, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And that fucking moron who just couldn't shut up for another 5 seconds ended up costing us the kill. Because instead of just playing correctly and focusing on getting the kill, he's sitting there screaming, kill the boss! Like, Jesus. I was pretty pissed off about that. I think I even said something about, like, after the fact of, like, shut the fuck up if we're close to a kill. Like, holy hell. Nobody needs to hear you fucking yelling. I literally, like, I am, in a raid fight, I am locked in until that achievement pops up on my screen. When I see that achievement flash on my screen, I say, fuck yeah, and I get excited, and I'm happy. But until that thing flashes up, and I know that motherfucker's dead, I am not celebrating, I'm not saying shit unless it is absolutely relevant towards getting a kill. Like, if I need to make a really crucial tank call, then I will cue my mic. Otherwise, dead silent. Barely make any calls. Like, literally, and I have proof of this. Go watch... Oh, I am absolutely mad just remembering that. That was one of the most tilting experiences I've ever had, ever in raiding. Go watch recently. It was my most recently posted video. My Volcaros kill. Obviously, Volcaros is not a Razagath. It's not a super long, really high pull boss. We had like 10 pulls by that point. So it wasn't like super high stakes. But right at the end, within the last like 20 seconds of the pull, so if you don't know how Volcaros works in Mythic, the little fire circles that people get, they turn into soak circles. So basically, you get a big circle, it shrinks over time. Eventually, it becomes a very tiny circle. When it reaches its smallest size, it becomes a swirly that multiple people need to get in. So you basically divide the raid into 4 groups. You divide the raid in half, and then you divide the raid into 2 groups on each half. And one group soaks the front swirly, somebody runs it up front. Another group soaks the back swirly, and that way you make sure you have 5 people for each circle. Now, here's the problem with that. When you have your swirly at the smallest size, basically right when you were about to get it soaked, it is doing ridiculous damage to anyone standing nearby. So, what we actually had happen a few times is because somebody saw that their soak was going to be in like 0.5 seconds, they would try to like pre-move into the circle to be prepared. Like, aha, I'm going to move into it ahead of time. But when that circle is at its smallest size, the smaller it gets, more it shrinks, it does massive ticking damage. So we actually had a warrior literally step in a millisecond too early, 1 tick, his entire health, he's gone. Does a ton of damage, literally one-shots DPS. So the circle is almost done. Volcaros's tail comes across the platform, and there's a demon hunter with the circle underneath Volcaros's tail. Well, he needs to get into position. So what does he do? He fell rushes out from under the tail. And by the way, no hate to the Demon Hunter in my raid. I get it. He panicked, right? And even after, like, we joked about it, he's a good player. I'm not trying to shit talk him. But he panicked. He fell rushed out from under Volcaros's tail while his circle was at its smallest, lands on top of me with his fell rush. 1 tick does 90% of my health as a Brewmaster Monk. Drop speed of like 10%. And like, I was like, I puckered. I'm like, oh, fuck. Like, I almost died there. Did I say anything? No, I just went into, like, pure panic mode of boom, boom, boom. Every defensive I have, I need to just not fucking die here. Anything I can press. And I lived. And then immediately after the pull was over, I was like, what the fuck was that? You almost killed me. But the boss was dead by that point. So I definitely gave the Demon Hunter shit. And I'm like, you almost fucking killed me there. But I made sure that achievement popped up on my screen. Can you still get the Elements Heirloom Trinket? Yes. Yes, you still can. You have to do the little elemental invasions in Dragonflight zones. So those ones that, like, pop up on the map. You just need to do one of each type, so earth, air, water, fire. I believe are the different ones, and if you do all four and you get like it's a countdown drop, I forget what it is. What it's called at least. There we go, Ogron Horn. And because I got Granai earlier, I don't even need to go out there and try to earn it now. But yeah, if you get that, you can still get the item. Four hours to take up level 1 to 56. This started at level 10, but otherwise, yes. Level 1 to 10 is about 30 minutes, 45 minutes extra, give or take. But yes, I am very happy with this time, honestly. I said at the start that I will be happy if this time is around 4 hours, but I expected it to be closer to 5. And as it stands, it's going to be a sub 4.5 hour time, which is really good. Now, admittedly, I do have the anniversary buff. So without the anniversary buff, this would be a little bit closer to like 4 hours 45, something like that. But still very, very good. How the heck are you going 1 to 10 in 30 minutes? That is like super optimized, right? It's, I would say for the average player, a bit closer to like 45 minutes. But yeah, you absolutely can do it, and I believe it's like around 30 minutes. I don't spend a lot of time optimizing. Like Azuro, I don't know if he's still in chat. He does a lot of 1 to 10 runs, so he could probably give a more accurate measure for what that takes. But that's, I would say, close to the number. Generally, I don't really like Exile's Reach speedruns. I do like Allied Race stuff. But it is Exile's Reach. Now, that being said, I think there is a chance that Human's starting zone might be slightly faster, but that is specifically Human. So, for 99% of people, just do Exile's Reach. Oh, but yeah, Belf Zone is a little bit slower. If that's what you did. I think there's a glitch where you don't get the boost when you choose Exile's Reach. Huh. I'm not sure. Yeah, I haven't really done Exile's Reach recently, so I'm not sure. This is the, just click on Nisha and then skip the cutscene. Talents, just put one more point there. Shadow Dance, Acrobatic Strikes. Then I should be able to just take this home real fast. Variety of different stuff. And I will say, like, just in advance, a lot of times, in the past, like, at the end of a run, I'll spend, like, a decent amount of time, like, just talking about how it went and, like, interacting with chat. And I spent, like, 2 hours at the start talking to chat and stuff. Since I am really not feeling super well, feeling a little bit sick at the moment this run is done, I'm probably just going to quickly end it, end the stream. So just, like, in advance, thank you everybody for showing up. Really good stream today. Really happy with, especially considering, like, I was trying to stream pretty consistently, like, every single weekend, and I was unfortunately unable to stick to that because of my computer issues, so, I was, like, a bit frustrated, but I'm glad, I was able to get it fixed, and I'm glad, people are still enjoying the streams and stuff. Oh, wait. That's Pound Fist. I was about to say, oh, that's an interesting find, but, I mean, it's on the PTR, so I guess it's not too surprising to see Pound Fist here. I've never actually found Pound Fist in this location, though, like, in the middle of the Valley of Destruction bonus objective. Huh. Easy mount? Well, it would be easy mount if I was on live servers. That said, I think it's Sunhide Gromling or something. Yeah, I already have the Pound Fist mount. I vaguely remembered, like, one of my friends managed to find it back in the day and was just like, hey, get over here, come get this mount. So, I do already have that, even though I'm not, like, a big mount collector. One of the nice things about being friends with a lot of people who are big mount collectors is every now and then somebody will just be like, you know, hey, I found a cool mount, like, you know, do you want this? Just like, sure. Hey. And yeah, yes, I was about to say, speaking of which, yeah, Chori managed to do the same thing with the Time Lost Proto Drake. So he found the Time Lost Proto Drake and he was just like, hey, do you want this? I said, sure. Like, hey, can't complain. I will take a Time Lost Proto Drake. That was definitely like, and that one despawns after like 30 minutes, so that was like some good timing there. I'm also gonna, it looks like, manage to keep my entire 10% XP buff, which is quite nice. That's that quest taken care of. You were wondering if you should go to the Ghostlands if you're leveling fast? No, Ghostlands... The Ghostlands are definitely not recommended. Definitely not recommended. Problem with the Ghostlands is, in this day and age, when they don't have flying enabled in them, and every other zone does, it's like, there's just no reason to go to the Ghostlands. Like, ever. So, yeah, I would not recommend it. What do you think about dungeon spam to get to 70? I know it's not optimal, but it's kind of fast and brain dead. I mean, like, to each their own, right? Like, if you like spamming dungeons, go ahead and do it. There's nothing stopping you. As for whether or not it's, like, efficient, I don't know. It's not terrible, but questing is significantly faster. Dungeons fall off pretty hard after a point. That's all my proof of strength. I have a little bit left to go. I also, in 3 minutes, I can get Orcthorn. Shit. Fuck, I really missed that kick. But yeah, honestly, I've got to say, overall, you know, sub is either, this is a tricky one, sub is either, like, bottom of A tier or top of B tier. Either way, this is the best rogue spec, and it's not even close for leveling. This is quite good. I want to give it the benefit of the doubt and say that I'm probably not playing it super optimally, and that if this was played super optimally, because I am really not familiar with rogue. Like, there are a few specs that I'm not super familiar with, and like I've said, the fact that, like, I was not familiar at all with Shadow Priest, and yet Shadow Priest was simple enough while leveling that I could just press buttons and things just kind of died. And that does say a lot about the spec. So that's like, you know, Shadow Priest is easy A tier. Like, it's not even close. But I don't know. It's still good. And it's like, do I kind of, like, assume that I'm playing incorrectly to a degree and say that the fact that this feels good, even though I don't really know what I'm doing for the most part, means it could probably be good in the hands of a, you know, skilled player, but it still is lacking in survivability. I think that is also an issue. And I have kind of made up for some of the survivability flaws by using consumables, which is also something that a regular person probably wouldn't do, even if they were, like, experienced with the spec, because that's, like, more of a speedrunning thing. Uh-oh. Really bad time to get lag. Oh, come on. Come on, a piece of shit. Oh my god. Game's kind of crapping out on me right at the end here. Really don't need this. Is this affecting the stream, or is it just the, game? Like, can you still hear my audio perfectly fine? It's just the game? Okay, yeah. That kind of annoys me even more. Like, if it was my internet, at least I'd be like, ah, damn, stupid internet. But, like, the fact that it's just the game, now I have to be like, damn it, Blizzard, why are you sabotaging me? Why are we doing this? Um... Oh, come on! Just fucking play the game? There we go. Like, Jesus, I just want to get the last bit of experience I need, and it's just trolling me. Oh my goodness. Alright. So, let me just quickly, read some stuff that I potentially missed. Roughly, where do dungeons stop being worthwhile? Level 30. Pretty easy, yeah. I think you pick up on specs fairly quickly. The tier lists are kind of supposed to be for people leveling specs they're not necessarily familiar with. Yeah, pretty much. So that's, I think, a fair point. But yeah. Overall, final thoughts, like I said, sub, honestly pretty good. I quite like the spec. I think it has a lot more potential, definitely, than the other rogue specs. Definitely more than Outlaw. So I could see putting this, like, at... I think maybe this deserves to be the literal bottom spec in A tier. Yeah. But anyway, like I said, I'm really not feeling great, so I'm gonna head off. Thank you, everybody, for tuning into the stream. Glad I managed to finish the run in a fairly good time. If you have any further questions, please direct them to me on Discord. I will be able to still use my phone, of course, but I need to kind of run now because I'm feeling a little bit sick. So thank you all for stopping by. I will be streaming again on Thursday for the start of Season of Discovery. There's a poll pinned in the channel for that. So yeah, thank you, everybody, and I will hopefully see you then. Peace.